In Japan's feudal heartland, in a whirlwind of warfare and rivalry, the legendary figure of Miyamoto Musashi arose, a wandering samurai, swordmaster, and brilliant strategist. His real story merges with the legends that have arisen due to his extraordinary feats. His epic duels, his incessant quest for technical perfection, and his untamed spirit have inspired admiration and fascination for centuries. The lone samurai, Musashi, who followed the path of the sword and became a Japanese cultural icon. But who was the man behind the myth? A ruthless duelist pursuing glory through the death of his opponents? Or a martial artist and philosopher whose sword was the path to enlightenment and harmony? The year was 1584. Japan was experiencing a stormy period, with feudal lords vying for power and land. Against this setting, in the quiet village of Miyamoto, a boy destined for greatness was born. His name was Benosuke, but the baby's arrival was marred by tragedy. His mother, Omasa, collapsed from childbirth complications, leaving the newborn motherless in his early days. The premature loss of his mother deeply impacted Benosuke's childhood. Raised by his father, the swordmaster Miyamoto Munisai, and monk uncle, the young man grew up under the shadow of tragedy, developing an independent spirit and a deep attachment to loneliness. Through adversity, the young man built up an unwavering inner strength and determination, traits that would propel him on his journey as a samurai and turn him into the legend we know as Miyamoto Musashi. Robbed of his mother's affection, Benosuke found in his father, Miyamoto Munisai, a ruthless master. A skilled samurai, well known for his masterful swordsmanship and jite, Munisai devoted himself to instructing his son in the ways of the warrior. Benosuke exhibited a natural ability for combat from an early age and quickly grasped the techniques taught to him by his father. The jite, an iron weapon with a hook, was to become Munisai's specialty, and the young man learned to use it skillfully, evolving a unique fighting style that combined strength and precision. But Benosuke's education was not confined to the sword. His uncle, the Buddhist monk Dorin, relentlessly tried to inspire in him values of compassion, mental discipline, and the search for self-knowledge. But Benosuke was a rebel boy. The father-son relationship was a mixture of admiration and rebellion. Hungry for more knowledge and acknowledgement, Benosuke questioned Munisai's teachings, seeking to go further than tradition and shape his own fighting style. Munisai was a traditionalist and considered his son's boldness an outrage. Arguments between the two grew increasingly frequent, and these brawls were exacerbated by Munisai's heavy drinking. This led to a heartbreaking estrangement between father and son. Benosuke, feeling misunderstood and yearning to prove himself, decided to leave home and make his own way. He adopted a new name, a symbol of his independence and his resolve to become a samurai recognized for his own abilities. Takezo, the new name chosen by Benosuke, signified a fresh start, a break with the past, and the search for a glorious future. Freed from the bonds of tradition, the young warrior was prepared to face the world's challenges, brandishing his weapon and unwavering determination. Takezo started living in the woods like a beast. He was aggressive, and when he encountered other young men on his path, their meetings almost always ended in conflict. Spurred on by a burning desire to establish his superiority, Takezo flung himself into fights, testing his skills and learning from each engagement. He was strong and brave, and with each victory, his confidence grew, boosting his ego and ambition to become a swordsman. At 13, the flame of ambition was already blazing in Takezo's heart. The news that Arima Kihei, a celebrated samurai and adept at the traditional Shinto Ryo school, was challenging anyone who dared to take him on. He was traveling around Japan, defying other swordsmen to test and display their skills. Kihei accepted duels as a way of increasing his own fame and testing his combat techniques. Aware of his son's inexperience, Munisai banned him from taking part in the duel. But Takezo, blindsided by his youthful temerity, disobeyed his father and inscribed his name on the billboard in defiance of his father's authority. News of the challenge quickly spread. Takezo's courage in facing unexperienced samurai like Arima Kihei sparked astonishment and disbelief. When Arima Kihei learned that it was a 13-year-old boy who had accepted the challenge, he approached the boy's monk uncle. He told him that, at the appointed time, Takezo would have to show up and apologize before everyone for his childish antics. The monk said he would talk to the boy, but warned the warrior that he was not a normal kid. His spirit was like that of the forest beasts, and it was rumored that he trained his skills with the mountain Tengu. When the time came, the square was crowded with onlookers, eager to witness the unequal confrontation. In his imposing black robes, Arima Kihei entered the combat arena, wielding his katana. Takezo, clad in simple clothing and carrying a wooden bokken, looked fragile and unprepared against the veteran samurai. It looked like David versus Goliath. Takezo was not there to apologize, but to fight. The duel commenced. With powerful thrusts, Arima Kihei attacked mercilessly, hoping to end the fight quickly, because he could not risk being humiliated by a young boy. Agile and intuitive, Takezo deftly dodged the blows, using his youth and speed as weapons. The young man then showed surprising determination and ferocity. Musashi attacked Kihei with all his strength and speed, surprising his opponent. Not having expected such an aggressive offensive from a boy, Kihei was rapidly overpowered and put on the defensive. Musashi disarmed him and, with a powerful blow, seriously wounded Kihei in the head. The duel resulted in Arima Kihei's death from head trauma, marking Musashi's first victory in Mortal Kombat. Takezo's triumph further inflated the young man's wild ego, which would later become known as Musashi. This duel made a profound impact on Musashi's life. The victory over a trained and experienced swordsman not only cemented his confidence in his abilities, but also set him on the path to becoming a legend. However, while Takezo was starting to prove his prowess as a swordsman, he still had the spirit of a forest demon. However, if he could not tame his inner beast, he would never achieve the greatness he sought. Following his surprising victory over the experienced samurai, Takezo's name spread as a talented young swordsman. But his brashness and arrogance also took precedence, making enemies wherever he went. Both proud and impulsive, Takezo never backed down from a fight. He viewed fighting to sharpen his skills and assert his superiority, commanding respect through brute force. The alleys and clearings around Hirafuku turned into scenarios for impromptu duels, where Takezo vented his fury. However, he was captured one day and handed over to the famous Zen Buddhist monk Takuan Soho, who guaranteed his captors that he would bend the savage spirit of that beast. The monk tied Musashi up and hung him from a tree branch. The young man ranted uncontrollably at the monk, who took the most appalling insults and threats without letting his spirit be shaken. Takezo found himself powerless and humiliated. The silent forest magnified his loneliness and pushed him to confront his own demons. Takezo was bound to the tree for days, with Takuan visiting him sporadically, not to free him, but to tease him with questions and teachings. True strength lies not only in the muscles, but in the mind, Takuan said. The sword is a powerful tool, but it can be used for good or evil. A true samurai pursues harmony, not destruction. The tree experience served as a trigger for Takezo's transformation. He was faced with his own hubris and impulsiveness and started to understand the significance of patience, strategy, and self-control. From that moment on, Takuan became a guiding light in Takezo's life, steering him through doubtful periods and advising him on his self-improvement journey. Japan was nearing a tipping point. Each day, tensions between Toyotomi and Tokugawa clans, who fought over control of the country, grew louder. War rumors reverberated through the villages, spread by merchants and travelers. With samurai sharpening their swords and feudal lords conscripting soldiers, the atmosphere buzzed with anticipation and trepidation. Despite his youthful age, Takezo felt the call of battle. War was an opportunity to prove his worth on a larger stage, to test his skills in real combat, and to achieve the glory he longed for. He had been inspired by the stories of great warriors and believed that his destiny was to be found on the battlefield, where he would be able to fight alongside other samurai and leave his mark on Japan's history. The coming war was not only a threat, but it also held the promise of adventure and prestige for the young and ambitious Takezo. The Battle of Sekigahara was approaching like an ominous storm, poised to shake the bedrock of feudal Japan. The year was 1600, and the country was torn apart, with the Toyotomi and Tokugawa clans disputing supreme power. On one hand, the Toyotomi, led by Hideyori, son and heir of the late Toyotomi unifier, Hideyoshi. On the other, Tokugawa Ieyasu, a shrewd and ambitious feudal lord, bent on capturing control of Japan for himself. Between the two clans, tension was spreading, flaring up the ambitions of samurai and feudal lords throughout Japan. This was a shifting period of alliances and betrayals, where loyalty was tested by the sword. Driven by a fierce desire to prove his worth, Takezo decided to join the forces of the Western Army, allied to the Toyotomi. He enlisted under the Shinmen clan banner, led by Ukita Hideye, one of the most powerful and loyal feudal lords in Hideyori's service. The Shinmen were famed for their bravery and skill in combat, with Takezo seeing them as an exciting opportunity to fight alongside seasoned warriors and make his mark on the battlefield. Takezo's decision to join the Shinmen clan was not just a matter of chance. He felt a deep admiration for Ukita Hideye, a leader who epitomized loyalty, courage, and honor, which the young samurai fought for himself. The clan's ties to his paternal family, using the name Shinmen, also shared by his father, reinforced his sense of belonging and his desire to fight for a greater cause. Sekigahara was the ideal platform for him to show the world his sword skills and achieve the glory he longed for. He felt that his fate was inextricably woven with the fate of Japan, with his sword shaping the country's future. The morning sun had hardly risen when both armies met on the Sekigahara plain. The cold fog of dawn still blanketed the battlefield, forming a ghostly atmosphere that heralded the horror to come. The tension-filled silence was broken only by the clanking of armor, the neighing of horses, and the whispered orders of commanders. Among the throng of samurai, Takezo felt the heart pounding in his chest. A primitive and inevitable feeling of fear tried to overwhelm him, but he suppressed it with the sheer force of his will. Adrenaline rushed through his veins, piquing his senses and readying him for combat. The sound of roaring cannons burst the silence, hurling iron balls across the sky and exploding among the enemy troops. The earth trembled underfoot, and gunpowder smoke mingled with the mist, obscuring the battlefield. War cries echoed everywhere as samurai clashed in a turmoil of steel and wrath. The clanking of swords joined the pain cries and wails of the dying. The smell of blood and gunpowder pervaded the air, making for a sickening and terrifying atmosphere. Wielding his sword, Takezo threw himself into the fight with the savagery of a hungry wolf. He moved with agility, ducking enemy blows and counterattacking with precision. He danced with his sword, expertly trained through years of discipline, making his way through the carnage. While the battle records do not document his deeds in detail, fragmentary accounts mention the bravery of a young samurai who fought with a demon's fury. His sword was said to be merciless, tearing down enemies like dry leaves in the wind. There were even whispers that he had the strength of a Tengu, a legendary mountain spirit capable of superhuman feats. One tale spoken in murmurs by survivors described Takezo facing a band of enemy samurai alone, protecting the rear of his troops. He was fast as lightning, his sword cutting through armor and flesh with a surgeon's precision. He was said to have struck down 7 enemies before receiving a wound to the arm. Hurt but not crushed, Takezo kept fighting, inspired by loyalty to his clan and the will to survive. The battle went on for hours, a ghoulish dance of death and destruction. But the fate of the battle was already sealed. Ieyasu's betrayals and strategic ploys crippled the Western Army, which found itself at a numerical and strategic disadvantage. Defeat was looming. The once lush plains of Sekigahara were now carpeted with corpses, a grotesque mass of death and destruction. The shattered and demoralized Western Army was yielding to the Tokugawa. Wounded and depleted, Takezo found himself in the middle of the stampede. The defeat was embittering, a blow to his pride and ambitions. He had fought bravely, but the victory he had so longed for slipped through his fingers. The burden of uncertainty was worse than the defeat itself. The Tokugawa had captured the feudal lord Ukita Hideye. His fate was unclear, as was the future of the Shinmin clan. Takezo was alone, a masterless ronin with no purpose, drifting through a country that was now bowing to a new power. The consequences of defeat were unforgiving. The disbanded Shinmin clan lost its lands and privileges. Condemned to exile, Ukita Hideye ended his life as a Buddhist monk. His military glory turned to dust. Scarred by the battle and the loss of his clan, Takezo was struck by a dilemma. To whom did he now owe his loyalty? To the Toyotomi, whose cause had been trampled underfoot, or to the Tokugawa, the new rulers of Japan? His heart was wrenched between loyalty to the past and the need to survive in a new world. Ukita Hideye, a leader he admired, stood in stark contrast to Tokugawa Ieyasu, the ruthless victor. The defeat at Sekigahara and the breakup of the Shinmin clan forced Takezo to come to terms with the frailty of loyalty in a world where ambition and betrayal reigned supreme. He needed to forge his own path, establish his values, and choose his destiny in a war-torn Japan. The dilemma tormented him for years, shaping his philosophy and his quest for a fighting style that surpassed the limitations of tradition and blind loyalty. Sekigahara was more than a military defeat for Takezo. It was a harsh awakening to the world's reality. Blind loyalty, battle glory, the promises of a thriving future under the banner of a powerful clan, all faded like smoke when faced with the ruthless reality of defeat. Drifting aimlessly along the dusty roads of Japan, Takezo bore the battle scars and the pounding uncertainty. Takuan's words rang in his mind. True strength lies not only in the muscles, but in the mind. He would need to find a new purpose, a path that would allow him to provide meaning to his life in a world that appeared to have lost its way. The Sekigahara experience sowed the seeds of a pragmatic and individualistic philosophy in Takezo. Defeat taught him that allegiance to a clan or feudal lord could be fleeting, and that glory in battle was often a fleeting illusion. He understood that true strength resided in the ability to adapt, to overcome adversity, and to find within oneself the resolve to carry on, even when all appeared lost. Once viewed as an instrument of war and a quest for glory, the sword turned into a self-knowledge and self-improvement tool. Takezo started to look to the sword not only for mastery of technique, but also for mental discipline and inner balance. Decided to walk his own path, Takezo left behind the name of his youth and took on the identity that would immortalize him, Miyamoto Musashi, a name that symbolized a break with the past, the pursuit of a new identity, and the commitment to becoming a one-of-a-kind samurai, free from the chains of tradition and politics. Miyamoto Musashi's legend, the invincible samurai, had only just begun. The battle dust still lingered in the air, blown by the chilly wind over the Sekigahara plain. Bodies were scattered around the field, a silent reminder of the brutal conflict that had changed the fate of Japan forever. Young Musashi was among the wounded, his right arm pierced by an enemy spear. He had dragged himself through the slaughter, desperately trying to flee that netherworld. The searing pain in his arm was agonizing, but the wound in his pride was even greater. The Western Army's rout, the dissolution of his clan, and the confusion over the fate of his lord Ukita Hideye left him lost and bewildered. With the help of peasants he met along the way, Musashi made it to a village where he was given first aid for his wound. But the recovery was slow and painful. With no resources, he depended on the mercy of strangers to survive. Distraught and isolated, Musashi took revenge in a small hut on the village outskirts. Solitude and boredom became his greatest enemies. As his body slowly healed, his mind was tormented by uncertainty and questions. What was he to do now? What was his place in a Tokugawa-dominated Japan? Once the icon of his ambitions for glory, the sword now represented the pain of defeat and the uncertainties of the future. Musashi found himself at a crossroads, not knowing which way to go. But the flame that had been burning in his heart since childhood was not entirely extinguished. Driven by the need to overcome adversity and find a new purpose, Musashi undertook an intense self-improvement period. Over the days and nights of his convalescence, Musashi dedicated his time to working out his body and mind. He practiced breathing and meditation techniques, learnt from his monk uncle, to fortify his spirit and control his consuming rage. Musashi also studied military strategy and philosophy to understand the causes of the Sekigahara defeat and draw lessons from past mistakes. He devoured books on history, war tactics, and wisdom from sages such as Confucius and Lao Tzu, trying to find knowledge and inspiration to shape his future. But the sword continued to call him. Musashi knew that the martial arts were an essential part of his identity, and he had to find a new way to express himself through them. He went on to train relentlessly, experimenting with new techniques and developing his own style, one that was more fluid, intuitive, and suited to different circumstances. He learned how to use his body as a weapon, mixing agility, strength, and accuracy in his movements. He found the importance of timing, observation, and anticipating his opponent's movements. He found that long walks through the Japanese mountains and forests were an essential part of his training. In nature, Musashi found the inner peace and inspiration to connect with his intuition and refined his skills as a samurai. After this wandering and self-improvement period, Musashi was transformed. The physical and emotional Sekigahara scars became reminders of his toughness and determination. He emerged as a more mature warrior, both disciplined and self-aware of his strength. Now honed by suffering and reflection, the sword was ready to be wielded for a new purpose, the drive for technical perfection and the building of a legacy that would render him immortal. With its majestic temples and peaceful gardens, the ancient capital, Kyoto, was also a vibrant center of culture and martial arts. Several fencing schools, each with their own traditions and techniques, fought for prestige and students, leaving a fertile environment for competition and the pursuit of excellence in swordsmanship. Among these rivalries, one name rang out through the alleys and dojos: Miyamoto Musashi. The 21-year-old wandering samurai had just arrived in the capital, eager to challenge the best swordsman, not only to perfect his art, but also to cement his reputation as an invincible warrior. His primary target was the Yoshioka school, one of Kyoto's most prestigious and influential, led by the master Yoshioka Seijuro, a swordsman famous for his flawless technique and invincible aura. Descended from a lengthy line of samurai instructors and known for his staring practice, a form of meditation that sharpened his focus and perception, Seijuro was the perfect challenge for Musashi, who wanted not only to beat him in combat, but also to surpass the tradition and weight of history represented by the Yoshioka school. Arrogant and defiant, Musashi sent a letter to Seijuro, offering a public duel to compare techniques. The challenge was accepted, and the venue chosen was the field next to the Rendaji Temple on the outskirts of Kyoto. Seijuro, immaculately attired, came to the battlefield on the designated day, escorted by his disciples. He oozed authority and confidence, the outcome of years of training and an awareness of his own mastery. But Musashi was far too late for the duel, and Seijuro kept waiting for him, overwhelmed by impatience and anger. Musashi eventually arrived, carrying his wooden sword and dressed in vulgar clothes, unworthy of a duel of this proportion. He quickly surveyed the terrain and his opponent's behavior. Musashi knew that Seijuro's temper would be his greatest weapon, since he had arrived late on purpose just to upset his opponent. When the duel finally began, the furious Seijuro threw away his bokuto and drew a katana. He wanted to kill the Chiki Ronin. Seijuro charged forward with the strength of a tiger, but Musashi, with cat-like ability, evaded the blow. He had predicted Seijuro's reaction and was going to use the anger his opponent felt as a weapon against him. With a single precise and powerful blow, Musashi hit Seijuro's left shoulder. The impact of the bokken was overwhelming, inflicting a sharp, paralyzing pain in the samurai's arm. Astonished and humiliated, Seijuro fell to the ground, powerless to resume the fight. The unbelieving crowd witnessed the fall of the great master, Yoshioka, before a wandering samurai and a simple wooden bokken. Had he used his sharp blade, Seijuro would have been dead. Devastated by defeat and unable to use his arm, Seijuro left the Yoshioka school and retired to a Buddhist monastery, looking for a new meaning to his life in isolation and spirituality. The era of Yoshioka Seijuro, the great Kenpo, was over. Musashi's victory spread all over Kyoto, establishing his reputation as a superb duelist. But the fury of the Yoshioka brothers, hungry for revenge, would lead the wandering samurai into a new and perilous battle, testing his limits and carving out the legend that would immortalize him. When Seijuro, the master of the Yoshioka school, was crushed by Musashi, it echoed like thunder throughout Kyoto. The clan's humiliation and the fall of the master, who once epitomized the Yoshioka school's tradition and invincibility, sent the clan samurai into a rage. Revenge became a battle cry. Seijuro's brother, Yoshioka Denshichiro, a swordsman as skilled as his brother and renowned for strength and agility, stepped up to take charge of the school, bent on restoring lost prestige and avenging his family's honor. Denshichiro was an impressive individual with a ferocious edge that intimidated his opponents. His preferred weapon was known as the nodachi, an extremely long and heavy sword that he used to move with breathtaking speed, overwhelming his opponents with powerful attacks. News of Denshichiro's challenge got back to Musashi. The wandering samurai knew that this battle would be even more dangerous than his duel with Seijuro. Denshichiro was not just a skilled samurai, he was the true spirit of vengeance. The fight was scheduled for a place near the capital, an open field in the middle of a pine forest. The crowd assembled to watch the spectacle was even larger than that of the previous encounter, as Musashi's fame had spread quickly, and all wanted to see the outcome of this showdown between two talented and determined samurai. Musashi, having developed a late arrival strategy to rile up his opponents and disturb their focus, decided to adopt a new tactic for this duel. He knew that Denshichiro would be thirsty for revenge and eager to face him. Musashi arrived well ahead of schedule this time. He hid in the pine trees' shade, watching the field and waiting for Denshichiro to arrive. When Denshichiro showed up, he looked like a storm was about to break out. His long sword glittered in the sun, and his face oozed anger and hatred. He yelled at Musashi, "Are you hiding like a coward? Come out and take on my fury." Musashi rose from the shadows, his stance even more relaxed than in the previous duel, and replied with a faint smile, "I was just marveling at the beauty of the forest, waiting for the right moment to begin our sword dance." Denshichiro's fury launched the duel as he lunged forward with a series of powerful blows. Musashi evaded nimbly, his movements quick and unforeseeable, like those of a feline in search of its prey. The clash was a deadly dance of swords, a meeting of wills and spirits. With every move Denshichiro made, Musashi struck back with an accurate and ferocious counterattack, unsettling Master Yoshioka and revealing the weakness in his technique. Through intuition and understanding of the psychological aspects of fighting, Musashi took advantage of Denshichiro's temper, which was grown more and more out of control as his frustration mounted with the passing of time. Musashi quickly and surprisingly defused Denshichiro, knocking his wooden sword out of his hands. Notwithstanding, Musashi used his opponent's own weapon to deliver a fatal blow to his head, terminating the duel in a flash. The crowd fell silent, startled by the fast and violent combat. The proud Yoshioka master Denshichiro slumped in defeat, his revenge turned to dust. Denshichiro's downfall spelled the definitive end of the Yoshioka clan. Their school, once feared and respected throughout Japan, was now destroyed by the hand of a wandering samurai who had proved to be more skilled, more shrewd, and more ruthless than all his masters. The Yoshioka clan's wrath, ignited by the defeat of their two masters, Seijiro and Denshichiro, turned into an unstoppable thirst for revenge. They gathered in great numbers, swearing to destroy the wandering samurai who had boldly defied their tradition and honor. The news that Musashi had accepted the clan's challenge swept through Kyoto like wildfire, and the city was about to witness a show of violence and blood like never before. The spot chosen for the fight was right next to the great pine tree of the Ichijoji temple, a sacred and peaceful setting, but ironically chosen for such a brutal and hopeless encounter. Musashi knew he was facing an unparalleled challenge. The Yoshioka clan would not settle for a traditional duel. They had been preparing for a full-scale confrontation, using all the means at their disposal. He had heard the rumors about the clan's intention and was aware that the number of enemies lying in wait was staggering, but his resolve was even greater. Having learned many lessons from his previous duels, he had developed his own style of combat, rooted in agility, intuition, and adaptability to different situations, which made him an extremely unpredictable and dangerous opponent. Musashi went to the venue on the day of the fight with his heart at ease. He had prepared for the battle not only physically, but mentally as well, purifying his mind and connecting to the essence of his art through meditation. When he arrived at the site, the sunrise shone on the throng of the approaching samurai, all armed with swords, spears, bows, and arrows, ready to take on the wandering samurai. The sight was breathtaking, a horde of fierce warriors, bound together by a thirst for revenge, marauding towards a single man. But Musashi was not fazed. He had chosen the location of the battle carefully, scouting out unfavorable terrain for the Yoshioka, an uneven field with trees and slopes that would hamper their movements. He knew that the Yoshioka were hoping to meet him in an open field, where their attack techniques could be used more effectively, but he would make them fall into their own trap. He was feeling the weight of history on his shoulders, the wounded pride of the Yoshioka samurai who saw him as an intruder in their own territory, a rootless samurai who had the nerve to stand up to a tradition and prestige of the fencing school they so dearly treasured. But Musashi was not cowed by Yoshioka's presence or anger. He had one mission: to prove his worth, firmly establishing himself as a swordsman and write his own chapter in Japanese history. The fight opened with a vortex of steel, a deadly dance of swords and spears. With his fast and unpredictable movements, Musashi dodged Yoshioka's blows, grabbing the opportunities that the uneven and disorganized terrain offered him. He moved like a ghost, his sword shining in the sun like lightning, cutting through the air with precision and savagery. He struck powerful, rapid blows, taking advantage of the Yoshioka's disruption at every turn and the advantage that the terrain offered him. Musashi became more confident with each enemy he took down, his spirit unwavering. He had learned from his defeat at Sekigahara, had reinvented himself, and was now a completely different samurai. His words became an extension of his mind, tools for fighting, but also for self-knowledge and enlightenment. The fight was bloody and brutal, but Musashi was unrelenting, his determination unyielding. He had transformed himself into a force of nature, a samurai who ignored death and pain, fueled by the quest for perfection in his art. He struck the new leader of the clan, the young Matashishiro, who had been elected as the new Kenpo following his brother's deaths. Musashi delivered a fatal blow, ending the fight once and for all. The Yoshioka clan's loss was crippling. Their school, a beacon of tradition and prestige, had been shattered by a single independent samurai, whose spirit and technique surpassed anything they had seen before. Drained after defeating countless enemies, Musashi was asked how he managed to overcome so many foes, and he replied, "Life is littered with obstacles and challenges. One cannot face them all at once. Just like in life, I focused on facing one enemy at a time to achieve victory." Musashi's triumph over the Yoshioka clan was an achievement that rocked feudal Japan and solidified the wandering samurai's fame as an outstanding swordsman. But the quest for greater honor and perfection did not leave him content. Musashi knew that to become a true legend, he had to defeat other great martial arts masters. Like a sharp sword, he constantly searched for new challenges to sharpen his mind. His path took him to Nara, Japan's ancient capital, a center of Buddhist power and tradition, renowned for its martial arts and historical temples. Amongst the peacefulness of the Zen gardens and the lotus flower beds, the traditional art of the spear, taught by the monks of Hoshin Ryu school, also blossomed. An art of combat as refined as Zen meditation itself was nurtured. Its monk warriors mastered the spear, the Jumonji Yari, a cross-bladed weapon that provided them with unusual versatility, allowing for side-cutting techniques alongside traditional thrusts. They moved fluidly, their motions like a lethal dance, the spear becoming an extension of their own body. The reputation of the Hoshin Ryu school was dreaded throughout Japan. Its monks, used to facing the trials of war and showing their bravery in bloodthirsty duels, were renowned for their masterful wielding of the spear and their fierceness in combat. In their expert hands, the Jumonji Yari was a destructive and beautiful weapon, a war tool that reflected the Zen philosophy of mastery over body and mind. Having already shown himself capable of overcoming fencing masters with different styles, Musashi was now looking to prove his ability against the masters of the spear and broaden his talents as a samurai. He understood that the spear was a dangerous weapon, with a greater range than the sword, and that it required a new way of understanding combat. The samurai was looking for the master of the temple, the legendary Hozoin Ine. This almost mythical figure had perfected the style of combat with the yari. According to legend, the monk developed his weapon when he saw his reflection in the Sarusawa pond, and the crescent moon shaped two new blades on his weapon as it reflected in the water. Upon entering the temple, Musashi was respectfully welcomed by the monks, who led him into the presence of Ine. But the master was an old man, his face weathered by the years, and his eyes looking peaceful and penetrating. The youthful vitality no longer coursed through his veins, but his presence exuded an unwavering wisdom and inner strength. Ine carefully listened to Musashi's demand for a duel, but owing to his old age, the master appointed one of his best pupils to face him. The student, steeped in Zen discipline and the tradition of the Hoshin Ryu school, was to represent the master with honor and provide Musashi with a memorable duel. As the duel began, the atmosphere in the dojo was charged with expectation. The monks sat in a silent circle around the combat pit, their stares fixed on the two fighters clashing against each other. The Hozoin monk stood with the grace and precision of a heron. His gleaming blade shone in the sunlight like a silver ray. Standing with his well-known wooden bokken firmly in hand, Musashi looked at him attentively, noticing the monk's energy and the entire tradition of the Hozoin school vibrating in the air. The monk started the fight with a slight flick of his wrist. The spear cut through the air with a hiss, its main blade pointing at Musashi's chest. The samurai nimbly evaded it, stepping to the side and narrowly dodging the spear by a fraction of a centimeter. However, as the monk pulled the spear back, one of its side blades scraped Musashi's face. This alerted the samurai not to lose sight of the spear at any time. Musashi successfully blocked the second attack with his bokken. The sound of wood against metal reverberating through the dojo made the audience gasp, and the impact shook his arm, but he stood firm. Musashi struck back, and the monk fended him off with the shaft of his spear. He took a step back, maintaining his distance with the tip of the kamayari. Both warriors stared at each other, their eyes locked in a duel as intense as the clash of their weapons. The deadly dance raged on. The monk struck with lightning-fast thrusts and circular spear motions, harnessing his superior reach. With his agility and keen perception, Musashi dodged and blocked the charges, looking for an opening in the monk's defense. Everyone in the dojo was tense. The monks observed in silence, their inscrutable faces reflecting their Zen discipline. The sound of weapons clashing, the fighters panting, and the squeaking of the wooden floor made for a combat symphony. Musashi sensed that he needed to alter his strategy. The monk could not be beaten in long-distance combat. He needed to get closer, breach his opponent's guard, and use his speed and agility to strike the decisive blow. In a burst of inspiration and uttering a war cry, Musashi delivered a powerful blow with his sword, hitting the monk's wrists and leaving his weapon vulnerable. With yet another blow, he defused his opponent, knocking the yari out of his hands. Disarmed and astonished, the monk was at the samurai's mercy. Musashi then lowered his bokken and bowed in respect, recognizing the skill and bravery of his opponent. The duel had ended. Musashi once again prevailed, proving his mastery and ability to adapt to distinctive styles of combat. He had learned to dance with the spear, to sense the reach and power of this ancient weapon, and use the knowledge to his benefit. But above all, he had learned to abide by the tradition and discipline of the monk warriors who had challenged him and helped him flourish as a samurai. In his renowned Five Rings book, in Chapter 1 on water, he likens the samurai to water, adapting to the shape of its vessel. In its liquid state, water immediately acquires the form of its receptacle, be it square or round, and turns into a drop or an ocean. The key to victory is to adapt to the opponent, the environment, and the current circumstances. Staying locked in a single style or strategy is a sure path to defeat. The ability to adjust to change, learn from experiences, and adapt to new situations is essential for personal growth and success in any field. Once the duel is over, Musashi quietly sat in one of the courtyards, admiring the serenity of the place, but his mind was still replaying the intensity of the duel against the spear-carrying monk. The experience had deeply impacted him, leaving scars not only on his body, but also on his spirit. The victory over Ine's protege had shown him the need for adaptability in combat. With its different reach and power compared to the sword, the spear demanded a new way of thinking and moving. Musashi learned that sticking to a single fighting style would make him weak and limit his potential as a warrior. After that duel, Musashi stepped up his quest for a more fluid and versatile fighting style, able to adapt to any opponent and weapon. He started to add elements of the art of the spear to his own approach, learning to use distance and timing to his advantage. However, the duel with the Hozoin monk also brought a deeper understanding of Zen and its practical application in combat. The monk's serenity, his mental restraint, and his connection with the spear struck him. Musashi understood that true strength lies not in one's muscles, but in one's mind and spirit. The drive for perfection, which had previously been focused on sword technique mastery, now broadened to include the body and mind as a whole. Musashi started to seek a balance between physical strength and mental discipline, action and contemplation. The Hozoin Temple duel was a turning point in Musashi's life journey. He left Nara not only a more accomplished samurai, but also a wiser man. The experience drove him to create the Hyoho Ninten Ichiryu, the two-sword style that would make him a legend. More than anything, the duel set him on the path to enlightenment, a journey he followed with the same resolve and discipline with which he wielded his swords. From that point on, Musashi's sword was not just a weapon, but an instrument of self-knowledge and change. He became a fully fledged samurai, a warrior who sought victory not only on the battlefield, but also within himself. Miyamoto Musashi's reputation drew the attention of both admirers and prospective challengers. But despite his recent glory, he felt restless. The victory over the Yoshioka brought him recognition, while the duel against the monk had left him with a profound sense of emptiness. What now? Where to go? Which step would he take next on his journey? He found himself at a crossroads, looking for a new purpose for his life. The sword now seemed to weigh heavy in his hands, as a symbol of the violence and uncertainty that had marred his past. He had to find a place to retreat, to reflect on his journey, and to establish a connection with something greater than the art of the sword itself. Musashi was looking for a haven, a place where he could soothe his spirit and find a new meaning to his existence. His steps led him to the Enkoji temple, nestled in the mountains of Harima province. The site oozed peace and serenity. a contrast to the turmoil and violence of the outside world. With their placid faces and precise, delicate movements, the monks nurtured the simplicity and beauty of Zen in every aspect of their lives. As Musashi stepped through the temple gates, he felt the burden of the outside world melt away. The sound of the wind chimes swinging in the breeze, the murmur of the stone fountains, and the scent of incense burning on the altars provided a harmonious and secluded nature. Enkoji became a sanctuary for Musashi, a place where he could lower his guard and connect with his inner spirituality. The monks took him in gently, without judgment or expectations, offering him a place to heal his physical and emotional wounds. Musashi found the inner peace and mental clarity he had lost while fighting duels and going to war. He started practicing meditation with the monks, trying to master his mind and find a new balance between action and contemplation. Enkoji's monks, sensing Musashi's abilities and wisdom, took an interest in his swordsmanship and requested that he teach them. Feeling a new mission burning in his heart, Musashi agreed to the request, seeing in the monks the opportunity to impart his knowledge and help others walk the path of the sword with honor and wisdom. In the improvised dojo of the Enkoji temple, the atmosphere was filled with focus and learning. The morning light shone down on the monks sitting in seiza, carefully observing Miyamoto Musashi as he prepared to teach the principles of Enmei Ryu. Wielding two wooden swords, one long and one short, he explained that the school of the Bright Circle was not based on dogma or strict traditions, but rather on seeking freedom of mind and body, adjusting to any situation, and achieving victory through fluidity and intuition. With elegant and accurate movements, he proved that the sword was not just a weapon, but an extension of one's being, demanding a connection with one's inner strength to be mastered. His emphasis was on adaptability, creativity, and the right response to each situation, without being tied to predefined forms. He encouraged the monks to develop their own intuition, to read their opponent's movements and anticipate their attacks. Keen observation and accurate perception were essential for victory, and Musashi guided his discipline to develop these skills. With each passing day, he delved deeper into the Enmei Ryu teachings, honing his technique and philosophy. But the wandering samurai, notwithstanding the peace he had found in the temple, could feel a growing restlessness inside him. The call of the road, the quest for new challenges, and the urge to test his limits drove him outside the Enkoji walls. He knew that his samurai journey was not over, and that the Enmei Ryu, which was still under development, had to be tested in the fire of actual combat. The western roads of Japan were to become Musashi's new dojo. He roamed from village to village, province to province, his reputation preceding him and attracting challenges from samurai eager to prove their skill against the legend in the making. With each duel came a new lesson, an opportunity to learn from mistakes and refine his technique. He faced opponents with different fighting styles, weapons, and strategies, and, with each victory, his understanding of the art of the sword grew more profound and complex. He carefully observed his rivals, studying their movements, expressions, and intentions. Musashi looked to understand the core of each fighting style, spotting its weaknesses and exploiting its loopholes. Enmei Ryu evolved with each duel, adopting new techniques, new strategies, and a new insight into his opponent's mind. Musashi became more fluid, more adaptable, more unpredictable. In moments of isolation and reflection, Musashi reviewed each fight in his mind, assessing his mistakes and looking for solutions to overcome the obstacles he encountered. He jotted down his observations in a small notebook, a diary of his journey as a samurai and his growth as a martial artist. Like a seed sown in fertile soil, Enmei Ryu was growing stronger, ready to blossom into a new and powerful fighting style. Word of his prowess spread to Shishido Baiken, a reclusive samurai who dwelt in the mountains of Iga province, known for his mastery of the Kusari Gama. It was a weapon as exotic as it was deadly, able to intimidate even the most experienced samurai. The Kusari Gama was a unique combat tool, with a sharp scythe attached to a long chain and an iron weight at the tip. It was a versatile and unpredictable instrument that could be used to attack or defend. The chain weight could be hurled at the opponent, knocking them off balance or disarming them, while the sickle cut and tore with its sharp arched blade. Used to fighting with swords, traditional samurai dreaded the Kusari Gama. Its unpredictability and reach made it difficult to defuse. A single misstep could be fatal, the chain winding around the body and the scythe easily finding flesh. Shishido Baiken had devoted his life to mastering the Kusari Gama, perfecting his technique in the isolated mountains of Iga. He moved the weapon as if it were an extension of his own body, the chain swinging around him like a metal snake, the scythe poised for a deadly strike. As rumors of Miyamoto Musashi reached him, Baiken suddenly felt a challenge burning in his heart. He had heard stories of the wandering samurai's abilities and his undefeated streak in duels, and he viewed Musashi as an opportunity to prove his own mastery and the superiority of the Kusari Gama. When Musashi received the invitation, he experienced a chill run down his spine. He knew of Shishido Baiken's reputation and the danger that the Kusari Gama represented, but he remained undaunted. A new challenge loomed, and Musashi accepted it without hesitation. He prepared for the duel with the earnestness and discipline that had come to distinguish him. He knew that the Kusari Gama was an unpredictable weapon, and that he needed to work out a strategy to neutralize it. Musashi also understood that he had to keep his temper and emotional control during the duel. With its chaotic and menacing nature, the Kusari Gama could destabilize the spirit of his opponents, prompting them to act impulsively and fearfully. Musashi trained his mind to keep his focus and composure, even when facing the deadly dance of the chain and scythe. Dueling Shishido Baiken would be a rather unpredictable challenge. A battle against the master of an exotic weapon, a true test of his skills, strategy, and spirit. Deep in a bamboo grove, the two samurai stared at each other, assessing the distance and their intentions. Standing guard, his wooden bokken tightly gripped, Musashi watched Baiken's delicate movements as he kept the Kusari Gama at his side, the chain wrapped around his arm like a sleeping snake, the scythe glittering threateningly in the sun. A deep silence descended on the woods, only interrupted by the wind blowing through the bamboo leaves and the far-off chirping of a bird. Baiken was the first to move, as quickly as a snake lunging at its prey. He uncoiled the chain of the Kusari Gama with one smooth movement, the iron weight on the end hissing in the air before being swiped away by Musashi's bokken. Musashi took a step back. He knew he had no choice but to let himself be hit by the weight of the chain, which could either disarm him or break his bones. He had to keep his distance and find a gap in Baiken's defense. The Kusari Gama master, however, would not give him any leeway. He masterfully spun the weapon, the chain swinging around him like a steel whirlwind, the scythe threatening at every turn. The unpredictability of the Kusari Gama made the fight even more dangerous. Musashi was constantly on the move, his feet as light as a cat's, his eyes fixed on Baiken's movements. He had to adapt to his opponent's fighting style, find a rhythm that would let him neutralize the threat of the Kusari Gama. In one quick swoop, Baiken succeeded in trapping Musashi's bokken with his chain, and then got ready to deliver his decisive blow with his scythe. With his weapon suppressed, Musashi was an easy target. However, in a fit of genius, Musashi did something that the tradition of samurai duels did not recommend. He swiftly drew his wakizashi, something Baiken deemed inconceivable, and was completely stunned. Shishido Baiken fell into Musashi's trap, allowing the opponent to grab his weapon and luring him close to the range of his short sword. The Kusari Gama master still attempted to retreat, but Musashi was already on top of him. With one swift, accurate movement, Musashi finished off his opponent. The Kusari Gama, a weapon so unlike anything he had ever faced, pushed him to adapt, to think creatively, and use his intellect to overcome the odds. His journey as a samurai would continue, and with each challenge, he would become a more well-rounded warrior, wiser and nearer to the perfection he strived for. As Miyamoto Musashi was forging his legacy through epic duels and the never-ending quest to perfect his art, there was another samurai in northern Japan treading a similar path, building his reputation as one of the greatest swordsmen of his time. His name was Sasaki Kojiro, the master of the Swallow's Blade. Like Musashi, his story was steeped in legend and reality, but his achievements with the sword were beyond dispute, making him a fitting adversary for the errant samurai. Sasaki Kojiro was born around 1583 under the gray skies of Ichizen Prefecture, present-day Fukui, a mountainous and coastal region in northern Japan, renowned for its strong and loyal samurai. He was born into a samurai family, a lineage that had honed the sword arts for generations, having from an early age exhibited a natural talent for combat. For Kojiro, the sword was not merely a weapon, but an instrument of beauty and accuracy, an extension of his own body. As a child, Kojiro excelled among his peers because of his skill with the wooden sword and his discipline in training. He grasped the teachings of the local masters with astonishing ease, his keen mind understanding the details and nuances of each technique. But Kojiro was not satisfied with replicating what he had been taught. He wanted to push himself further, testing new movement techniques, experimenting with his limits, and forging his own style of combat. Kojiro's reputation as a promising swordsman soon spread outside Echizen. Fueled by the ambition to perfect his art and test himself against Japan's best warriors, he made the decision at a young age to relocate to Kyoto, the former imperial capital, a vibrant hotbed of culture, politics, and martial arts. Kyoto was a teeming melting pot, filled with fencing schools, renowned masters, and different fighting styles. Hungry for knowledge and new challenges, Kojiro delved into this world, acquiring new techniques, sharpening his skills and pursuing the essence of the art of the sword. Sasaki Kojiro was known for wielding a longer sword than normal, the odachi. His sword had a blade of around 90 centimeters. He trained with commitment and discipline, his keen mind analyzing every movement, every stance, every strategy. He not only sought victory in combat, but perfect technique and the harmony between body and mind. During his solitary training sessions in Kyoto, surrounded by bamboo groves and Zen gardens, he developed his most famous technique, the Tsubame Geshi, the swallow counter. According to legend, Kojiro, watching the swallow's swift and unpredictable flight, drew inspiration from the elegance and precision of the bird's motions to craft a unique and devastating blow. The Tsubame Geshi was a quick upward cut, delivered with a wrist twirl that achieved an astonishing effect. The sword, like the wing of a soaring swallow, would change direction at the very last moment, deceiving the opponent and striking him in a vulnerable spot. The technique demanded great skill, accuracy, and timing. It became Kojiro's trademark, a symbol of his prowess and connection with nature. Kojiro's reputation and that of his Tsubame Geshi technique extended to all of Kyoto and beyond. Samurai from different schools, lured by the reputation of the master behind the swallow's blade, sought him out for duels, keen to test their skills against him, and to achieve glory by defeating such a renowned opponent. Ever composed and confident, Kojiro accepted the challenges with the same discipline and decisiveness that led him through his training. Kojiro's duels turned into legendary spectacles in Kyoto. His unique technique, deadly precision, and unforgiving stance drew crowds of onlookers, watching the fights with amazement and trepidation. He faced each foe with respect, but showed no mercy. His sword swooped through the air with the elegance of a swallow, his rapid, fluid movements rendering his opponents bewildered and vulnerable. Kojiro's legend only grew with each victory. He became an icon of excellence in the art of the sword, a master who had pushed the boundaries of tradition and invented his own unique and destructive style. In 1605, established as one of Japan's greatest swordsmen, Kojiro founded Ganryu, the school of the swallow's stone. The name expressed the essence of his technique and fighting philosophy, the unyielding force of the rock combined with the agility and precision of the swallow's flight. Ganryu attracted samurai from all over the country, eager to learn from the master of the swallow's blade, and master the Tsubame Geshi, his secret technique. Perhaps the most famous of Kojiro's duels was against Toda Seigen, a renowned swordsman known for his skill with the Kodachi short sword. He was the master of the Toda Ryu school, adept at using this weapon in close combat, where speed and precision were crucial. Kojiro is believed to have defeated Seigen using this technique, proving not only his ability, but also the efficiency of the Tsubame Geshi against an extremely gifted and experienced opponent. The clash was a landmark because Toda Seigen was an established and highly respected master, whereas Kojiro, albeit already talented, was still building his reputation. Defeating Seigen was a watershed moment in his trajectory, securing his position as one of the greatest swordsmen of the era, and reinforcing his knack for defeating masters from other fencing schools. The reputation of Sasaki Kojiro reached Hosokawa Tadaoki, a powerful daimyo from Buzen Prefecture in northern Kyushu. A shrewd ruler and ambitious warlord, Tadaoki spotted Kojiro's value as a strategic asset for his clan. He invited him to join his ranks, offering him a prestigious position as fencing instructor for his samurai. Already an established fencing master, Kojiro accepted the offer. He not only viewed the opportunity to protect his financial security and social status, but also as a new challenge for his art. He devoted himself to training the samurai of Tadaoki with the same discipline and strictness that led him to glory, teaching them not only the sword technique, but also the Ganryu philosophy, aimed at harmony between body and mind and the perfection of movements. Kojiro became a revered and admired instructor in the Hosokawa clan. His teachings inspired a new generation of samurai who embraced his technique and philosophy. But Kojiro's notoriety continued to attract opponents from all over the country, seeking to test their skills against the legendary master of the longsword. Loyal to his path as a warrior, he never shirked a duel, upholding his reputation and the honor of the Ganryu school. The famed Miyamoto Musashi, the wandering samurai who succeeded in every duel with his unprecedented two-sword style, soon reached Sasaki Kojiro. He could not overlook the advent of this new arrival, who threatened to eclipse his own glory. Kojiro was initially indifferent to the news. He had already beaten countless opponents, and the thought of yet another samurai striving notoriety did not worry him. However, as the days went by, Musashi's tales became more frequent and detailed, describing his unique technique, his invincible aura, and relentless pursuit of new challenges. Musashi was everything that Kojiro was not, a wandering samurai with neither master nor clan, who rejected the conventional ways and built his reputation on violent triumphs. A settled master serving a powerful daimyo, Kojiro saw Musashi a threat to the order he represented and championed. The roots of this rivalry had been laid. From that moment on, the fates of Kojiro and Musashi would merge on an unrelenting path that would lead to an epic duel, a clash between two of the greatest swordsmen in Japan, the outcome of which would reverberate through the centuries and evolve into a legend immortalized in the history of the samurai. Japan was swarming with rumors. Stories of two exceptional samurai spread by word of mouth from province to province, fanning curiosity and anticipation of an epic clash. The wandering samurai Miyamoto Musashi and the master of the swallow blade Sasaki Kojiro had become legendary figures, and their names were praised with admiration. In dojos and court meetings, the argument was bound to rage. Who was the best swordsman in Japan? Musashi's supporters lauded his unusual two-sword technique, his feline nimbleness, and his invincible aura. He was the samurai who had already won more than 60 duels, a warrior who had challenged convention and created his own style, suitable for any situation. He's like a god of war, some said. His swords are the manifestation of death itself. Kojiro's supporters surprised his exquisite technique, the deadly accuracy of his Tsubame Geshi, and the elegance of his movements. He was the master of the Ganryu school, a polished and disciplined samurai who had attained perfection through study and constant practice. Kojiro is a sword artist, they firmly stated. His style is an expression of the harmony and beauty of combat and tradition. The rivalry between Musashi and Kojiro became stronger every day, driven by rumors and speculation. There was a clash of styles, philosophies, and personalities. One stood for tradition, the other for innovation. The tension was mounting. The expectation of a showdown was becoming increasingly likely. Japan held its breath, eagerly awaiting the moment when the two sword giants would square off to finally determine the ultimate warrior. The tensions eventually snapped. A letter, bearing the Ganryu skull crest, reached Miyamoto Musashi's hands. The wandering samurai, no stranger to duel imitations, noticed something different about the scroll. The elegant, sharp handwriting and the formal, challenging language revealed the importance of the sender. Sasaki Kojiro was at last inviting him to a formal duel. Kojiro described Musashi's reputation as a warrior of outstanding talent, but unconventional methods, and expressed his willingness to compare techniques to determine who was the true master of the sword in Japan. He offered a public duel at a place and date to be set by Musashi, to allow the world to witness the match between the era's two greatest swordsmen. With an ironic smile on his lips, Musashi readily accepted the challenge. He had been waiting for that moment, the opportunity to take on the legendary Kojiro and prove the superiority of his style at once. He wrote a straightforward reply, accepting Kojiro's proposal and recommending a location for the duel: the island of Ganryujima, a small rocky knoll off the coast of the Seto Inland Sea, near the town of Shimonoseki. That was not by chance. Isolated and deserted, the island was steeped in symbolism. Its name, meaning Island of the Swallow Stone, was a nod to Kojiro Ganryu's school and his renowned Tsubame Geshi technique. It was Kojiro's symbolic territory, a place where he felt secure and powerful. By choosing the island, Musashi was presenting a direct challenge to his opponent, expressing his intention to defeat him in his own territory. News of the duel traveled like lightning. All of Japan waited in suspense for the clash between the two sword titans. In the Hosokawa clan fortress, Sasaki Kojiro readied himself for the clash as disciplined and stern as a Zen monk. He knew that the fight against Miyamoto Musashi was to be the greatest trial of his life, a litmus test not only for his sword skills, but also for his spirit. His days were spent on exhausting and intense training. He practiced his slashes with the nodachi, his blade swooping as fast and as precise as a swallow, refining every movement, every wrist turn, every step. He revisited the techniques of the Ganryu school, striving for perfection in every detail, ever subtly. He meditated for hours, draining his mind of thoughts and emotions, striving for the sheer composure and concentration needed to face Musashi. Kojiro also undertook various purification rituals, bathing in herbs and incense, praying to the gods and the ancestors, to cleanse his body and soul of any impurities that could disturb him during the duel. He was determined to enter the fight with his mind and body in perfect harmony, uncluttered by doubts and fears, ready to face his destiny. Just as Kojiro pursued inner peace through discipline and tradition, Musashi approached the duel in an entirely different manner. He paid no heed to rituals or conventional methods. His shrewd mind looked for an edge in every detail, every nuance, and he was quick to try unconventional methods to unsettle his opponent. Musashi knew that Kojiro was a terrific opponent, a sword master who had been preparing himself for the duel for years. To beat him, he would need to harness all the weaponry at his disposal, not just his swordsmanship, but also his intellect and ability to manipulate. Musashi started spreading rumors concerning his own perceptions for the duel, casting a halo of mystery and unpredictability around him. He spoke of new secret techniques he had developed, of long hours of meditation in remote caves, and of encounters with supernatural beings who conferred on him special powers. He knew that such gossip would soon be heard by Kojiro, instilling seeds of uncertainty and doubt in his mind. He wanted Kojiro to enter the duel with his spirit dented, his concentration fractured, vulnerable to unexpected attacks. The battle between Musashi and Kojiro had already started, even before the first sword clash. It was a mind duel, a psychological warfare that unfolded in the shadows, among the hearsay and expectations of a Japan eager for blood and glory. However, after much training and running scenarios in his mind of how the fight could go, Musashi concluded that he would not be capable of beating Kojiro with his two-sword technique, and with just his katana, his opponent would have a significant reach advantage, since Kojiro was the greatest living master of the long nodachi sword. Musashi now had to devise an innovative strategy, or his death was almost guaranteed. When the day of the duel arrived on Ganryujima Beach, a small crowd awaited Kojiro's arrival. They included samurai from the Hosokawa clan, some curious noblemen, and a few merchants and peasants who had sailed to the island just to witness the historic duel. Local government officials were also in attendance to assure that the match was run as per the samurai rules and traditions. The atmosphere was silent and expectant, the air as dense as before a storm. Upon landing on the island, Kojiro was met with respectful bowings and salutations. He walked to an open spot near the beach where the duel would occur. His disciples laid out a silk mat on the ground, and Kojiro knelt for one last meditation before the fight. He shut his eyes, took a deep breath, and emptied his mind of any thought or emotion that could get in the way. He was striving for inner peace, a connection with the natural flow of the universe, the mind-body harmony upon which his swordsmanship was based. The sun ascended in the sky. The hours passed, but Miyamoto Musashi did not arrive. If the crowd had been silent at first, they now began to whisper, worried by the wandering samurai's delay. Motionless in his meditation, Kojiro appeared oblivious to the passage of time and the ever-growing anxiety of the spectators. But his peace was only on the surface. Musashi's strategy was in motion. He had deliberately chosen to arrive late, using time as a weapon to undermine his opponent. He knew that Kojiro was a proud and disciplined samurai, used to punctuality and respect for traditions. A delay would anger him, break his concentration, and, if his focus were off, he could start second-guessing himself. At last, a small boat emerged on the horizon. Standing at the bow, Miyamoto Musashi towered like an imposing figure with the sun behind him. His ordinary traveling clothes and unkempt hair contrasted with Kojiro's ceremonial kimono. Musashi carried a long wooden oar, the end of which had been honed and shaped into a long rustic weapon. As he landed, Musashi disregarded the cheers of the crowd and walked straight into the dueling ground, his eyes locked on Sasaki Kojiro. The Ganryu master, now rising from the silk mat on which he had been meditating, looked angry and frustrated by the long wait. Musashi's unexpected weapon choice surprised and unsettled Kojiro, who felt mortified by the lack of respect for the duel's traditions. His confidence was sapped by a sense of doubt and uncertainty. The cold, reasoned strategy of Musashi was now in play. He had used the delay and the makeshift weapon to destabilize his opponent. Kojiro drew his long sword and tossed away its sheath. Musashi smiled and said, "You have already lost, Kojiro. A true swordsman never tosses away his sheath this early." Musashi smashed his spirit even harder with this remark. If Kojiro felt sure of his victory, he would have kept it at his waist, waiting to take his blade back. The most important hour of the lives of the two great samurai had come. Both were in their prime. Musashi was more experienced, but Kojiro had the typical agility and speed of a younger fighter. The decisive moment now arrived. The crowd became silent. The only sound came from the wind rushing through the trees and the waves crashing on the rocks. All eyes were drawn to the two samurai, who were facing each other in the heart of the clearing near the beach. Sasaki Kojiro sprang into attack, his movements as fast and precise as those of a flying swallow. His sharp oar held high, Musashi kept his distance, studying his opponent. Kojiro then decided to use his ultimate technique. It was the Tsubame Geshi, the swallow counter, a fast, sweeping blow with a wrist twist that made the blade switch direction at the very last moment. Yet, Musashi was ready and positioned himself to always keep the sun at his back. As soon as Kojiro launched the Tsubame Geshi, Musashi dodged it and the blade missed his head by millimeters. Using the opening left by the strike and Kojiro's sunburned eyes, Musashi leapt straight at Kojiro with his long oar rising in the air. Kojiro was struck in the forehead. The thud of the impact was horrifying, and some claimed to have heard the cracking of his skull. His nodashi slipped out of his hands and tumbled to the ground. The astonished crowd witnessed the end of the duel that had been heralded as an epic battle. But the reality had been sudden and swift. As always, death had come unexpectedly and violently. There was no joy or exhilaration in Musashi's eyes, only a profound sadness and a strange emptiness. He had prevailed, but the victory had a bitter taste. He had beaten a great warrior, one of the greatest swordsmen, but reaching the summit of his quest to make a name for himself with his sword failed to bridge the void in his soul. News of Sasaki Kojiro's death quickly spread throughout Japan. Everyone was shocked and overwhelmed with disbelief. Many refused to accept that the legendary Ganryu master had been defeated, and all the more so by a wandering samurai with a boat oar. Kojiro's admirers grieved his death and questioned Musashi's approach to the duel, while Musashi's supporters cheered his victory. The Ganryujima duel became a watershed moment in the history of feudal Japan, an event that stirred up controversy and discussions that would last for centuries. Kojiro's death sealed the end of an era. Miyamoto Musashi had truly ascended as Japan's greatest swordsman, but his victory was not purely a personal triumph, but also a burden, one that he would have to bear for the rest of his life. As the dust of the battle still hovered in the air, Miyamoto Musashi left the island of Ganryujima in a small rowing boat. He did not look back. Nothing sparkled in his eyes of victory, but a profound emptiness and sadness gnawed at his soul. Sasaki Kojiro's death, a worthy and revered opponent, had brought him a sense of guilt and disillusionment. The glory he had so desperately sought now seemed empty and meaningless. During the journey all the way back to the mainland, Musashi withdrew into his thoughts, mulling over the meaning of the duel and the path he had chosen. Musashi started to question everything he had believed in until then. The ceaseless drive for perfection in swordsmanship, the need to prove his superiority in every duel, the craving for glory that had been propelling him since his youth. It all seemed empty and meaningless before the fragility of life and the inevitability of death. He remembered the teachings of his monk uncle on the importance of compassion, humility, and the struggle for inner peace. He had disregarded these values in his obsession with the sword and victory. Now faced with Kojiro's death, these words echoed in his mind with new intensity. The passing of Kojiro signaled the end of an era in Musashi's life and the beginning of a new journey, a path in search of a greater meaning to his existence, one that would take him beyond the confines of the sword towards a broader understanding of life and death. He had not yet found that path, but he was determined to do just that. As of that moment, the sword would no longer be his only purpose in life, and the search for inner peace became his new battle. Nevertheless, despite the peaceful years under the Tokugawa shogunate, Japan was reaping the fruits of dissent that had been sown in recent times. Toyotomi Hideyori, son of the country's fallen unifier, had become a symbol of resistance to the Tokugawa, while his allies, the remnants of the Western Army, stood ready for a last, desperate stand against the shogun's forces. Although Musashi was searching for a new path, he could not ignore the call of war. While the sword was no longer his sole reason for living, it was still part of his identity, his destiny as a samurai. He had the urge to join the conflict, to test his skills in a real battle once again. Historical sources are unclear about Musashi's role at the Battle of Osaka. Some reports claim that he fought on the side of the Eastern Army, loyal to the Tokugawa shogunate. The now mature samurai may have offered his services as a strategist, advising the Eastern Army generals with his great combat experience and expertise in the art of war. He acted as a keen observer during this period, scrutinizing the tactics and movements of the troops, striving to understand the nature of war and the intricacies of victory and defeat. Regardless of Musashi's role in the Battle of Osaka, his presence in the conflict reflects the period of transition he was going through. He was pursuing a new path, a purpose that transcended the violence and glory of combat. But the sword still appealed to him. War still captivated him, and he was unable to fully detach himself from the world that had shaped him. As a warrior, strategist, or observer, the Battle of Osaka was yet another chapter in his lifelong search for truth and meaning. Following the Battle of Osaka, Japan was solidified under the Tokugawa. The era of major conflicts and the drive for glory on the battlefields was ending, giving way to a peaceful and prosperous period. Musashi, who was now pursuing a new purpose in life, found that war was no longer an alluring direction. He decided to use his vast combat experience and knowledge of the art of war to become a strategist, a military advisor working for a feudal lord. He traveled through different provinces, offering his services to daimyo who wanted to protect their lands and cement their power in the new social order. But Musashi was no ordinary samurai. His reputation as an undefeated duelist, his uncanny two-sword style, and his independent and arrogant personality intimidated some feudal lords who viewed him as a threat to their authority. Once again, Musashi found himself as an outsider, a samurai with neither master nor clan, fighting for his place in a world that no longer prized brute force alone, but also loyalty, diplomacy, and political know-how. While searching for a new master, Musashi decided to carve out a legacy that would surpass his own existence. He adopted 2 young samurai as his sons, giving them his name and teachings, Miyamoto Mikinosuke and Miyamoto Iori. The eldest, Mikinosuke, was a promising samurai with a great knack for the sword. He learned the two-sword style of Niten Ichi-ryu from Musashi and became an accomplished warrior. But fate had a devastating end in store for him. When he became embroiled in a political dispute that endangered Musashi's honor, Mikinosuke chose death by seppuku, the samurai suicide ritual, to honor his adopted father's name. Mikinosuke's death was a huge blow to Musashi. He grieved the loss of his son, but acknowledged the courage and loyalty that had led him to choose death. He then set out to educate Miyamoto Iori, his second adopted son, teaching him everything he had learned about swordsmanship, strategy, and the way of the samurai. The adoption of Mikinosuke and Iori unveiled a new aspect of Musashi's personality. The solitary wandering samurai now wished to build a legacy, to leave a mark on the world that exceeded his own existence. He wanted his teachings and philosophy to outlive him, influencing future generations of samurai. Musashi was still looking for a feudal lord to serve, but now, with a new outlook, he was not only seeking a powerful and prestigious position, but an opportunity to pass on his knowledge and leave a legacy in the world. He was slowly becoming not only a legendary warrior, but also a teacher and a mentor, a guide for young samurai who were trying to find their own way in the shifting world of Edo, Japan. His search for a feudal lord to serve brought him to Himeji, a castle town in Harima Prefecture, renowned for its beauty and towering white castle, a symbol of the power and prosperity of the Ikeda clan. With his reputation as an infallible strategist and duelist, Musashi expected to find an opportunity in Himeji to put his talents at the service of a new master. However, the city presented him with a new challenge, an unexpected duel that would test his skills and his combat philosophy. Miyake Gunbei, a well-known samurai and master of the Tomoe-ryu fencing style, had heard of tales of Musashi's abilities and challenged him to a public duel. A proud and traditionalist warrior, Gunbei was resentful of Musashi's reputation, whom he considered to be an arrogant outsider who disrespected samurai conventions. He wanted to establish that the classic and elegant style of the Tomoe-ryu was superior to Musashi's pragmatic and unusual two-sword style. The duel was arranged for an open field on the outskirts of Himeji Castle, a wide-open and visible location suited to a clash between two swordsmen. In true Musashi fashion, he entered the duel site with a quiet, sneering demeanor. He was dressed in basic traveling clothes and only carried 2 wooden bulk-hand swords instead of his famous steel blades. In contrast, Gunbei arrived in grand form, wearing full armor and wielding his ceremonial katana, a sharp and deadly blade. The different looks of the warriors reflected their fighting philosophies. Gunbei valued tradition, honor, and image, while Musashi sought efficiency, simplicity, and the essence of combat. Musashi viewed the sword as just a tool, a means of achieving victory. For Gunbei, the sword was a symbol, an extension of one's own soul. The duel opened with Gunbei taking the initiative, striking Musashi with several powerful and precise blows. But Musashi masterfully fended them off, using his 2 bokken to block Gunbei's thrusts and counterattacking at unexpected angles. The velocity and fluidity of Musashi's movements, together with the unpredictability of his two-sword style, puzzled and frustrated Gunbei, who found himself under increasing pressure. In a fit of desperation, Gunbei tried a descending slash targeting Musashi's head, but he had already anticipated the move. He sidestepped and, with a quick, accurate movement, struck Gunbei's right arm with his bokken, knocking his sword away. Unarmed and humiliated, Gunbei conceded defeat. He knelt before Musashi, bowing his head in respect. With a compassionate look, Musashi helped him to his feet. The Lord of Himeji, struck by Musashi's actions and reputation, but still concerned about his independent nature, invited him to an unusual role, taking part in the city's urban and landscape planning. Astounded by the offer, Musashi embraced the challenge. He viewed the opportunity as a way of applying his strategic knowledge and worldview to benefit society by developing a harmonious and safe environment for its citizens. Musashi threw himself into the task with the same effort and discipline that he devoted to his sword training. He learned the principles of town planning and Japanese architecture, observed its topography, assessed the flow and needs of the population. He used his military expertise to devise an urban plan that prioritized the city's defense, the efficient movement of people and goods, and the establishment of pleasant and functional public spaces. Musashi was also invited in designing the gardens of Himeji Castle, creating landscapes that blended natural beauty, peacefulness, and strategic defense elements. He drew on his artistic flair and understanding of nature to craft gardens that invited contemplation and meditation, while also offering observation points and escape routes should an attack occur. Musashi once again displayed his talents for adapting, learning and transforming, finding a new purpose in life, and passing on a legacy that transcended the limits of combat and war. During his travels in Japan, Musashi was brought by fate to an encounter with Yagyu Hyogonosuke, son of the legendary master Yagyu Munenori, fencing instructor of the shogun himself. Despite his youth, Hyogonosuke was already regarded as a sword prodigy, a warrior with exceptional talent and a far-reaching understanding of the art of combat. This would be a titan clash whose outcome would ignite the minds of the people and echo down the centuries. The meeting happened in a bamboo grove next to a sparkling stream, a natural setting that appeared to reflect the duality of both samurai. Their swords were tied to their waists, but the combat appeared to be taking place on a deeper level, a showdown of energies and intentions. They studied each other attentively, recognizing their mastery, the discipline of many years of training, their dedication to the art of the sword. Instead of drawing their blades, Musashi and Hyogonosuke started a battle inside their minds. They imagined each blow of this duel even before drawing their swords. But given the degree of spiritual maturity they both already possessed, they recognized each other as maestros of their respective arts, and the futility of a fight that could be fatal, depriving the world of a great sword master. Instead of drawing their swords and fighting, Musashi and Hyogonosuke opted to sit down and talk. They spoke about strategy, philosophy, the nature of combat, and the way of the samurai. They shared experiences, concerns, and reflections, finding common ground while respecting their differences. Musashi, the warrior who had built his reputation through violence, found in Hyogonosuke a new type of strength, the will of the mind and spirit. Hyogonosuke, the samurai who had been nurtured in tradition, acknowledged in Musashi the importance of experience and adaptation. The sun was starting to set over the horizon, coloring the sky orange and purple, when Musashi and Hyogonosuke bid farewell, without having drawn swords. They had fought on a deeper level, a duel of ideas and perspective, and both came out victorious. More than a thwarted duel, the encounter was a landmark in their journey. It proved the maturity of both samurai, who had outgrown the need to prove their superiority through violence and had learned that conversation, mutual respect, and the exchange of knowledge were the best way to grow and improve as warriors and as human beings. The legend of this encounter spread throughout Japan, sparking admiration and reflection. Musashi and Hyogonosuke proved that the true strength of a samurai lies not only in their sword skills, but also in their wisdom, self-control, and ability to recognize strength in others. Musashi's experiences, his innumerable duels, his travels, and his reflections led him to new heights of insight into the art of the sword. He had surpassed the empty quest for glory and had found in the sword a path to self-knowledge, discipline, and wisdom. The time had come to impart his teachings, formalize his fighting style, and ensure that his legacy outlasted his own existence. This is how Hyoho Niten Ichin-ryu, the school of the strategy of two heavens as one, was born. The Hyoho Niten Ichi-ryu was not just a collection of combat techniques, but a comprehensive life philosophy based on the quest for harmony between body, mind, and spirit. Based on his experience, Musashi crystallized his teachings into a single system that included mastery of the two swords, the school's hallmark technique, using the katana and wakizashi in harmony, harnessing the range, speed, and unpredictability in each weapon, the importance of strategy, understanding the terrain, studying the opponent, and adapting to the fighting circumstances as crucial elements for victory, and the nurturing of the spirit, mental discipline, focus, intuition, and composure as the cornerstones for mastering the sword and leading a fulfilling life. Since his adopted son Miyamoto Iori had departed to serve a powerful ruler as a samurai, Musashi started looking for a disciple who could do more than learn his techniques. He wanted an heir to his philosophy, a samurai worthy of understanding the essence of his teachings and passing them on to future generations. Destiny brought him in contact with Hirao Yoemon, a young samurai with exceptional talent, a thirst for knowledge, and an open mind to Musashi's innovations. Yoemon became a devoted pupil of the master, swiftly assimilating his teachings and displaying an intuitive understanding of Hyoho Niten Ichiryu. In Yoemon, Musashi not only spotted a talented disciple, but a kindred spirit, a warrior destined to pass on the legacy of the School of Two Swords. He adopted him as his son, bestowing on him the name Miyamoto, and teaching him all the secrets of his art, readying the young man to become the successor to the Hyoho Niten Ichinryu. Establishing the school and adopting Yoemon were important steps in Musashi's journey. He had gone from being merely a wandering samurai, a duelist in search of glory, to becoming a master, a mentor, a keeper of a tradition that he himself had crafted, and which he now confided to his disciple, assuring that his teachings on the sword, strategy, and the way of the warrior would inspire samurai for generations to come. The legendary samurai Miyamoto Musashi set out on a new journey in 1634, leaving behind the mountains and battlefields of eastern Japan to explore the warm, lush lands of Kyushu, the large island in the south of the Japanese archipelago. His reputation was ahead of him. Feudal lords and samurai from all over the region had heard stories of the invincible warrior, the master of the two swords, and the founder of Hyoho Niten Ichiryu. He was admired by some, feared by others, but all acknowledged his prowess. Now in his 50s, Musashi no longer craved the glory of duels or the ephemeral recognition of the court. He hoped for a place to pass on his teachings, to share the wisdom he had gathered over a lifetime devoted to the sword and the search for truth. Fate led him to Kokura, a thriving and culturally vibrant city on the northern coast of Kyushu, ruled by the Ogasawara clan. Lord Ogasawara Tadazane, a literate governor and enthusiast of the arts, had invited Musashi to be his guest, enticed by the samurai's fame and the opportunity to learn from his broad experience in strategy and combat. Musashi was welcomed to Kokura with honor and respect. Lord Ogasawara offered him a comfortable lodging near the castle. In Kokura, Musashi encountered an atmosphere conducive to reflection and the development of his ideas. He spent countless hours meditating in the castle's Zen gardens, discussed philosophy and strategy with Lord Ogasawara and his advisors, and devoted himself to calligraphy and painting, expressing his worldwide view through art. The stay in Kokura was a peaceful and productive period in Musashi's life. He furthered his studies, refined his teachings, and started writing about his swordsmanship and life philosophy, preparing the ground for the masterpiece that would immortalize him, the Book of Five Rings. The peaceful and calm life in Kokura was suddenly upended in the winter of 1637. On the Shimabara Peninsula, just a few kilometers away, a civil rebellion broke out, led by impoverished peasants and Christians persecuted by the Tokugawa shogunate. Sparked by the oppressive government, high taxation, and religious intolerance, the Shimabara rebellion rapidly became a threat to the region's stability. Thousands of rebels, armed with farm equipment, stolen swords, and unrestrained fury, attacked villages, temples, and fortresses, swearing revenge on their oppressors. Lord Ogasawara, loyal to the Tokugawa shogunate, did not flinch at the call to suppress the rebellion. He gathered his samurai and prepared to march to Shimabara, bent on reinstating order and the authority of the government. Despite his old age and his search for inner peace, Miyamoto Musashi did not evade his duty. He joined Lord Ogasawara's troops, not as battle-hungry warrior, but as an experienced tactician and wise counselor. With his keen insight and understanding of the art of war, Musashi assessed the rebels' circumstances, their strengths and weaknesses, tactics and intentions. He advised Lord Ogasawara to lay siege to Hara Castle, where the rebels were sheltering, instead of a head-on attack, which could result in heavy losses. Musashi also contributed to the planning of military operations, advising the samurai on combat tactics, the use of terrain, and the importance of discipline and unity among the troops. The Shimabara rebellion was a bloody and savage confrontation that lasted several months and claimed thousands of lives. While Musashi was reluctant to engage in violence, he displayed courage and skill in combat, inspiring the samurai with his commanding presence and wisdom. One episode reported by several sources say that Musashi was knocked off his horse when a rebel peasant threw a stone at him. Wounded but not yet crushed, he stood up and kept fighting, proving his determination and resilience. The Shimabara rebellion was finally suppressed by the shogunate's forces, but at a prohibitive cost. The experience made a profound impression on Musashi, cementing his conviction that war was a tragedy to be avoided at all costs. From that time on, his search for inner peace and a path beyond violence grew stronger. He turned to writing about his philosophy and teachings, hoping to share his wisdom with the world and inspire future generations to find harmony and inner peace. In 1640, when Musashi was 56, he relocated to Kumamoto at the invitation of Lord Hosokawa Tadotoshi, a ruler who admired his reputation and was interested in his teachings. But Musashi's popularity continued to draw the attention of young samurai eager to challenge him and test their skills against the legendary swordsman. Uji Yashiro, a master of the Yagyu Shingake Ryu school, a fencing style renowned for subtlety, deceptive movements, and ability to control the opponent's mind, appeared among them. Brimming with confidence and ambition, Yashiro believed he could surpass Musashi with his refined technique and fierce spirit. He challenged the legendary samurai to a duel, arranging to meet at a pine forest on the outskirts of Kumamoto. Although Musashi was already at an advanced age and had been out of action for many years, he readily accepted the challenge. He viewed the young samurai as an opportunity to test his teachings and prove that true sword mastery transcended physical strength and speed. They met in the pine forest on the appointed day, a peaceful and majestic setting where the wind blowing through the trees added to the tense movement. The impetuous and arrogant Yashiro lunged forward with a series of quick, precise cuts. With the composure of someone who had already faced death countless times, Musashi masterfully defended himself, his graceful, fluid movements neutralizing the young samurai's attacks. Musashi refused to be fazed by Yashiro's speed or aggression. He carefully watched him, anticipating his movements and exploiting his weaknesses. In a careless mistake, Yashiro left an opening in his guard, and Musashi grabbed the opportunity. With one quick, decisive move, he disarmed the young samurai and pressed the tip of his sword against his throat. Defeated and humiliated, Yashiro admitted Musashi's superiority not only in his swordsmanship, but also in wisdom and spiritual control. With a compassionate look on his face, Musashi dropped his sword and bowed in respect. He no longer wished to humiliate his opponents, but to pass on his teachings and nurture a new generation of samurai based on respect, discipline, and the search for inner peace. The encounter with Uji Yashiro was Miyamoto Musashi's last battle, a fitting end to the career of one of Japan's most illustrious warriors. He had proved that a samurai's true strength lies not in youth or speed, but in the wisdom acquired over the years, the mastery of the spirit, and a profound understanding of the sword. The duel against Uji Yashiro was the final echo of the rage of the sword in Miyamoto Musashi's life. He then devoted himself entirely to the quest for inner peace and to pass on his teachings, aware that his journey as a samurai was ending. Looking for a shelter for his last days, he secluded himself in a mountain cave, where the wilderness and solitude encouraged him to reflect and contemplate. Once there, far from the noise of the world, embraced by the silent magnificence of the rocks and the whistling wind, Musashi set out to write his masterpiece, a legacy that transcended the limits of the sword and became a guide to life, a testament to the wisdom of one of Japan's greatest warriors. Having pursued the path of the sword for decades, Miyamoto Musashi was no longer enticed by fame and glory. The duels that once fired his ambition now echoed in his memory like ghosts from a distant past. The legendary samurai Miyamoto Musashi felt the burden of his years in his bones and the need for silence in his soul. In 1643, when he was 59, he decided on a course of action that astonished everyone. He left the court of Kumamoto, where he was respected and treated with honor, and secluded himself in a mountain cave, looking for solitude. The Reigando Cave, which Musashi chose as his retreat, was a haven of austere beauty and profound serenity. Nestled on a steep slope, its entrance overlooked a valley blanketed by a dense forest of cedars and pines, where the breeze whispered ancient secrets, and a clear stream flowed down the rocks, creating a melody that soothed the soul. The cave itself was modest and bare of any frills. Its cold stone walls harbored the silence of centuries, and the sunlight seeped coyly through the entrance, creating a shadow play across the dirt floor. Without the court luxuries or the distractions of the world, Musashi had the perfect refuge to devote himself to reflection, meditation, and writing. Solitude was not a burden for Musashi, but a welcome partner. It helped him connect with nature, with his own spirit, and the wisdom he had amassed over a lifetime dedicated to the sword. In the quiet of the Reigando Cave, Musashi was working to write his masterpiece, a testament to his teachings, a legacy for future generations. The experiences of a life devoted to the sword, the duels, the journeys, the victories and defeats, the encounters with masters and scholars, all blended together in his mind to fashion a profound and timeless wisdom. He took his brush, dipped it in India ink, and then started writing. His first pieces of writing were a set of 21 precepts, a guide to life based on his own experience and worldview. He called this work Dokudo, the path to follow alone, a testament to his personal philosophy, an invitation to reflect and find an authentic and meaningful life. In Dokudo, Musashi touches on topics such as the importance of discipline, the quest for self-knowledge, the simplicity of life, detachment from material possessions, the rejection of arrogance, and the relentless search for truth. He imparts his worldwide view, shaped by years of training with the sword and observing nature, revealing the depth of his spirit and his grasp of the human condition. But Musashi's masterpiece was still to come. He then committed to write a thorough treatise on strategy and philosophy, based on his extensive experience as a samurai and his studies of the art of war. The Book of Five Rings was born, transcending the realms of swordplay to represent a guide to life, a manual for leadership, and a testament to the wisdom of one of Japan's greatest warriors. In the Book of Five Rings, Musashi splits his teachings into 5 books: Earth, Water, Fire, Wind, and Void, each dealing with a crucial aspect of strategy and its application in different areas of life. He addresses topics such as the importance of observation, adapting to circumstances, mastering time and rhythm, the opponent's psychology, group leadership, and the pursuit of victory in any sphere. Musashi resorts to analogies and metaphors drawn from nature, the arts, and everyday life to explain his principles, making his teachings accessible and applicable to different contexts. He lays emphasis on the importance of ongoing training, mental discipline, self-knowledge, and the never-ending quest for perfection. The Book of Five Rings became Miyamoto Musashi's masterpiece, a legacy that would immortalize him as one of Japan's leading strategists and philosophers. His teachings continue to inspire generations of samurai, leaders, and truth seekers, transcending the boundaries of time and space. After having completed his masterpiece, Musashi felt that his mission in this world was nearing its end. A mysterious illness gripped his body, enfeebling his muscles and robbing him of his vital energy. However, his spirit, forged through years of training and battles, remained steadfast. Musashi welcomed death with the same dignity and courage with which he had faced his dueling opponents. He assembled his disciples in the Reigando Cave and passed on his last teachings, stressing the importance of discipline, the search for truth, and the transcendence of the sword. During his final days, Musashi dedicated himself to meditation, contemplation of nature, and conversation with his disciples as he shared stories of his life, reflections on the art of the sword, and advice for the future. He was not afraid or regretful, just keenly focused on accepting the natural cycle of life and death. On May the 19th, 1645, Miyamoto Musashi for the last time shut his eyes. His peaceful expression reflecting the inner peace he had attained. He left this world as he had lived it, with courage, dignity, and mastery, leaving in his wake a legacy that would inspire generations of samurai and truth seekers. Inspired by their master's teachings, his disciples planned a simple and honorable funeral in accordance with his wishes. He was dressed in a white kimono, a symbol of purity and peace, and cremated on a ceremonial pyre near the Reigando cave. The ceremony did not entail any major mourning rituals or demonstrations, just the respectful stillness of nature and the discreet tears of his disciples. Musashi's ashes were placed in a single tomb under the shade of an ancient cedar tree, where the wind and the murmuring stream hummed an eternal melody in his honor. Miyamoto Musashi's presence continued to ripple like waves on a gentle lake, even after his death. His teachings, documented in his writings and passed on by his disciples, became a source of inspiration for generations of samurai, martial artists, and truth seekers. The Hyoho Niten Ichinryu, the two-sword school founded by Musashi, flourished under his disciple and adopted son Miyamoto Iori, and branched out into different lineages, preserving the essence of the master's teachings and adapting to the changing times. His principles, such as the importance of observation, adjusting to the opponent, mastering rhythm, and striving for technical perfection, shaped several schools of fencing and martial arts in Japan, such as Kendo, Iaido, and Aikido. But his influence extended beyond the Japanese borders. The Book of Five Rings, which has been translated into several languages, is a landmark for military men, strategists, and leaders around the world, inspiring studies on leadership, decision-making, and conflict management. The story of Musashi has also attracted artists and writers, inspiring novels, films, plays, and artworks that celebrate his remarkable life and his quest for mastery of the sword. Miyamoto Musashi, the samurai who became a legend, left in his wake a profound legacy. He was an invincible warrior, a brilliant tactician, a talented artist, and a profound philosopher. His entire life was a quest for self-discovery, a search for truth, and constant self-improvement. Musashi taught us that genuine strength lies not only in physical strength, but also in mental fortitude, a clear sense of purpose, and the courage to tackle life's challenges with dignity and determination. His quest to perfect the sword has become a metaphor for the human journey, the drive to attain a greater meaning to existence, and the constant evolution of the spirit. Hattori Hanzo is a full-fledged feudal Japanese legend, renowned for his outstanding skills as a samurai, as well as a ninja. He is held in high esteem as a superb strategist, a master of the ninja arts, and a loyal servant of the shogun Tokugawa Ieyasu. During a crucial moment in Japanese history, he served as a guardian and strategist, leaving hundreds of Iga shinobi on missions that reinforced the Tokugawa's power. This allegiance and his extraordinary spear-wielding and espionage skills made Hanzo an icon, epitomizing the samurai ideal, combining martial skill, shrewdness, and commitment. Located in a mountainous and isolated region of Japan, Iga Prefecture was the heart of shinobi arts and ninja training. With its thick forests and hilly topography, Iga offered the perfect setting for training and perfecting espionage, guerrilla warfare, and infiltration techniques that were the hallmarks of ninjutsu. This area was something of a stronghold for families and clans dedicated to the stealth arts, where the skills and secrets of the shinobi trade were passed down from generation to generation in a tight ring of masters and apprentices. Unlike other regions under the rule of feudal lords, Iga was governed by a local clan structure that kept its relative autonomy. This freedom allowed Iga's shinobi community to develop their skills without external interference, protecting their techniques and philosophy from the political influences of the time. Hattori Hanzo was born in this region, and his childhood was shaped by strictness and discipline, essential elements in the training of a future warrior and master the ninja arts. Born into a noble bloodline that merged the samurai traditions with the stealth skills of the ninja, Hanzo was raised in an atmosphere of intense and vigilant training. Right from the start, his father, Hattori Yasunaga, made every attempt to prepare his son to face the challenges of a feudal world marred by constant conflict and fragile alliances. At 8 years old, Hanzo was acquainted with martial arts and guerrilla tactics. His training not only included swords and spears, but also espionage, infiltration, and sabotage techniques, all of which were part of the ninjutsu he learned in the mountains of Iga. Deftly moving into the shadows, he learned to silently climb mountains and castles, cross rivers without a trace, and use the surroundings to his benefit, blending in with nature to such an extent that he became virtually invisible. Supervised by ninja masters and experienced warriors, Hanzo delved into the deeper aspects of ninjutsu, the art that brought together combat, disguise, infiltration, and strategies that made use of the surrounding nature. The training was unrelenting. Hanzo spent entire days climbing rocks and exploring caves, perfecting his skills of moving silently and invisibly, merging with the shadows. He learned to use every aspect of the environment to his benefit, from the roar of the wind to the play of light and shadow. He trained every night to walk through forests and villages undetected, developing perfect control over every movement, until he could move through a room filled with people without anyone noticing him. When it came to combat, Hanzo was given intense training in several weapons, from the spear to the sword and the kunai. He was taught how to use hidden weapons, accurately throw projectiles, and employ hand-to-hand combat techniques that focused on speed and deadliness. Yet the greater challenge was to develop his mind, since ninjutsu required much more than physical strength. It demanded a fine-tuned mind, able to anticipate his opponent's movements and make instant decisions in extremely dangerous situations. Hanzo was taught to remain calm when faced with death, developing a steely mindset that made him feared even by the most experienced warriors. Besides combat, Hanzo's training involved mastering disguise and camouflage techniques. He learned to impersonate an ordinary villager, a traveling monk, even a merchant, adjusting his stance, voice tone, and even his accent according to the role he was playing. Hanzo mastered the art of Henzo Jutsu, the transformation technique, allowing him to change into multiple identities according to the needs of his missions. He also learned in Iga how to use herbs and poisons, as well as survival tactics that let him survive for days in hostile territories without the need for external supplies. The peak of his training in Iga was to learn strategies for infiltrating castles and fortresses. He and other trainees were tasked with entering the walls of fortified villages or temples undetected, a task that involved accurate climbing and lurking techniques. Hanzo often had to wait for hours in a stationary position, biding his time and waiting for the right moment to move forward, building up a level of patience that tested the limits of human endurance. Hattori Hanzo was raised under the strong influence of his father, Hattori Yasunaga, a high-ranking samurai and well-respected leader of the Iga region. Yasunaga was a warrior who, besides mastering the art of the sword and military tactics, had a profound understanding of ninja stealth and espionage techniques, skills he himself had inherited from past generations of Hattori. As an authority and inspirational figure, Yasunaga was far more than a father. He was the stern, silent master, whose words were hardly ever spoken in vain. He represented for Hanzo the ideal model of a warrior who combined courage, skill, and unflinching loyalty. Early on, Yasunaga instilled in Hanzo the values that guided the life of a true samurai and shinobi: loyalty and discipline. He taught his son that success in martial arts came not only from physical strength, but from controlling one's own spirit and turning the mind into a weapon as sharpened as a blade. Yasunaga's lessons extended beyond physical combat. He instructed Hanzo to keep an eye on the world around him, to anticipate the enemy's movements, and to develop an unflappable presence, like the peaceful water of a river that adapts to its course and reflects its surroundings without losing its essence. Yasunaga also equipped Hanzo for the darker elements of ninja service, where morality was at times sacrificed for survival and duty. He taught that, to protect those to whom one had sworn loyalty, a warrior had to be prepared to adopt any role, even if it meant entering the darkest side of their soul and returning with victory in their hands. Hanzo learned from his father that the art of war was not just about victory, but resilience, patience, and the ability to see beyond appearances. Yasunaga's teachings planted in Hanzo an intense sense of purpose. He was raised to honor his father and the Hattori name, bearing with him the pride of being heir to a line of skilled and loyal warriors. Hanzo, under Yasunaga's tutelage, not only shaped himself as a warrior, but as a symbol of what the Hattori stood for: shadow warriors who served with honor, wisdom, and the determination to do their duty to the end, whatever the cost. His first encounter with war came on small reconnaissance missions alongside seasoned warriors, where he learned and applied every lesson about patience, observation, and stealth. These first encounters taught him the importance of reading the enemy's movements, predicting their steps, and acting at the right moment, a lesson he would carry with him for life. With time, Hanzo came to be seen as a promising young man, whose skill and presence set him apart and who would shortly become a legend. Far from being an ordinary childhood, this period of his life molded what would later be known as Oni Hanzo, the ghostly and fearless warrior. As Hattori Hanzo came of age, he displayed unusual expertise in the shinobi arts, a keen sense of leadership, and political skills, all of which made him extremely important in the eyes of Tokugawa Ieyasu, a regional lord keen to cement his power during the turmoil of the Sengoku period. The bond between Hanzo and the Tokugawa began modestly, with Hanzo serving as a supporting figure, tasked with espionage, sabotage, and reconnaissance missions. His first missions, however, were so effectively executed that Tokugawa Ieyasu soon recognized Hanzo's capabilities as a strategist and commander. Upon realizing that Hanzo had skills beyond pure combat, Ieyasu entrusted him with ever greater responsibilities, employing him not only as a mission executor, but as a war and security strategy advisor. Whereas most warriors of the time were skilled in direct combat, Hanzo understood the importance of stealth, patience, and careful calculation, traits that perfectly matched Ieyasu's vision, who was a true political and military savant. This mutual understanding and increasing respect between lord and vassal cemented Hanzo's position as an essential part of the Tokugawa's protection and rise. In 1572, the Battle of Mikatagahara was one of the most daunting battles Tokugawa Ieyasu and his allies faced against the forces of the legendary warlord Takeda Shingen, among the most daunted daimyo and strategists of the Sengoku period. Hattori Hanzo played a key role in this battle, spearheading an elite unit and employing groundbreaking tactics to mitigate casualties and secure Ieyasu's safe retreat, even during defeat. Takeda Shingen's forces surpassed Tokugawa's in numbers and were arranged in a formation known as fish scales, devised to withstand and absorb attacks, deflecting them to the flanks. Shingen was renowned for his cavalry troops and their capacity to mislead the enemy with quick and deadly attacks. Upon realizing the imminent threat, Tokugawa Ieyasu understood that he would need to use all his warriors and strategists to the fullest, and Hanzo, whose training came from stealth and adaptive tactics, was appointed in charge of a unit intended for guerrilla warfare and rapid operations. Hanzo arranged his elite unit to perform as a reconnaissance and holding force, using the mountainous terrain and forests of Mikatagahara to lay ambushes and stall the progress of Takeda's forces. With the concoction of eager ninjas and loyal samurai, Hanzo divided his troops into small groups, hidden on the slopes and among the trees. As Takeda's cavalry moved forward, these groups attacked by surprise, hurling projectiles and providing a diversion that slowed down the enemy's progress and sapped the morale of Shingen's troops. One of Hanzo's innovative strategies was to use makeshift traps, such as hidden holes and natural barricades made of branches and stones, which hampered the passage of the cavalry and shattered the lines of Shingen. With Hanzo's ability to apply these guerrilla strategies, along with the use of the terrain to his benefit, Tokugawa's samurai could regroup and mount a more coordinated defense. The battle intensified rapidly, however, and Takeda's troops, working with agility and accuracy, started to push back Tokugawa's forces. Faced with a critical situation, Ieyasu chose to retreat to save what was left of his army. Hanzo once again displayed his leadership and planning skills, taking command of his unit to ensure that the retreat was conducted in a safe and orderly manner. He ordered his men to retreat in a controlled way, taking steps to cover the retreat of Tokugawa and the top commanders. By constantly moving, Hanzo managed to elicit the impression that there were more troops than there were, misleading the enemy and ensuring that Ieyasu could retreat in relative safety. Hanzo also exercised a psychological strategy during this retreat by beating war drums and lighting bonfires around Tokugawa's camp, implying that the troops were ready for a counteroffensive. The strategy, known as the Empty Fortress, deterred Takeda's troops, who were reluctant to advance, fearing a trap. While the Battle of Mikatagahara resulted in defeat for Tokugawa Ieyasu, the role played by Hattori Hanzo was vital in saving Ieyasu's life and salvaging the core of his forces. His bravery and swift thinking on the front line turned a potentially disastrous defeat into a strategic withdrawal that allowed the Tokugawa to regroup and fortify their defenses for future battles. Hanzo's action in this battle established his reputation as a wily and courageous commander, whose groundbreaking tactics, paired with his thorough knowledge of the shinobi art, made it possible for him to take on superior forces and protect his lord during adversity. By enduring this battle and making his way back to his territory, Ieyasu knew that, with warriors like Hattori Hanzo at his side, he could defeat even the most fearsome of foes. The factual evidence of Hanzo's loyalty and Tokugawa's trust in him occurred during one of the most dramatic stages of the Sengoku period, Akechi Mitsuhide's betrayal of Oda Nobunaga, Ieyasu's mighty ally. In 1582, while staying near Osaka, Tokugawa Ieyasu was told of Nobunaga's assassination by Mitsuhide, a betrayal that sparked a chaotic and uncertain time. Aware that Mitsuhide's forces would be out looking for him, Ieyasu found himself in need of a safe route to escape. Tokugawa Ieyasu found himself stranded and vulnerable in hostile territory. Upon understanding the gravity of the situation, Tokugawa Ieyasu made the decision to return to his territory of Mikawa to gather forces and protect himself against possible pursuit. But the road to Mikawa was both long and dangerous, crossing mountains, forests, and roads guarded by Mitsuhide's forces. That was when Hattori Hanzo sprang into action with the bold plan to protect his master and guide him through the province of Iga, where Hanzo had strong ties with the local shinobi warriors. To secure Ieyasu's safety, Hanzo rallied his entire contact network and allies in Iga, secretly sending messages and signals that called on local ninjas and samurai to join the cause. They would have to use uncharted routes and perilous trails to escape, far from Mitsuhide's patrols. With Hanzo heading the way, Ieyasu and his small group of followers set off for Iga territory, where they could count on the protection of men experienced in infiltration, spying, and stealth combat. When Ieyasu and his group arrived at Otogi Pass, they were greeted by an escort of around 300 Iga ninja, all of whom were loyal to Hanzo and ready to make any sacrifice to ensure Tokugawa's safety. During the crossing, Hanzo and his warriors used the mountain's terrain and dense forests to camouflage their movements and avoid any direct encounters with enemies. They set up ambushes and false barriers, confusing possible pursuers and eliminating any spies who might track the group. Every move was calculated to keep Ieyasu safe and out of reach of Mitsuhide's forces. Hanzo coordinated sneak attacks with Iga's ninjas, who launched surprise attacks against groups of bandits or enemy patrols that dared to approach. Hanzo's ability to arrange these swift and lethal strikes made sure that Ieyasu was never exposed to a dangerous situation. Following days of tension and constant vigilance, the group finally made it to Iga territory, and into the safety of Mikawa's domains. Tokugawa Ieyasu had escaped unharmed, owing to the ruthless and ingenious leadership of Hattori Hanzo. This heroic deed cemented Hanzo's reputation as a shinobi master and loyal protector, and it marked a turning point in the relationship between him and Ieyasu. From then on, Hanzo was not only seen as a ninja commander, but as Ieyasu's personal guardian and a trusted figure. In exchange for his courage and service, Tokugawa Ieyasu granted Hanzo a prominent role in his army, giving him command of an elite unit of 200 ninjas from Iga. Under Hanzo's leadership, this unit, the Hanzomon, became the personal guard of Tokugawa and the shogunate's special operations force, charged with protecting Ieyasu and his successors. This prime position was the peak of Hanzo's rise and epitomized their complete integration into the Tokugawa power structure. His influence and reputation spread, and the name Hattori Hanzo became synonymous with unwavering devotion, strategy, and courage. As Hattori Hanzo's reputation grew, his status surpassed that of a mere shinobi commander and took on legendary status. His outstanding combat skills, his steadfast loyalty to Tokugawa Ieyasu, and his groundbreaking and unpredictable tactics started to be told by those who witnessed his exploits. Hanzo quickly emerged as more than a warrior in the collective mind. He was seen as a true master of the shadows, a man whose commanding presence intimidated enemies and inspired allies. His deeds not only established his reputation as one of feudal Japan's foremost strategists, but also gave birth to stories that, by blending reality and myth, raised his profile among the clans and troops who knew him. With time, rumors emerged about whether Hanzo had supernatural powers, rumors that were greatly nourished by his warrior's ability to move silently and vanish into the shadows, features that made him seem almost invisible to his opponents. Moreover, the way he approached battles, facing danger with calm and deadly precision, helped to create a mysterious aura of supernatural strength around him. Soldiers increasingly believed that Hanzo had mystical abilities to predict the actions of his enemies and shape the environment in his favor. This growing awe, combined with fear, led Hattori Hanzo to be nicknamed Oni Hanzo, or Demon Hanzo. In Japanese, the term Oni is not exactly referring to a demon in the Western sense, but to a powerful and terrifying entity, a force that commands respect and fear. The nickname grew popular among those who faced him or learned of his bravery and almost supernatural battlefield presence. Hanzo was a true demon to his enemies, uncatchable, merciless in his actions, and able to strike terror into the hearts with his mere presence. However, for the allies, the Hanzo demon was a powerful protective force, someone who was constantly at the forefront of battles and ready to sacrifice everything for Tokugawa. Tales spread that Hanzo could detect the presence of his enemies even before he saw them, and that, on dark nights, his figure could emerge from the shadows to strike down those who threatened Tokugawa. Although embellished by popular zeal, these narratives helped construct the myth of Hanzo, who enjoyed this reputation and used his secret agent network to spread these legends and increase his reputation and mystical aura. In 1600, the Battle of Sekigahara was one of the most crucial moments in Japanese history, an event that would shape the future of the country and pave the way for the establishment of the Tokugawa shogunate. Hattori Hanzo had a significant role to play in this victory, using his espionage, infiltration, and leadership skills to ensure the success of the Tokugawa forces against the enemies led by Ishida Mitsunari. He arranged a vast network of spies who discreetly monitored the movements of the enemy army and fed back vital information to Tokugawa. This network was essential for Ieyasu to grasp the intentions of Mitsunari and his allies, allowing him to develop a strategy that could anticipate his opponent's movements. During the days preceding Sekigahara, Hanzo headed a series of infiltration missions into the enemy lines. Along with a small group of elite ninjas, he sabotaged outposts, cut communication lines, and instilled a sense of uncertainty among Mitsunari's troops. These operations not only unsettled the enemy's morale, but also made coordination difficult between the different factions supporting Mitsunari, heightening tensions and weaknesses between the various warlords. This meager cohesion in the Western Army was a key factor that Tokugawa Ieyasu masterfully harnessed during the battle. The day of the battle, Hanzo was stationed with an elite unit, primed to respond to any emerging need. He turned his unit to outflank the foe at key movements, destabilizing their holdings and preventing Tokugawa's troops from gaining ground. Hanzo guided his men to attack high-value targets, attacking the most outstanding commanders and officers, which would quickly cause panic among the opposing troops. His tactics were fast and deadly. With the battle raging and the constant twists and turns on the battlefield, he also led Ieyasu's personal guard, shielding him from attacks and personal threats. In the knowledge that Ieyasu's life was paramount to the cause, Hanzo and his men remained vigilant, ready to sacrifice everything to ensure their lord's safety. The victory of Tokugawa at Sekigahara stamped the unification of Japan under his rule, and heralded the beginning of the Tokugawa shogunate, which would rule the country for over 250 years. For Hattori Hanzo, Sekigahara served as the crowning achievement of his career, and the completion of his purpose as Tokugawa's guardian and ally. After Tokugawa Ieyasu's rise to power as shogun, Japan was to enter a new era of relative peace and stability. This peace, however, was not only built on battlefield victories, but it also called for an internal control and surveillance structure that could secure the new regime and prevent conspiracies and uprisings. With his vast experience in espionage and stealth combat, Hattori Hanzo had a key role to play in this transition process, as he helped to implement an internal security and espionage system that would protect the Tokugawa shogunate for decades to come. Under his watch, he set up a pool of spies and informants, drawn from among the Iga and Koka ninjas, who operated both in Edo, now Tokyo, the seat of the new government, and in other provinces. This became known as the Omitsu, or those who see everything, a unit that worked in the shadows to keep order and prevent conspiracies that could jeopardize the regime. Network members acted covertly, posing as merchants, craftsmen, and even traveling monks, sneaking into territories where rumblings of dissatisfaction could be brewing. This security apparatus was not only geared towards defending against external threats, it was also intended to monitor the Tokugawa court itself, ensuring that internal conflicts or betrayals did not undermine the structure of the shogunate. The internal security reforms promoted by Hanzo fortified the foothold of the Tokugawa shogunate and entrenched peace by creating a constantly monitored milieu where possible threats were diffused before they became major problems. Japan enjoyed relative peace during the Edo period under this structure, and the security and espionage system implemented by Hanzo was one of the keys to maintaining the stability of the Tokugawa regime. His legacy was not simply that of a warrior or a strategist, but also that of a visionary who grasped the significance of surveillance and internal protection in securing the longevity of a regime. After spending decades of loyal and priceless service to the Tokugawa clan, Hattori Hanzo II reached the end of his journey. He spent his last years in relative peace. While still holding his authoritative position, Hanzo decreased his duties, devoting himself primarily to supervising and training the next generation of warriors and agents, imparting to them the values of loyalty, discipline, and the spirit of the shinobi that he embodied. Some historical accounts and traditions claim that Hattori Hanzo became a Buddhist monk towards the end of his life. After serving the Tokugawa clan for decades as a warrior and strategist, Hanzo is believed to have chosen a life of contemplation and spiritual retreat, following the Buddhist path. Hanzo died of natural causes, ending his life as a legendary and highly regarded figure. His passing signaled the end of the era for the Tokugawa clan, which had lost one of its most loyal and competent defenders. In a sign of honor and respect, Hattori Hanzo was buried in the Sainenji Temple in Tokyo. His spears were stored in the temple, weapons that had been his hallmark and symbolized his untamed spirit. To this day, these spears are kept as Sainenji, as a tribute to his life and legacy. Reverently guarded, they are a reminder of Hanzo's achievements, his courage, and the devotion with which he served the Tokugawa clan. Deep in the heart of a fractured feudal Japan, an era of chaos and strife, a visionary warlord emerged, a bold strategist who wanted to stamp his name on the historical record by pursuing the unification of Japan. He was Oda Nobunaga, one of the three major heroes of the unified Japanese state. His real story mingles with the legends that have blossomed from his astonishing deeds. His epic campaigns, unflinching resolve, and audacious spirit have inspired generations, drawing both admiration and fear. But what is the story of the man underlying the myth? A tyrannical warrior who pursued absolute control over his opponents? Or a tireless revolutionary who could see beyond the chaos of his time and longed to mold a united Japan under a new order? This is the saga of Oda Nobunaga. Oda Nobunaga was born in 1534 in Nagoya Castle, Owari Prefecture, as the son of Oda Nobuhide, the leader of the Oda clan. His birth occurred in a splintered Japan, right during the Sengoku era, where feudal lords vied for territory and power, sending the country into a seemingly never-ending tailspin of war and scheming. At the time, the Oda clan was a medium-sized stronghold in Owari, controlling a strategic region, but constantly under threat from more powerful clans, such as the Imagawa to the east and the Saito to the north. While not among the most influential in Japan, it had significant regional importance, acting as a bridge between the main trade and military routes in the central region of the archipelago. Oda Nobuhide was a practical leader and a talented warrior. He had cemented the clan's hold over parts of Owari, but his position was continually challenged by internal and external factions. The political situation was volatile, and the clan's future depended on brittle alliances, political marriages, and battlefield victories. Despite his efforts to maintain power, Nobuhide was well aware that the Oda's position was indeed fragile against the merciless backdrop of war. Nobunaga was born into this unstable and challenging environment. From the very beginning, his life was bound to be marred by both external and internal conflicts. Heir to the clan, he shouldered the burden of upholding and expanding his family's legacy in an atmosphere where only the strongest survived. But no one could have guessed that this boy, born into a minor clan and beset by adversity, would become one of the greatest conquerors in Japanese history, changing the fate of his homeland forever. Owari Prefecture, the birthplace of Nobunaga, was a microcosm of the division that ravaged Japan during the Sengoku era. While nominally under the control of the Oda clan, the province was a far cry from a unified territory. Internally, the clan suffered from bitter divisions between various family branches, each contesting control over chunks of territory, while the outside powerful neighbors pressured it. Nobunaga's father knew that the clan's survival would rely on more than fighting external enemies. The greatest struggle was internal unification. The Oda clan was formed by several subordinate leaders, known as shogodai, who controlled small castles and villages within the province. These often resented Nobuhide's central authority, behaving like self-governing lords and staking rivalries that weakened the clan. Unifying Owari was a strategic necessity for Nobuhide. Unless he had complete control over the province, he could not efficiently consolidate resources or mobilize troops to face external threats. To achieve this goal, Nobuhide turned to a blend of military force, political alliances, and diplomatic maneuvering. The struggle to unify Owari was far from simple, nonetheless. There were influential individuals from the Oda clan who regarded Nobuhide with distrust, considering his ambitions a threat to the local balance of power. Rather than uniting strong leadership, clan branches often feuded with each other, weakening any efforts at centralization. Nobuhide was also opposed by nobles who wanted to maintain their autonomy, afraid of losing control over their own fiefdoms. Oda Nobunaga grew in this chaotic landscape. From an early age, he not only witnessed his father's external conflicts, but also treachery and intrigue within his own clan. These internal quarrels would shape his outlook on leadership, teaching him that unification could not be attained by sheer strength of arms alone, but also required guile and unwavering commitment. From his father, Nobunaga would inherit the will to unify Owari, but also the certainty that a strong, central leader could bring stability to a fragmented land. Oda Nobunaga's childhood was shaped by both freedom and chaos, traits that would shape his rebel spirit and his vision of leadership. As Oda Nobuhide's son, he grew up in Nagoya Castle, among warriors, politicians, and the upheaval of a relentless war era. Nevertheless, opposite to what was expected of a young heir, Nobunaga was renowned for his unruly nature and eccentric behavior. From a noticeably early age, he exhibited a brash personality and scorn for social conventions. He often shunned the era's formal etiquette, choosing instead to wander around the castle grounds in ordinary clothes, playing with peasants, or engaging in impromptu combat with other children. Whereas his brothers diligently adhered to the traditional warrior and noble training, Nobunaga was perceived as a blaze of fire in the woods, shining but unpredictable. Understanding the need to mold the young man for future responsibilities, Nobuhide assigned Hirate Misahide as his tutor. He was a well-respected samurai who had served both the imperial court and the Ashikaga shogunate, as well as being a trusted advisor to the Oda clan when he undertook the monumental task of educating and disciplining the clan's heir. He sensed that Nobunaga's potential was hidden beneath his wayward behavior, and that it needed to be channeled into something greater. Under Masahide's guidance, Nobunaga was taught the basics of leadership, military strategy, politics, and administration. Masahide also taught him the value of diplomacy and respect for traditions. Although Nobunaga internally disliked these lessons, the tutor excelled in his patience and ability to harness Nobunaga's energy and intellect, fostering his creativity and strategic thinking. Despite his initial unwillingness, Nobunaga started to absorb Masahide's teachings in surprising ways. He exhibited an innate grasp of power dynamics and an extraordinary ability to step outside traditional boundaries. Instead of simply replicating conventional tactics, Nobunaga defied the norms, propounding bold ideas that frequently shocked his mentors. The relationship between Nobunaga and Masahide was intricate. As Masahide sought to impose discipline, Nobunaga kept testing his limits as if he were constantly daring his tutor to prove him wrong. But Masahide persevered, understanding that Nobunaga's true genius was in his talent for breaking and reinventing the rules. Though bumpy, his upbringing was vital in shaping the young leader. Under Masahide's guidance, Nobunaga started to excel in areas such as military strategy and political order, crafting a unique vision that would later put him ahead of his contemporaries. Nevertheless, the untamed spirit and irreverent nature of Nobunaga lingered, turning him not only into an effective leader, but also a revolutionary in an era of inflexible tradition. However, the chaos boiling over in Owari and outside its borders was about to reach a tipping point. As Nobunaga came of age under the shadow of his clan's machinations and Masahide's lessons, the political and military upheavals in Japan intensified, ushering into a new era, one that the young heir with his daring vision and untamed spirit, was destined to change forever. Despite its highly fertile land, Owari province was only a minor territory in the complex conflicts between clans during the Sengoku period. But the pragmatic Oda Nobuhide, chief of the Oda clan, understood that the province's strategic position would still make it a major trade route and key to military logistics in such a disturbed period. However, he also knew that, to turn the province into a power, the strong leadership of the Oda clan would be crucial. Although an ambitious ruler, Nobuhide was highly realistic and knew that this Herculean quest probably could not be accomplished in just one generation. That's why solid training for his son and heir, Oda Nobunaga, was so important. While he had appointed Hirate Masahide as a tutor to develop the young man's intellect and discipline, Nobuhide felt that some lessons could only be imparted by himself, especially through his own example. As clan leader, he looked to his son as the heir not only to his name, but also to his ideal of a unified and strong Owari. Nobuhide introduced Nobunaga to the realities of power from an early age. He frequently took the boy to military councils, where the Owari lords discussed strategies, alliances, and war tactics. On such occasions, Nobuhide allowed Nobunaga to watch the mechanics of authority and influence, teaching him the importance of leadership and the ability to control a splinter group of vassals and allies. While the young man seldom spoke at these meetings, Nobuhide noticed his watchful stare, as if he were soaking up each detail of the discussions. He was keen to take Nobunaga to the battlefield, even at an early age, to let him experience the consequences of conflict and the strain of a commander's decisions. Nobunaga closely observed how his father led troops, instilled confidence in the men, and dealt with the pressures of war. His first-hand exposure to the brutal nature and strategy of the battlefield shaped Nobunaga's pragmatic and often merciless approach to leadership. Yet, the father-son relationship was also riddled with conflict. Nobuhide acknowledged Nobunaga's innate genius, but also worried about his unruly nature and contempt for tradition. On more than one occasion, they clashed over how Nobunaga ought to behave as clan heir. Nobuhide scolded his son for his failure to observe etiquette and his fiery actions, afraid that these traits could compromise the future of the family. Nevertheless, Nobuhide never took Nobunaga's potential for granted. He spotted, beneath the young man's defiance, an unyielding spirit and an ability to see outside conformity that could lead the clan to a glittering future. For this reason, while Masahide focused on teaching discipline and virtue, Nobuhide taught his son the practical lessons of survival and power. Oda Nobuhide masterminded major advances in consolidating the Oda clan's power in Owari. He succeeded in unifying fragmented factions of the clan, laying down a significant power footing that would clear the way for his son's deeds. This lack of cohesion was weakening the clan and leaving it vulnerable to powerful neighbors such as the Imagawa and Saito clans. To solidify power, Nobuhide embraced military force and strategic alliances, aiming to build a centralized leadership. One of Nobuhide's major advancements was the 1538 conquest of Kiyosu Castle. Until then, it had been controlled by a rival faction within the Oda clan, symbolizing the fragmentation crippling the province. Nobuhide personally spearheaded the campaign to capture the fortress, proving his ability as a strategist and commander. The victory at Kiyosu was a notable change for Nobuhide and the Oda clan. The castle not only became the clan's main fortress, but also a strategic hub for future military campaigns, and for Owari's centralized administration. Its location meant it could control the regional trade and military routes, boosting Nobuhide's position against his rivals. Kiyosu soon became the heart of the Oda power. Having Kiyosu as the headquarters, Nobuhide pursued his efforts to unify the clan's factions. He effectively wielded a blend of marriage alliances, negotiations, and military force to overwhelm dissident leaders and cement control over significant parts of Owari. Nobuhide also dealt with external threats, including constant attacks from the Imagawa, thereby ensuring that the clan could function in relative security. But the Imagawa clan consistently represented one of the greatest external threats to the Oda's rule in Owari. Led by Imagawa Yoshimoto, the clan controlled the provinces of Mikawa, Totomi, and Suruga, forging one of the strongest and most well-organized powerhouses in the region. Imagawa's ambition to expand his territory brought Owari under permanent military and political pressure. From an early stage, Nobuhide understood that, to safeguard the independence of the Oda clan, it would be vital to firmly resist Imagawa raids. He harnessed resources, fortified strategic castles, and directed personal defensive campaigns to repel the enemy incursions. The battles between both clans were intense, with Nobuhide often overcoming his resource limitations through clever tactics and a profound knowledge of the terrain. One of Nobuhide's greatest victories against the Imagawa was the Owari's successful defense against a massive invasion in 1542. This victory ensured the survival of the clan and strengthened their position as a respectable stronghold in the region. Nobuhide proved that, although the Oda were inferior in power compared to the Imagawa, their determination and strategic abilities could alter the course of all battles. While Nobuhide was a skilled military leader, he understood that brute force alone would not be sufficient to deal with foes like the Imagawa. Acknowledging the importance of strategic alliances, he focused his attention on the Saito clan, which oversaw the province of Mino, north of Owari. Led by Saito Dosan, known as the Viper of Mino for his political acumen and flair, the Saito clan was both a potential ally and a dangerous rival. In a daring diplomatic move, Nobuhide had proposed a marriage between his son Oda Nobunaga and Nohime, daughter of Saito Dosan. This was carried out in 1594, sealing an alliance that bolstered Oda's position in many ways. The connection with the Saito afforded security on Owari's northern border, which meant that Nobuhide could focus his efforts on threats from the east, where the Imagawa were still pressing. Also, the alliance with the Saito clan boosted the Oda's prestige, turning them from a regional clan into a major force with wider strategic ties. Saito Dosan, for his part, considered Nobuhide a worthy leader and regarded the alliance as an opportunity to cement his own position in Mino while retaining a cautious relationship with other powerful clans. Also, in 1594, Oda Nobuhide pulled off a daring maneuver with a 6-year-old boy named Matsudaira Takechiyo, who would go on to become the powerful Tokugawa Ieyasu, one of the most influential figures in Japanese history. Takechiyo was being taken as a hostage to the Imagawa clan, according to a political agreement between the Matsudaira and Imagawa clans. However, on the way, Nobuhide's forces stopped the caravan, capturing the young heir and bringing him into Kyosu Castle. His kidnapping was a carefully planned move by Nobuhide. The Oda clan was now struggling to consolidate its position in Owari, under pressure from both the Matsudaira and the powerful Imagawa clans. The young hostage was an asset in this power game. Nobuhide held him in custody as a bargaining chip, pursuing two clear objectives: to weaken the position of the Matsudaira clan by stopping them from strengthening their alliances with the Imagawa, and to use Takechiyo's imprisonment as a way of putting pressure on the Imagawa clan in any peace negotiations or strategic agreements. Takechiyo lived under surveillance in Kyosu's castle during his confinement. Despite being a hostage, he was also looked after with great care, reflecting Nobuhide's intention to preserve the young man's political value. The presence of Takechiyo in Owari also served as a symbol of Nobuhide's power, evidencing his ability to challenge both the Matsudaira and the powerful Imagawa in an era when fragile alliances and betrayals were the norm. Oda Nobunaga was 15 when he met Tokugawa, and the age difference prevented them from striking up any kind of relationship. But Nobunaga could see that this boy was unique. His sharp eyes and flawless posture indicated that he would become a great man in the future. In 1551, after 2 years of strained negotiations, Nobuhide decided to free Takechiyo and hand him over to the Imagawa clan in exchange for a truce or an agreement that would allow the Oda clan to solidify the forces in Owari without immediate interference from Imagawa. This seemingly straightforward episode played a crucial role. It proved to be a display of political and strategic savvy for Nobuhide, providing a brief respite from external pressures. For Takechiyo, it was the start of a journey that would later transform him into Tokugawa Ieyasu, the man who would unify Japan decades later. Notwithstanding his rebellious youth and quirky nature, Oda Nobunaga began to show signs of the extraordinary leader he would become in his teens. His exceptional vision and capacities to think beyond the traditions of the time were apparent in small but significant gestures and decisions that challenged the expectations of his mentors and allies. He exhibited an unquenchable curiosity, along with a reckless courage that was also a driving force behind his development. Under Hirate Masahide's supervision and the direct influence of his father, Nobuhide, he began to fine-tune his strategic sense and develop a deep understanding of the power dynamics in Owari. Owing to his rebellious ways and lack of reverence for tradition, Nobunaga was known as the Fool of Owari by his critics, but those who observed him closely realized that there was nothing silly about him. Using his unorthodox methods, he accomplished everything he set out to achieve. Although he openly defied tradition and the behavior expectations of an heir, Nobunaga impressed with his critical thinking and ability to anticipate the political movements of the other court members. In 1594, at the age of 15, the incredibly strong Nobunaga displayed an unwavering confidence on the battlefield, and a daring spirit that inspired both admiration and concern in his allies and enemies alike. He was also deeply charming and charismatic, qualities that gradually won the respect of more seasoned warriors. These early leadership signs did not go unnoticed by Nobuhide. Notwithstanding the frequent tensions between father and son, fed by Nobunaga's defiance and unwillingness to follow traditional protocols, Nobuhide acknowledged the latent genius in the boy. He had a mind that not only understood the rules of the game, but also sought to reinvent them. This potential was clear enough for Nobuhide to make a crucial decision: to declare Nobunaga the official heir to the Oda clan. This step, taken around 1594, was an important milestone not only for Nobunaga, but for the future of the Oda clan. With this designation, Nobuhide made it clear that, despite the doubts of some vassals about the young man's maturity, he had faith that Nobunaga could lead the clan in rough times. It was a daring wager, but one that reflected Nobuhide's strategic vision and his belief in his son's outstanding potential. This moment not only signaled the beginning of Nobunaga's transition from a young rebel to an emerging leader, but also put the weight of the Oda clan's future on his shoulders. While the days of greater glory were ahead, the appointment as official heir was the first step for Nobunaga to move on from being just a troublesome boy and start on the path that would lead him to become one of the most influential figures in Japanese history. After years of incessant battles, tense negotiations, and tireless efforts to cement the power of the Oda clan, Oba Nobuhide started to show signs of physical decline in 1551. The relentless pressure to lead in an era marred by betrayal and political chaos was taking its toll. Known for his resolve and ability to overcome adversity, Nobuhide was now facing an enemy that not even his wits could defeat: the deterioration of his own health. While the exact cause of his illness is unclear, many believe that the physical and mental wear and tear accumulated over the years was a decisive factor. He had spent much of his life leading military campaigns to protect and expand Owari territory, facing both external enemies like the Imagawa and the internal tensions of a fragmented clan. These duties left no room for rest, and the weight of his leadership began to manifest itself in growing weakness. Kiyosu Castle, which Nobuhide had turned into the center of Oda power, became the venue for his final instructions. He gathered up his top advisors and vassals to reassert his vision of a unified and resourceful clan. As his health rapidly declined, Nobuhide knew he would not have time to finish his work, but he was confident that he had laid the foundations of his son, Nobunaga, to continue his mission. Already acknowledged as the heir, Oda Nobunaga gradually began to take on more responsibilities under his father's watchful eye. Despite his concerns about his son's eccentric behavior, Nobuhide passionately believed in Nobunaga's talent and his ability to lead in such a tumultuous time. He handed over to Nobunaga not only the leadership of the clan, but also the burden of hope for a future where Oda could not only survive, but thrive. Late in 1551, Nobuhide fell victim to a crippling illness. His death was the end of an era for the Oda clan, while leaving a lingering legacy of strength and resilience. While Owari province was still splintered between different branches of the Oda clan, it was already displaying signs of the power it would become. But it was still beset by internal and external threats. Nobuhide left this world knowing that his son, with all his potential and ambition, would have to face even bigger challenges to solidify what he had started. In early 1551, Oda Nobuhide's funeral provided a stage for the political tensions that were boiling within the Oda clan. The death of Nobuhide, who had kept the clan together through his leadership strength and strategic ability, resulted in a power vacuum that quickly led to divisions and uncertainty. While Nobuhide had expressly named Oda Nobunaga as his heir, the succession was not widely accepted. The 17-year-old Nobunaga was seen by many vassals as a reckless and eccentric boy who threatened the stability of the clan with his lack of respect for conventions. This contrasted sharply with his younger brother, Oda Nobuyuki, whose respectful demeanor and persona, more in line with traditional expectations, made him an attractive choice for the clan's conservative branches. Nobuyuki was quickly embraced by supporters who spotted him in a chance to keep order and preserve Nobuhide's legacy without the hazards associated with Nobunaga's leadership. The clan's political rift was clear during the festival. Nobuhide's vassals included two main groups. The first, consisting of loyal and pragmatic warriors, believed that Nobunaga, for all his eccentricities, was the best choice to lead the clan. They acknowledged his strategic potential and audacious vision, characteristics that could lead the Oda clan to a future of greater glory. The second group, made up of more traditional and conservative leaders, preferred to support Nobuyuki. For them, Nobuyuki represented the continuity of stability and respect for the traditions that Nobuhide had cultivated. Oda Nobuhide's funeral was supposed to be a reverent moment of unity, a solemn ceremony to honor the leader who had steered the Oda clan through challenging times. For many of those present, this event became memorable for unexpected reasons, owing to the behavior of the young heir Oda Nobunaga. Although his siblings, including Nobuyuki, and the clan leaders attended the funeral in formal attire, rigorously following the mourning protocol, Nobunaga arrived in simple clothes, rather peasant-like. He was not wearing the ceremonial kimono that symbolized status and respect, opting instead for a worn cotton suit and sandals that pointed to his disregard for etiquette. To onlookers, his demeanor was not only an insult to Nobuhide's memory, but also an outrage to the clan's traditions. He neither bowed properly at the altar, where his father's spirit was honored, nor did he perform the customary incense rituals with the expected formality. It seemed to many that Nobunaga was not mourning, but openly breaking with convention. One moment that left a deep impression on those present was when Nobunaga abruptly stepped up to the altar and threw the incense on the fire in an ungraceful gesture that lacked the usual formalities. He then remained standing, looking directly at the altar, in an act that may be interpreted as dismissive. His behavior was met with shock, indignation, and unease. To the clan's more traditional vassals and allies, his attitude was a straightforward insult to Nobuhide's legacy and the authority of the Oda clan. Many grumbled among themselves, questioning Nobunaga's ability to lead the clan in such unstable times. Some even considered him unfit to succeed his father. A real battle would have broken out if it had not been for the soothing skills of Hirate Masahide, who managed to avoid the worst. Nobunaga's attitude at the funeral enraged many vassals, who began to openly support his brother, and Nobunaga's reputation as the fool of Owari spread even further. But the real fools were those who failed to realize that all of Nobunaga's actions at the funeral were coldly planned. By inciting the anger of his opponents, he had made the disloyal vassals reveal themselves. Nobunaga now knew exactly who his main opponents were, and the treacherous actions brought their necks into Oda Nobunaga's sights. The reign of the young Nobunaga was to begin in bloody fashion. Upon Oda Nobuhide's death in 1551, the clan was thrown into a political period of instability and internal strife. While Nobunaga had been appointed heir, his eccentric behavior and brash vision of leadership sparked resistance within the clan. This situation gave rise to opposing factions vying for control of Owari, turning the line of succession into an open conflict. Nobunaga's supporters consisted of vassals loyal to Nobuhide, who believed in the young leader's potential. These allies overlooked Nobunaga's eccentricities, recognizing his strategic intelligence and forward-thinking outlook. The leaders of this faction included pragmatic and far-sighted men, like the respected samurai Hirate Masahide, who viewed Nobunaga as having the strength to face up to external threats and lead the clan in times of change. They felt that Nobunaga was the only one who could stand up to powerful enemies, such as the Imagawa clan, and consolidate the Oda's hold on Owari. By contrast, the faction supporting Oda Nobuyuki, the younger brother Nobunaga, was mostly formed of conservative leaders and castellans from smaller Oda clan branches. They perceived Nobuyuki as a more reliable and traditional leader, aligning himself with the values that Nobuhide represented. Senior leaders such as Shibata Katsue and Hayashi Hidesada openly supported Nobuyuki, afraid that Nobunaga's leadership would estrange allies and weaken the clan's position. This clique started to conspire, looking for ways to strengthen their position and undermine Nobunaga's authority. When tensions rose, and encouraged by his allies, Nobuyuki began scheming a coup to overthrow Nobunaga and take control of the clan. The conspiracy was hatched in 1554, with Nobuyuki attracting support from disgruntled nobles and organizing secret alliances between dissident branches of the Oda clan. Shibata Katsuye and Hayashi Hidesada had crucial roles to fill in the conspiracy. Both were experienced and highly influential military leaders within the clan, having access to troops and resources that could be used against Nobunaga. The conspirators suspected that an open rebellion could destabilize Nobunaga enough to force him to step down as leader. This split considerably weakened the Oda clan at a time when external threat from the Imagawa remained constant. While Nobunaga attempted to consolidate his power and centralize the administration in Kyosu, Nobuyuki and his supporters worked in the shadows to disrupt his authority. Tensions within the Oda clan reached a critical point in 1555. Oda Nobuyuki, who was determined to usurp leadership of the clan, organized an open rebellion against Nobunaga, hoping that he could seize the moment of instability and take control of Owari. Knowing what his brother was up to, Nobunaga readied himself for the clash. Displaying his strategic skill, he gathered his loyal forces and anticipated the rebels' movements. The crucial battle took place near Ino, a strategic area that controlled important routes within the province. Although numerically inferior, Nobunaga's forces were comprised of experienced and deeply loyal warriors. His bold, charismatic leadership inspired the men on the battlefield. In contrast, Nobuyuki's troops, despite the support of the rebel Castellans, lacked the cohesion and fighting spirit that Nobunaga had nurtured in his followers. When the forces met at Ino, Nobunaga employed unexpected tactics to throw the enemy off balance. He resorted to flanking maneuvers and surprise strikes, exploiting the terrain to his advantage. The battle was fierce and brutal. By the height of the confrontation, Nobuyuki's lines had started to crumble. Perceiving imminent defeat, a number of his allies retreated, leaving him vulnerable. However, Nobunaga showed an unexpected mercy. Instead of slaughtering his brother on the battlefield, he ordered Nobuyuki to be captured alive. Many were surprised by his choice to spare Nobuyuki's life. At a time when treason was often met with immediate death, Nobunaga was supposed to eliminate any threat to his power. However, he chose to pardon his brother, perhaps in the hope of avoiding an unbridgeable break within the clan and preserving family unity. This decision was perhaps influenced by some advice from close vassals, or by a personal sense of responsibility. Nobunaga could have believed that granting Nobuyuki a second chance would win him back as an ally, strengthen the clan against external threats, and send a peaceful message to the rebellious samurai. Despite Nobunaga's mercy, this peace within the Oda clan was short-lived. In 1556, only a year after the Battle of Ino, Nobuyuki started plotting against his brother again. Incited by disgruntled allies, and possibly resentful of his previous defeat, he plotted a new coup to topple and take over Nobunaga. This time around, the plot was more cautious, looking for external alliances, and trying to undermine Nobunaga's authority in secrecy. Spies and informants loyal to Nobunaga, however, detected the scheme before it could be carried out. The revelation of the betrayal profoundly shook Nobunaga, who found himself not only betrayed as a leader, but also as a brother. Sensing the previous leniency had not secured Nobuyuki's loyalty, and that allowing another opportunity for treachery could be disastrous for the clan, Nobunaga made a definitive decision. Establishing that no alternative existed, Nobunaga ordered Nobuyuki's execution. The event was conducted quietly and discreetly, ostensibly to avoid turmoil among the vassals and to ensure stability within the clan. Some accounts suggest that Nobuyuki was invited to commit seppuku, preserving his honor even in death. The choice to eliminate his brother was a turning point in Nobunaga's life. It proved his willingness to take extreme measures to cement his power and protect the clan from internal divisions. This action sent a clear message to all vassals and potential conspirators. Betrayal was not to be tolerated, regardless of family ties or past alliances. Nobuyuki's death meant that Nobunaga had disposed of his greatest rival for command of the Oda clan. This action meant that he could now turn his sights on other dissident leaders and further consolidate his control of Owari. Castles once under the influence of rebellious factions were retaken, and conspiratorial leaders were then replaced by loyal vassals. Nobuyuki's execution also heralded a change in Nobunaga himself. He emerged as a more purposeful and perhaps ruthless leader, understanding that the unification and strength of the clan required personal sacrifices and complex decisions. This experience molded his future approach to the pursuit of Japan's unification, where he would often opt for daring and sometimes harsh strategies to achieve his goals. After years of betrayals, plots, and fierce battles, Oda Nobunaga finally consolidated full control over Owari province in 1559. This historic landmark crowned his determination and skill as a strategist and leader. By overwhelming the rebellious factions within the clan and drawing the Castellans under his authority, Nobunaga turned a fragmented territory into a unified and solid base, ready to support his future ambitions. This triumph was not just military, but also political. Nobunaga took over from dissident leaders with trustworthy vassals and brought about administrative reforms that concentrated power in his hands. He fortified Kiyosu Castle as a command center, thereby securing that the province was both equipped to resist external threats, such as the Imagawa clan, and to prosper economically under his leadership. Conquering Owari signaled the beginning of a new era for the Oda clan. Nobunaga emerged as an undisputed leader, whose ability to sail through a period of chaos and uncertainty cemented his reputation. The nickname, the Fool of Owari, was behind him. Now he personified the strength and vision needed to take the turbulent Sengoku period, and his ruthless style would make him known as the Demon King in the future. With a united Owari, Oda Nobunaga fulfilled the dream that his father had tried so hard to attain. It proved that Nobuhide was right to choose his most widely eccentric son to lead his clan. When Owari was under his control, he began to look beyond its borders, emphasizing a unified archipelago under a single leadership. The resolve and innovative spirit that led him to conquer Owari would continue to guide him in his future campaigns, which would transform not only the fate of the Oda clan, but also the history of Japan. As Oda Nobunaga cemented his power in Owari Prefecture, battling internal divisions and preparing for future challenges, a powerful neighbor watched on with even greater ambitions. Not only did the Imagawa clan, led by Imagawa Yoshimoto, hold extensive territory in central Japan, they also had a daring plan to march all the way to Kyoto and establish control of the shogunate. Owari was not just a neighboring territory for Yoshimoto, but an essential stepping stone for his climb to national supremacy. The Imagawa clan was one of Japan's oldest and most powerful during the Sengoku period, with roots stretching back to the late Heian period. Direct descendants of the Ashikaga clan, the Imagawa bore significant prestige due to their connection to the shogunate lineage. Their territory included the provinces of Suruga, Totomi, and later Mikawa, forming a foothold in central Japan. The Muromachi period saw the clan stand out as loyal supporters of the Ashikaga shogunate, bolstering its political and military position. Like many other clans, however, the Imagawa faced both internal and external challenges, as the Sengoku period plunged Japan into a prolonged civil war. The ascent of the clan began with Imagawa Yoshitada, who solidified control over Suruga. After his premature death, a series of succession disputes threatened the clan's stability. Imagawa Ujichika, Yoshimoto's father, was the one who reinstated internal order and established an effective administrative system that made the clan one of the most organized regional powers of the time. Under Imagawa Yoshimoto's leadership, the clan reached its peak. Yoshimoto spread the Imagawa's territories, annexing Mikawa and forming strategic alliances with the Matsudaira and Takeda clans. His well-equipped army and centralized administration made the Imagawa clan one of the most powerful forces of the Sengoku period. The charismatic leader of the Imagawa clan, Imagawa Yoshimoto, was one of the most influential figures of his time. Born in 1519, he was nurtured by strict education and deep sense of samurai duty. His bloodline, descended from the Ashikaga clan, gave him not only prestige, but also the ambition to hold a central position in Japanese politics. Yoshimoto was a refined ruler, blending the virtues of a warrior and a statesman. Yoshimoto was raised on Confucian principles and Zen Buddhism, something that shaped his vision of leadership and governance. He was a great believer in the power of order, both in the military and in civil administration. A patron of the arts, Yoshimoto highly valued culture and scholarship. casting the image of a leader who sought not only to expand his domains, but also to bring stability and progress to his lands. However, despite being an educated tyrant, strength of arms was an indispensable tool for Yoshimoto to achieve his goals. He viewed the Sengoku period as an excellent opportunity to ascend to the top of the Japanese political system and restore order under his leadership. Yoshimoto's greatest achievement was to march into Kyoto and grab control of the Ashikaga shogunate. He not only wanted to expand his power, but also as a mission to restore order in Japan, which had been torn apart by civil wars for decades. To achieve this goal, he began to solidify territories and form strategic alliances, such as joining forces with the Matsudaira, a clan that would become later known as the Tokugawa, and the powerful Takeda. Kyoto, the imperial city, was not just symbolic. Securing the capital meant holding authority over the other daimyos and establishing himself as the supreme ruler of the archipelago. Yoshimoto understood that this would place him on the same level as the previous shoguns, cementing his legacy for future generations. He was widely regarded as a skillful strategist and a formidable leader. His reputation was that of a ruler who blended military strength with cultural sophistication, setting him apart from other warlords of his time. He was greatly admired by his allies, feared by his enemies, and seen as an ideal leadership model for a fragmented Japan. His reputation, however, also included a degree of arrogance. Yoshimoto was known for his exaggerated reliance on his strength and alliances, which sometimes led him to undervalue lesser opponents, like Oda Nobunaga. This self-perception of invulnerability, combined with his relentless desire for conquest, turned out to be both his greatest strength and weakness. He viewed himself as a man bound for greatness. He believed that his march to Kyoto was unstoppable, and that his leadership would lead to order and stability for Japan. Imagawa Yoshimoto spent years planning his ambitious march to Kyoto. His strategy was meticulously crafted, blending military strength, strategic alliances, and the control of crucial territories along the way. But Owari Province, ruled by Oda Nobunaga, stood as an unavoidable obstacle on his route to the capital. Yoshimoto rallied a large army numbering around 25,000 soldiers, one of the largest assembled forces of the Sengoku period. This included experienced samurai, archers, spearmen, and auxiliary troops, as well as a sizable number of firearms, a technology that was starting to change the landscape of Japanese warfare. The Imagawa also made logistical arrangements for the long march. Supply depots were set up along the route, making sure that the army had constant access to food, ammunition, and other essential resources. The efficient management of Yoshimoto guaranteed that his army could move with a sense of discipline and efficiency, traits that were fundamental to a campaign of such magnitude. Yoshimoto bolstered his alliances with neighboring clans to secure support during the march. A key role was played by the Matsudaira clan, led by the young Tokugawa Ieyasu, providing military support and serving as a defensive barrier against Western threats. Owari Province was a major strategic piece in Yoshimoto's plan. To reach Kyoto, the Imagawa army had to cross the territory controlled by the Oda clan, led by Nobunaga, who were historic rivals of the Imagawa. Yoshimoto perceived Owari as a territory that had to be neutralized quickly, either through conquest or submission, to avoid any interruption on his march. The Owari plan was straightforward and ruthless. Yoshimoto aimed to invade the province with overpowering force, capturing strategic castles and subduing local leaders. Nobunaga's force was deemed small and inexperienced compared to the Imagawa veterans, and for this period, it was vastly underestimated. Yoshimoto felt that the numerical superiority and reputation of his army would be sufficient to guarantee a quick and decisive victory. Defeating Owari would bolster the Imagawa's position as an impenetrable force, deterring any opposition along the road to Kyoto. His plan reflected his utter confidence in the sheer strength of his army and the perceived weakness of the Oda. However, this confidence resulted in over-optimism, disregarding the potential for Nobunaga to resist. For Yoshimoto, Owari was a minor obstacle that could easily be dealt with before focusing on his larger goals in Kyoto. As the Imagawa began to march with their towering forces, Nobunaga was gearing up to challenge not only Yoshimoto's plan for Owari, but also his supremacy vision. The march to Kyoto, meant to be the culmination of Yoshimoto's conquest, was about to be dramatically interrupted at Okehazama, where Yoshimoto would confront the whole of Oda Nobunaga's fury and sagacity. The Imagawa army, led by Imagawa Yoshimoto, entered Owari territory in the summer of 1560 with unshakable confidence. With over 25,000 soldiers under his command, Yoshimoto viewed the province as a minor obstacle in his march towards Kyoto, where he wanted to consolidate his grip on the Ashigawa shogunate. His army's numerical superiority and invincible reputation nourished the conviction that the campaign would be a swift and decisive victory. The Imagawa troops pushed forward with discipline and order, certain that overwhelming force would be enough to subdue any resistance. Yoshimoto's plan was straightforward: capture strategic castles along the way, eliminate any local opposition, and cement control of Owari before proceeding to Kyoto. As far as Yoshimoto was concerned, Oda Nobunaga, the leader of Owari, would be nothing more than a mere footnote in the history that would be written about him, an irrelevant opponent compared to the sheer power of the Imagawa. The first steps of the campaign reflected this exaggerated confidence. The Imagawa quickly captured some small border castles, meeting scant resistance. This seeming ease reinforced the belief that Nobunaga's defeat was inevitable. The morale of the Imagawa troops was high, and Yoshimoto, reveling in these initial victories, set up his main camp in Denkaku Hazama, a low and relatively isolated region bordered by hills and valleys. While the Imagawa were feasting on their initial conquest, Nobunaga and his vassals were watching carefully. In fact, Nobunaga's ostensible inactivity was a calculated maneuver. He understood that a direct confrontation would be fatal for his army, given the numerical differences, but he also knew that Yoshimoto's exaggerated confidence offered a vulnerability to be exploited. The difference in numbers between both armies was overwhelming. With around 3,000 soldiers, Nobunaga could not dream of holding his own against the might of the Imagawa in a conventional battle. According to the military doctrine of the time, when faced with a superior force, the defender had to withdraw to a fortified position and wait for the enemy, with the walls as an advantage. But Nobunaga was not an orthodox leader. Whereas his advisors advised the protection of strategic castles, he prepared a plan that few would dare to consider: an attack. Even as the Imagawa established themselves in Denkaku Hazama, his troops began to relax. Victory looked so certain that the commanders failed to take precautions against surprise attacks. Banquets were held, and the army acted as if the battle had already been won. This carelessness would prove fatal, as Nobunaga was about to do the impossible. Nobunaga understood that only a daring step could change the course of the battle. He made the decision to launch a surprise attack on the Imagawa's main camp, a risky move that would demand speed, precision, and the highest degree of secrecy. Nobunaga relied on crucial information obtained by his spies, who had identified the exact position of Yoshimoto's camp and the enemy army's vulnerable points. Fortune also worked in Nobunaga's favor. As he was preparing his troops, a strong storm hit the Denkaku Hazama region. Nobunaga soon realized that the storm could be his ally, disguising the movements of his forces and bewildering the Imagawa army. Beneath the cover of rain and darkness, he personally led his men through valleys and forests, stealthily using the rugged terrain to conceal their approach. The assault was orchestrated with precision. As Nobunaga's troops emerged from hiding, confusion gripped the Imagawa camp. At first, the Imagawa High Command believed that the turmoil was the result of a fight between different divisions of their army, which delayed the reaction to the surprise attack. Completely caught off guard, the enemy soldiers, many of whom were still distracted by banquets and celebrations, found themselves powerless to react in a coherent manner. Nobunaga charged with ruthless ferocity, focusing on destabilizing Yoshimoto's command center. Imagawa Yoshimoto, initially at a loss to grasp the gravity of the situation, tried to mount a resistance in the ensuing chaos. Together with his personal guards, Yoshimoto believed that the turmoil would be brought under control quickly, and, donning his ornate armor, strode confidently into the camp. Yet, he soon found himself surrounded by the relentless advance of Nobunaga's troops. Distraught by the confusion and the storm that reduced visibility, Yoshimoto was attacked by enemy soldiers who stormed the command center. He initially tried to fight back, wielding his sword and standing his ground as a leader, but ended up being knocked down by a series of swift and fatal blows. This leader, who had marched so boldly towards Owari, was now lying on the muddy soil of Denkaku Hazama, a victim of his own arrogance and Nobunaga's genius. Yoshimoto's death brought the Imagawa camp to a complete collapse. Stripped of clear leadership, the troops panicked and fled in all directions, deserting their weapons and supplies. Many of Imagawa's allies, sensing the inevitable defeat, deserted or surrendered to Nobunaga's forces. The rout was so disorganized that a large part of the army simply disappeared in the ensuing chaos. The Battle of Okehazama was a brilliant display of Oda Nobunaga's military genius. With crushing numerical inferiority, he changed the rules of combat by turning a seemingly impossible situation into an absolute triumph. His magisterial use of espionage, terrain, and weather conditions not only confused the enemy, but also showed his capacity to think beyond the conventions of the time. Nobunaga challenged military orthodoxy with a bold surprise attack, executed with ruthless precision. His capacity to rally his men, regardless of how uneven the odds were, proved his unparalleled charisma and leadership. He sensed that Yoshimoto's overconfidence was a shortcoming, and tapped into it with scathing effectiveness. The result was a victory that not only wiped out a powerful rival, but also declared to Japan that a new kind of leader had emerged, a strategist combining boldness and intelligence with an unwavering resolve to shape the nation's destiny. His victory at Okehazama not only eliminated the Oda clan's greatest rival, but also cemented their control over Owari province. Nobunaga used his prestige to draw support from vassals who had been reluctant to follow him. He generously rewarded warriors who distinguished themselves in battle, building loyalty among his men and creating a solid foundation for the Oda clan. The victory also resonated on a national level, raising Nobunaga from a regional leader to a respected figure throughout Japan. Many daimyo started to recognize him as a brilliant strategist, capable of overcoming and overwhelming odds with his daring and intelligence. This growing reputation drew in new allies and opened the door to diplomatic alliances that further strengthened his position. On the domestic front, Nobunaga seized the moment to reorganize his administration. He changed inefficient leaders for loyal vassals and introduced reforms to strengthen governance in Owari. These steps ensured stability and equipped the Oda clan for the upcoming challenges of the expansion campaigns. As the Imagawa clan collapsed, Tokugawa Ieyasu, who had served as the vassal of the Imagawa, was presented with a fantastic opportunity to regain his clan's independence. Immediately, Ieyasu, stationed in Mikawa, began to consolidate his control over the province. Far from the shadow of Yoshimoto, he succeeded in rallying his vassals and proclaiming the autonomy of the Matsudaira clan, which would later be renamed the Tokugawa clan. Ieyasu's political abilities allowed him to manage successfully through the uncertainty of the period. He kept cordial relations with Nobunaga and formed an alliance with him, recognizing the strength of the new ally and the importance of maintaining regional stability. Ieyasu also used the moment to bolster his military forces and secure strategic alliances, putting himself in a prominent position that would shape Japan's future. As Nobunaga emerged as a central figure in Owari, Ieyasu began his own journey, paving the way to become one of Japan's three great unifiers. Winning Okehazama was a landmark that reaffirmed Oda Nobunaga's status. Once a young daimyo who was seen as eccentric and beneath the notice of his peers, he was renowned as a brilliant strategist and a truly audacious leader. His defeat of Imagawa Yoshimoto, one of the Sengoku period's most powerful warlords, not only impressed his allies, but also his enemies. His charisma and ability to decisively inspire his men were not rooted in inherited traditions, but in a sharp vision of a new future for Japan. Oda Nobunaga distinguished himself by his groundbreaking approach to managing vassals. Whereas many daimyo founded their alliances and rewards on blood ties or hierarchical status, Nobunaga pursued a meritocratic system that prized competence, loyalty, and results. He often rewarded those who displayed outstanding ability on the battlefield or in management, quite apart from their social background. One striking example was Toyotomi Hideyoshi, originally known as Kinoshita Tokichiro, born in 1537 to a humble peasant family. With no meaningful family connections or heritage, he distinguished himself by his wit, charm, and ability to improvise. Hideyoshi started his career as a menial servant in Nobunaga's army, but quickly earned his lord's loyalty for his ability to solve logical issues and organize campaigns. Hideyoshi's rise was nothing short of meteoric. He had fundamental parts to play in several of Nobunaga's campaigns, proving himself to be a genius strategist and an inspiring leader. His negotiating skills with enemies and allies, as well as his leadership of troops in harsh conditions, made him one of Nobunaga's most valuable vassals. Recognizing his services, Nobunaga awarded him command positions, and, eventually, lands and titles, which solidified his position as one of Oda's leading generals. Not only did this exercise in meritocracy broaden the pool of talent open to Nobunaga, but it also encouraged the loyalty and commitment of his vassals, all of whom saw their leader as an opportunity to rise through the ranks based on merit. Moreover, Nobunaga was known for generously rewarding his vassals after major victories. He would distribute land, wealth, and titles as a way of cementing alliances and assuring that his subordinates remains committed to his vision. These rewards were tactically calculated to bolster his position and minimize the likelihood of betrayals or defections. Yet, Nobunaga was also unforgiving of those who challenged him or proved weak. He was quick to replace incompetent leaders or punish disloyal vassals, sending a clear message around that his leadership was based on discipline and results. This principle of fostering merit and showing contempt for mediocrity established Nobunaga as a respected and feared leader, able to keep an army cohesive and loyal throughout the upheavals of the Sengoku period. He was particularly fond of Europeans, especially the Jesuit missionaries who started arriving in Japan in the 16th century. He frequently met with prominent figures such as Louis Frois, who depicted Nobunaga in his writings as a unique leader, open-minded and inquisitive about the world beyond Japan. He viewed outsiders as a wellspring of innovative ideas, technologies, and opportunities to bolster his position on the Japanese stage. One area where his partnership stood out was the use of firearms. Missionaries brought muskets to Japan, and Nobunaga rapidly realized their revolutionary battlefield potential. He introduced these weapons into his military strategies, training his troops on how to use them effectively and on a large scale, which few daimyo did at the time. This technological breakthrough accounted for several of his victories, including the famous Battle of Nagashino. Nobunaga was also open to the cultural and religious ideas introduced by the Jesuits. Even if he was not a Christian, he allowed the missionaries to preach in his territories, which differentiated him with other leaders who saw Christianity as a threat to the established order. Nobunaga perceived the Jesuits as potential political allies and as a tool to undermine his rivals, particularly religious groups such as the Ikoiki, who often stood in the way of his rule. Nobunaga's ties with foreigners expanded his horizons and cemented his reputation as a visionary leader, keen to push cultural boundaries and explore new possibilities to achieve his goals. His fascination with all things Western also revealed itself in its impressive collection of foreign goods. He hoarded firearms, armor, globes, and even mechanical clocks that had been brought over by European missionaries. As well as being modern symbols, these items acted as powerful and sophisticated assertions. Nobunaga often displayed his collection at events and audiences, impressing his allies and intimidating his adversaries. These objects were more than just curiosities to him. They were tools to strengthen his status as a forward-thinking leader. Nobunaga's other singular trait was his penchant for extravagant clothing. He frequently appeared in public in colorful outfits, fine fabrics, and matching accessories that stood out from the more austere and sober outfits worn by other samurai. This dress style reflected his brash personality and his eagerness to stand out as an almost mythical figure. He understood the symbolic power of his appearance and used it as a tool to inspire his men and impress bystanders. After cementing his rule over Owari, Nobunaga focused his efforts on the province of Mino, ruled by the Saito clan. Mino's political landscape was tumultuous, with internal conflicts eroding the clan's control. Saito Tatsuoki, the clan's young leader, was not nearly as politically savvy as his grandfather, Dosan Saito, known as the Serpent of Mino, which made him a perfect target for Nobunaga's ambitions. Nobunaga perceived Mino as a strategic territory to expand his influence. Its central location in Japan and the plentiful resources offered by the province were essential for solidifying his power in the region and laying the groundwork for future glorious campaigns. Nobunaga also had a personal connection to Mino through his marriage alliance with Nohime, daughter of Saito Dosan. This bond was both a political justification and a diplomatic leverage in his efforts to conquer the province. Nobunaga compiled detailed information on Mino's terrain and defenses, using spies to spot vulnerable points. He also tried to attract local leaders who were unhappy with Tatsuoki, offering them security and positions in his cabinet in exchange for their support. His approach mirrored his ability to combine force and persuasion. To conquer Mino, Nobunaga knew he would need more than military power. He needed to guarantee that the province was efficiently run and that its inhabitants would see his arrival as an opportunity for stability and progress. Nobunaga's journey to take control of Mino was fraught with fearless strategies and decisive moves. Supervised by Toyotomi Hideyoshi, Nobunaga established a stronghold in Tsunomata. It was built in record time and epitomized the efficiency of Nobunaga's troops and his clear intention to dominate the region. The fort's highly strategic position raised the morale of his men and put pressure on the Saito to strike back by exposing their defensive troops. Nobunaga was not limited to direct encounters. He also gradually undermined enemy fortifications by cordoning off garrisons and cutting supply lines. His attrition tactics greatly reduced the Saito clan's resistance. The final strike was an attack on Inabayama Castle, the main stronghold of the Saito clan. Nobunaga pulled off a daring stunt. He dispatched troops to scale the cliffs protecting the castle, catching the defenders completely off guard. As soon as he had control of Mino, Nobunaga enacted sweeping administrative reforms to keep the region stable. He reallocated land among his loyal vassals and introduced measures to promote order and prosperity to ensure that his rule would last. Just then, a messenger arrived at his court with a request from the shogun Ashikaga Yoshiaki. In his desperation to reclaim his place in Kyoto, the shogun saw Nobunaga as the ideal ally to take on the enemies threatening his authority. Such an invitation was the perfect opportunity for Nobunaga to broaden his political and military influence over Japan. Keen to seize the moment, he started preparations for his march to the capital, a move that would change the fate of the nation forever. Having successfully seized the province of Mino and established his base in Gifu, Oda Nobunaga was on his way to a scheduled meeting with Ashikaga Yoshiaki, known as the Wandering Shogun, since he was exiled from the imperial capital, Kyoto, and was constantly on the move after being ousted by rival factions that had seized control of the city. An alliance with Yoshiaki would offer him the chance to enter Kyoto in a legitimate guise, using the reinstatement of the shogun as a rationale for his own rise. This meeting would represent the beginning of a new era, where Nobunaga would not only display his military strength, but also his ability to maneuver alliances and reshape the Japanese balance of power. The Ashikaga shogunate was founded in 1338, marking the beginning of the Muromachi period in Japan. It emerged after the collapse of the famous Kamakura shogunate. The Ashikaga regime initially managed to focus power in Kyoto and restore some stability to the country. However, its leadership was frequently challenged by internal and external conflicts. But during the Sengoku era, the shoguns gradually lost much of their authority, and Japan was split into several provinces ruled by regional daimyo in a constant struggle for power. Notwithstanding their symbolic position as Japan's military leaders, the Ashikaga shoguns became ever more dependent on the support of powerful clans. Ashikaga Yoshiaki's downfall as shogun was punctuated by political intrigue and rivalries among powerful Sengoku clans. Following the death of his predecessor, Ashikaga Yoshiteru, in 1565, Yoshiaki stepped into power in a fragile position. Yoshiteru had been murdered by the Miyoshi clan, one of the main supporters of the shogunate, but who had turned against the Ashikaga dynasty in pursuit of greater control over Kyoto. Architects of the coup against Yoshiteru were the three Miyoshi clan leaders, known as the Three Miyoshi. With the clever Matsunaga Hisahide, a sharp and ambitious strategist, they captured Kyoto and essentially sidelined the power of the shogunate. Once the coup was over, they diminished its role to that of a symbolic figure. Yoshiaki, Yoshiteru's younger brother, sought support to rebuild the Ashikaga family's authority. Without an army or strong allies, he was forced to flee Kyoto. Yoshiaki wandered between provinces for years, hunting for daimyo willing to support him. This is how he became known as the Wandering Shogun. the shogun went to Oda Nobunaga to meet an ally who could restore him to power. When they met, Nobunaga pledged to deploy his army to escort Yoshiaki back to Kyoto and wipe out his opponents. Yoshiaki, in return, would recognize Nobunaga as his main protector and ally, giving him considerable influence over the affairs of the shogun. Once Nobunaga and Yoshiaki signed an alliance, preparations for the march towards Kyoto began immediately. Nobunaga gathered his troops in Gifu, assuring that he was ready to face any resistance on the way. Escorting Yoshiaki would be a demonstration of force meant to consolidate his position as an emerging leader on the national stage. The three challenges expected included opposition from powerful clans, such as the Miyoshi clan, which still controlled parts of Kyoto and its surroundings. These rivals had significant military experience and would not yield easily. Furthermore, Nobunaga knew that he needed to secure the support of the local populations along the route, avoiding uprisings or alliances between the smaller clans and their enemies. Logistics were also critical. He carefully arranged his troops' weapons, food, and equipment supplies to ensure that nothing was left to chance. He also relied on spies to monitor his opponent's movements and anticipate ambushes. Crossing the province of Omi would not be an easy task. Nevertheless, these lands were under the control of the proud Rokaku clan, openly opposed to the restoration of the Ashikaga shogunate. The Rokaku had established their sway in the region for decades and did not welcome Nobunaga's rise as Yoshiaka's protector. Nobunaga knew that a confrontation was unavoidable and readied his army for a ruthless campaign against the Rokaku. He not only made use of his military superiority, but also explored internal dissent within the rival clan, encouraging desertions and securing local allies who would facilitate the passage of his troops. His resolve to cross Omi proved his ability to combine brutal force with diplomacy, marking another step on his journey to the imperial capital. He began his military operations in 1568 by storming strategically important castles such as Kanonji and Mitsukuri. Capturing Kanonji Castle, the Rokaku's main stronghold, was a decisive milestone. After fierce fighting and skillful military maneuvers, Nobunaga forced the Rokaku leaders, Yoshikata and his son, Yoshiharu, to retreat into the mountains, effectively dismantling the clan's power in the region. As a result of the Rokaku's fall, he secured control over the province of Omi, granting a safe route for his march to Kyoto and scoring another crucial step in his rise to power. Nobunaga finally reached the imperial capital in October 1568. His move into Kyoto was nothing short of triumphant. Many local rivals, such as the remnants of the Miyoshi clan, fled or surrendered before Nobunaga's prestige and strength, avoiding a direct confrontation. This perceived absence of opposition made it easier for Nobunaga to occupy the city. Following Nobunaga's arrival, Ashikaga Yoshiaki was reinstated as shogun in a symbolically charged ceremony. However, Nobunaga made it clear that his intention was not to serve the shogun submissively, but to establish himself as an influential force behind the throne. He undertook the role of city protector and administrator, rearranging Kyoto to secure order after years of conflict. Having driven his rivals out of the region, he also turned his attention to pacifying Kyoto. He started rebuilding war-torn areas, guaranteeing the safety of trade routes, and strengthening ties with the imperial court. These actions cemented his authority and won the support of the local population, who saw him as a leader who could bring stability and prosperity. These strategic moves signaled Nobunaga's transition from a regional leader to a central figure on Japan's political scene, cementing his position as the real power behind the shogunate. During the Kyoto pacification process, Nobunaga became acquainted with an unexpected ally, Akechi Mitsuhide. Originally attached to the court of the shogun, Ashikaga Yoshiaki, Mitsuhide was noted for his diplomatic skills and insight into the imperial capital's intricate political dynamics. His loyalty to the shogun captured Nobunaga's attention, who clearly saw Mitsuhide's potential as a skilled strategist and administrator. Akechi Mitsuhide swiftly became a central figure in Nobunaga's government, shouldering important responsibilities like managing new conquered territories and negotiating with influential figures at the imperial court. He undertook a key role in consolidating Nobunaga's power in Kyoto, stabilizing the city, and securing the support of the local aristocracy. Oda Nobunaga considered Akechi Mitsuhide to be highly prized, and, as they usually rewarded their vassals for their achievements, Mitsuhide became increasingly powerful within Nobunaga's court. Little did Nobunaga know that Mitsuhide would soon have a far greater impact on his government than the leader of the Oda clan could have ever imagined. Having reinstated the Ashikawa shogunate to its throne in Kyoto, the relationship between Oda Nobunaga and Ashikaga Yoshiaki, at first grounded in a strategic alliance, started to fray. Although Nobunaga looked at it as an opportunity to expand his influence and cement his position as the real power behind the throne, Yoshiaki hoped to recapture the authority that the dynastic shoguns had long since lost. These differing goals led to a rift between the two, which intensified over time. One of the main reasons for the tension was Nobunaga's centralizing posture. He had no hesitation in imposing his authority over Kyoto and its surroundings, rearranging the local government and limiting Yoshiaki's influence. Although the shogun had just been restored to the throne, he soon found that his position was more of a symbolic nature than a real one, as Nobunaga made the key decisions in both the political and military fields. In his new powerful position, Nobunaga aspired to even greater goals. He sought the complete unification of Japan, ending the chaos of the Sengoku period, where rival clans were constantly fighting for power and authority. To that end, he centered his efforts on subduing rival clans and cementing central authority. One of his immediate goals was to undermine religious factions, such as the Ikoiki, who were a significant threat to his authority. The Ikoiki were groups of warrior monks and armed peasants pursuing the teachings of Pure Land Buddhism and fiercely opposing the control of the daimyos. They managed strategically important territories like the Kaga region and Osaka's powerful Ishiyama Hokanji Castle, acting as a stronghold of military and spiritual resistance. Nobunaga saw the Ikoiki as a counter to the powerful centralization he wanted to establish. While Nobunaga was establishing his dominance, Ashikaga Yoshiaki secretly began scheming to weaken him. Growing increasingly displeased with his symbolic role and determined to restore the shogunate's autonomy, Yoshiaki began a series of diplomatic and political moves to form alliances against Nobunaga. He looked for support from powerful clans such as the Takeda, Adzai, Asakura, and Mori, besides stirring up revolts from religious groups including the Ikoiki, offering them moral and political support in return for the resistance to Nobunaga's power. His actions did not go entirely unnoticed by Nobunaga, who quickly perceived the threat posed by the shogun's maneuvers. This intense intrigue was the beginning of escalating tensions, but the shogun had not been counted on the fact that Nobunaga, apart from his many qualities, would prove to be an expert in the tricky realm of intrigue. Nobunaga understood striking the shogun directly, militarily, or politically would cause an irreparable blow to his legitimacy and prestige amongst the other clans and the imperial court. This could unite his enemies against him and jeopardize his position as protector of the shogunate. He chose an indirect approach to weaken Yoshiaki's authority and trigger him into acting impulsively. As an unexpected gesture, Nobunaga pardoned the shogun's old enemy, Matsunaga Hisahide, a crafty strategist who had previously been involved in the coup that overthrew the shogunate and forced Yoshiaki into exile. Furthermore, Nobunaga strengthened the Matsunaga clan by drawing it into the Oda clan's ring of allies. This move was not just an act of military pragmatism, but also a psychological blow against Yoshiaki. By upgrading an outspoken foe of the shogun to a prestigious position, he undermined Yoshiaki's symbolic authority even further and displayed his inability to control the coalitions around Kyoto. This deeply enraged the shogun, who viewed Nobunaga's action as a blatant insult to his power and betrayal. Under pressure and debased, Yoshiaki felt driven to act more decisively against Nobunaga. By 1570, Yoshiaki had begun to mobilize his resources and influence to build a powerful coalition against Nobunaga. He leveraged his position as shogun to legitimize the formation of an alliance of daimyos and religious factions who all shared the same wish to curb Nobunaga's burgeoning hegemony. Key allies in the coalition included influential clans such as the Takeda clan, headed by Takeda Shingen, one of the most well-respected strategists of the Sengoku period, who saw Nobunaga as a threat to his hold on Kai province. The Azai and Asakura clans promptly allied themselves with Yoshiaki out of territorial concerns. Meanwhile, the powerful Mori clan, controlling vast swaths of western Japan, provided essential naval and logistical support for the coalition's efforts. Finally, the warrior monks and their supporters offered additional military strength, drawing on their military experience in combating samurai forces. Yoshiaki used his influence at the imperial court to bolster his legitimacy of his actions, portraying Nobunaga as a usurper who flouted traditions and the power balance. He sent envoys to negotiate agreements between the clans and foster a common sense of urgency among the allies. This coalition posed an unprecedented threat to Nobunaga. He faced, for the first time, a comprehensive and coordinated alliance comprising some of Japan's most powerful clans. While fragmented in specific objectives, the coalition shared a higher purpose: to stop Nobunaga's rise and uphold the established order. As the coalition formed, Nobunaga proved he was prepared to face his opponents. He had already established a loyal and proficient base of allies who would play crucial roles in the battles to come. His main allies included Tokugawa Ieyasu, who would supply key military and logistical support. His battlefield experience and Mikawa control provided a secure rearguard for Nobunaga's campaigns. Toyotomi Hideyoshi, noted for his creativity and improvisational skills, was an all-around commander who skillfully led troops. Shibata Katsuie, a veteran general, had once been Nobunaga's enemy, supporting his brother in the struggle to dominate the Oda clan. But after having been defeated and forgiven by Nobunaga, he vowed vassalage to the new leader of the Oda clan. Shibata Katsuie went on to become one of Nobunaga's most loyal servants, leading his men with bravery and guile. The resourceful Matsunaga Hisahide, newly reintegrated as an ally, brought strategic knowledge and a profound understanding of Kyoto's political scene, helping Nobunaga to neutralize the shogun's influence at the imperial court. Besides his allies, Nobunaga had a well-equipped and trained army. He had introduced firearms on a large scale, using European arquebuses in tactically innovative ways. This technology provided him with a significant advantage over traditional armies, because, with minimal training, he could instruct a peasant in the use of these weapons, while it took years to educate a competent archer. His abilities to quickly mobilize resources and maintain efficient supply lines also enhanced his logistical superiority. Nobunaga guaranteed that his soldiers were well-fed, armed, and motivated. He also played an effective role in dividing his opponents, harnessing internal rivalries between coalition members. He bargained with smaller clans to secure that part of the alliance would remain inactive or even change sides during conflicts. With skilled allies, superior military power, and a flawless strategic approach, he was poised to take on the coalition led by Yoshiaki. Nobunaga was also about to face his biggest challenges yet. Following the establishment of the Ashikaga Yoshiaki-led coalition, Nobunaga found himself dealing with a period of ongoing warfare that tested his military, strategic, and political skills. Significantly early challenges included coordinated attacks by groups of warrior monks known as Ikoiki. Together, these bands combining religious fervor with military experience unleashed attacks on territories controlled by Nobunaga, forcing him to commit significant resources to curbing the threat. The Ikoiki had strategically positioned strongholds, such as the Ishiyama Honganji Castle in Osaka and footholds in Kaga and Nagashima. These redoubts functioned as resistance camps against Nobunaga's push and represented an ideological challenge, as they opposed the centralized power that Nobunaga was trying to establish. Their attacks involved ambushes, siege operations, and assaults on supply routes, which destabilized Nobunaga's newly conquered territories. To deal with the warrior monks, Nobunaga mobilized his troops in drawn-out campaigns. He personally led expeditions to retake control of key areas, while trying to internally fragment the Ikoiki, resorting to diplomacy to counteract peripheral allies and isolate their main strongholds. These initial campaigns were merely a prelude to the more intense clashes to come, signaling the beginning of a conflict that would define the course of the anti-Nobunaga coalition war. Among the most telling events in this war against Nobunaga was the July 1570 Battle of Anegawa. In alliance with Tokugawa Ieyasu, Nobunaga fought the combined forces of the Azai and Asakura clans near the Anegawa River in Omi province. The Azai, led by Azai Nagamasa, had familial ties to Nobunaga through marriage, but chose to ally with Asakura, breaking the peace and starting an all-out war. Nobunaga believed he had forged a long-lasting alliance with the Azai clan by giving up his much-loved sister, Oichi, to seal the peace between the clans. This move by the Azai clan to promptly ally themselves with the shogun was perceived by Nobunaga as an unpardonable betrayal, leaving his brother-in-law to endure the full wrath of the Oda clan. The battle occurred on the banks of the Anagawa River. Nobunaga oversaw around 20,000 soldiers, whereas Azai and Asakura had similar forces. Tokugawa Ieyasu guided a wing of Nobunaga's allied army, directly confronting the Asakura, while Nobunaga spearheaded the assault against the Azai. The battle consisted of fierce, direct fighting. Nobunaga resorted to well-organized tactics, using line formations and detaching units armed with firearms, wreaking significant havoc among the enemy. Ieyasu, meanwhile, faced the Asakura in an equally fierce struggle. One of the decisive aspects of the battle was the coordination between Nobunaga and Ieyasu, allowing synchronized attacks between the two clans. The tactical superiority and discipline in Nobunaga's soldiers eventually prevailed. The Azai and Asakura armies were crushed, and their leaders were pushed back to their respective fortresses. With his victory at Anagawa, Nobunaga shifted his efforts to consolidating his grip on the region. He started laying siege to Yokoyama and Odani castles, two of the Azai clan's main strongholds. The fortresses were strategically vital, controlling critical routes that connected Omi to other provinces. Nobunaga besieged the castles in all-out force, resorting to blockade tactics aimed at cutting off supplies and weakening the defenders' morale. Following an intense siege with no sign of reinforcements, Lord Nagamasa took it upon himself to face his fate. In a final act of samurai honor, he committed seppuku, thereby saving his family from a humiliating execution. Before his death, Nagamasa sent his wife, Oichi, and their children back to Nobunaga, guaranteeing their safety. This event was a common feudal tragedy in Japan. Capturing the castle further cemented Nobunaga's grip on Omi, significantly weakening the Azai clan and knocking out an important resistance base. As Nobunaga solidified his victories against the Azai, the Asakura clan attempted to regain lost territory with an offensive counterattack. Led by Asakura Yoshikage, the entire clan tried to advance on Nobunaga-controlled positions in Omi province. Yet Nobunaga, having expected the offensive, bolstered his defenses and mobilized veteran troops to counter the attackers. The ensuing confrontation was a display of Nobunaga's tactical superiority. Using effective defensive buildups and well-coordinated flanking engagements, he managed to repel the Asakura while inflicting heavy losses on his forces. The failed counterattack further undermined the Asakura clan, leaving them in an extremely vulnerable position against Nobunaga's campaigns. Once the situation had relatively stabilized in Omi, Nobunaga switched his thoughts to Kaga province, a staunch Ikuihi stronghold and one of the main sites of resistance against his rule. The Ikoiki had turned Kaga into an autonomous region ruled by warrior monks and peasants, defying the authority of traditional daimyos. Nobunaga understood permitting this organized opposition to flourish would weaken his position in central Japan. While the Ikoiki's resistance was vicious, Nobunaga managed to suppress their forces, shattering the political structure that supported the region. A defining moment in this campaign was the attack on the monastic compound of Enryaku-ji, or Mount Hiei. It was one of Japan's oldest and most respected Buddhist institutions, but it also provided a spiritual and military base for Nobunaga's enemies. The Mount Hiei monks had offered shelter and logistical support to the Azai and Asakura clans, making them an escapable target in his campaign. Nobunaga was merciless and commanded the complete destruction of Enryaku-ji. His troops set fire to the compound and slaughtered both monks and civilians. Although brutal, this sent a clear message that Nobunaga would not brook any opposition, no matter how spiritual or military. The razing of Enryaku-ji sealed the end of the political influence of the Mount Hiei monks and further consolidated Nobunaga's authority on the region. With his allies' resistance weakened and Nobunaga's influence growing rapidly, Shogun Ashikaga Yoshiaki found himself in an unenviable position. Certain to eliminate any remaining threat to his power, Nobunaga directed his focus towards Kyoto. He encircled the city with his forces, cutting off Yoshiaka's remaining support and isolating him politically. Yoshiaki desperately struggled to form alliances to fend off Nobunaga's offensive, but the defeat of the Azai and Asakura clans and the Mount Hiei warrior monks left him without significant resources and allies at hand. The imperial court, which initially had supported Yoshiaki, came to recognize Nobunaga as the de facto ruler, deserting the shogun to his fate. Having no other choice, Yoshiaki was forced into exile in 1573. He left Kyoto under the escort of a handful of loyal followers, heralding the end of the Ashikaga shogunate, which had ruled Japan since 1338. This symbolized a monumental shift in the nation's balance of power, with the collapse of the traditional feudal order and the rise of Nobunaga as Japan's main political and military force. By exiling the shogun, Nobunaga ushered in a new era of centralization and reform. He used his victory to reinforce his legitimacy and to implement sweeping changes that further entrenched his position as the de facto supreme ruler. While Nobunaga found himself in an unprecedented powerful position, he still faced many challenges. Several enemies were still determined to challenge his authority, most notably the Takeda clan, led by Takeda Shingen. He was widely regarded as the best warrior leader of his time, and his clan had the best samurai units in Japan. This tension presaged future conflicts that would further shape the destiny of Sengoku Japan and Nobunaga's road to glory. Whereas Oda Nobunaga was becoming stronger in central Japan, the warrior leader Takeda Shingen, alias the Tiger of Kai, was the most feared warlord in the east. He headed the Takeda clan and established his power in the provinces of Kai and Shinano, as well as exporting his influence to neighboring regions such as Suruga and Totomi. Takeda Shingen was not only a tremendous warrior, he was also a brilliant strategist and a capable administrator. Led by him, the Takeda clan achieved a rare internal stability for the period, with an efficient administrative framework based on the Shingen-ko Gunpo, the Shingen military code. He also introduced economic reforms, strengthening the clan's finances and guaranteeing the necessary resources for its military campaigns. One of Shingen's greatest competitors was Tokugawa Ieyasu, an ally of Oda Nobunaga. Both leaders often clashed in fierce battles, contesting control of strategic territories. Shingen saw Ieyasu as a hindrance to his westward expansion, while Ieyasu perceived Shingen as a direct threat to the stability of his Mikawa and Totomi lands. This feud escalated into decisive events, such as the 1572 Battle of Mikatakahara, where Shingen defeated Ieyasu's forces in one of the most stunning victories of the Sengoku period. In the wake of his success at Mikatakahara, Takeda Shingen initiated an ambitious campaign towards Kyoto, intended to destabilize Nobunaga and his allies. Shingen's onward march was a strategic move to cement his power and claim greater political influence in central Japan. He gathered a well-trained and enthusiastic army, made up of his notorious cavalry troops, known for their fighting discipline and efficiency. Along the way, Shingen conquered several fortresses, putting a strain on the territories controlled by Tokugawa Ieyasu and directly endangering Nobunaga's supply routes. Their march also provided a demonstration of strength, inspiring other clans to reconsider their loyalties and even pursue alliances with the Takeda. Yet, Shingen's fate changed radically during this campaign. He fell seriously ill while leading his troops towards Kyoto in 1573. The exact nature of his illness is still uncertain, but historical accounts suggest that he collapsed from a sudden illness that crippled his leadership and halted the Takeda offensive. His death was a shattering blow to the Takeda clan. Without his charismatic and strategic leadership, the clan faced difficulties in maintaining internal harmony. His son and successor, Takeda Katsuyori, took over, with the daunting task of upholding his father's legacy amid mounting pressure from Nobunaga and Ieyasu. Takeda Shingen's sudden death changed the balance of the conflict between the Oda and Takeda clans, providing Nobunaga with the opportunity he urgently needed to confront a weakened Takeda clan. Following Shingen's death, Takeda Katsuyori stepped into the shoes of his clan. Keen to honor his father's legacy, Katsuyori pressed ahead with his expansion plans, focusing on solidifying control over the surrounding provinces and exerting pressure on Tokugawa Ieyasu's territories. He opted to use the formidable Takeda cavalry, one of the most feared armies in Sengoku Japan. The Takeda cavalry was known for its discipline and innovative tactics. Held in rigid formations and conducted by experienced generals, the cavalry had the power to launch devastating attacks, particularly on flat terrain, where their mobility and impact force could be fully exploited. This force was brought to bear during the campaign in Totomi, a region under Tokugawa Ieyasu's control, and vital to the stability of the alliance between Ieyasu and Nobunaga. Katsuyori embarked on an all-out offensive in Totomi, capturing Takatenjin Castle in 1574, a significant victory that dented the morale of Ieyasu's forces. This conquest, however, also exposed the Takeda clan's strategic vulnerabilities. While cavalry was still their greatest strength, the over-reliance on direct assaults began to show its limitations, as Nobunaga and Ieyasu's army increasingly used firearms. When faced with Takeda Katsuyori's movements, Oda Nobunaga acknowledged the need for meticulous groundwork to deal with one of the most powerful armies of the Sengoku period. Intent on protecting his ally Tokugawa Ieyasu and neutralizing Takeda's threat, Nobunaga set about rebuilding his forces. He invested massively in firearms, with the understanding that muskets could neutralize the legendary Takeda cavalry. He enlisted and trained specialized units to handle these weapons in unprecedented numbers in Japan. Nobunaga also developed innovative strategies, such as defensive formations using muskets and coordinated salvos, able to deal huge casualties in cavalry attacks and sustain fire. Besides military strengthening, Nobunaga labored to ensure that his supply lines were secure and effective, guaranteeing that his soldiers were provided with the needed resources for protracted campaigns. He also made use of his spy network to monitor the movements of the Takeda clan, anticipating their tactics and locating strategic vulnerabilities. In 1575, the battlefield was primed for a crucial confrontation that would shape the fate of two powerful clans from the Sengoku period. Keen to expand his clan's influence and wipe out past defeats, Takeda Katsuyori commanded an army of around 15,000 experienced soldiers. These included his celebrated cavalry, known for their strength and discipline, and well-known samurai who symbolized Takeda's prestige and history. Katsuyori besieged Nagashino Castle, a fortress located strategically in Mikawa province, under the control of Tokugawa Ieyasu. The siege attempted to dampen the morale of the defenders and severed their supply lines, forcing them to surrender. Nevertheless, Ieyasu, convinced to resist, sent an urgent message to Nobunaga asking for reinforcements. Nobunaga quickly responded, mobilizing an army of 30,000 men to counter the Takeda threat. His force was mainly made up of ashigarus, peasant infantrymen, but also included 3,000 musketeers, fitted with imported firearms, and trained to operate in disciplined formations. Situated on the banks of the Nagashino River, the battlefield was hemmed in by hills and valleys, offering opportunities for defenders and attackers alike. Nobunaga carefully chose his position, building wooden barriers to protect his musketeers and forming an almost impenetrable line of defense. In contrast, Katsuyori relied on the nobility and impact of his cavalry to burst through the enemy lines and seal victory. Trusting in his cavalry's successful track record, Katsuyori ordered a massive charge against Nobunaga's defensive lines. Unknown for their discipline and expertise in swift and devastating combat, the Takeda cavalry charged forward in full force, seeking to crush enemy resistance in a single blow. The Takeda mounted troops were well trained to deliver coordinated attacks that, on other occasions, would have devastated less prepared enemy lines. But as they neared Nobunaga's barricades, the Takeda horsemen encountered an unbreakable barrier. Together, with the carefully chosen terrain, the wooden palisades hampered mobility and minimized the impact of the charges. Katsuyori commanded repeated assaults, but the cavalry's strength started to erode against the rain of bullets shot by Nobunaga's men. Nobunaga's strategic use of muskets was the cornerstone of his defense. He arranged his 3,000 musketeers in 3 distinct lines. This allowed for continuous coordinated firing. While one line was firing, the others were reloading, thereby ensuring a constant barrage of bullets was fired at the Takeda forces. When Takeda cavalry came close, the musketeers opened fire in sweeping volleys. The first horsemen were mowed down before they could even reach the barriers. The thunderous sound of the muskets and the blast of the bullets destabilized the horses and wreaked havoc on the Takeda ranks. The surviving horsemen pulled back in disarray, only to be shot at again as they attempted to reorganize their formations. Their repeated charges were quelled by coordinated musket salvos, a turning point in the battle. Sensing the desperate situation, Katsuyori opted to risk everything in an all-out attack, gathering the rest of his troops for a final assault. but the chaos and accumulated losses had already jeopardized the effectiveness of his army. The depleted and demoralized Takeda forces could not break through Nobunaga's meticulously crafted defenses. The poor coordination between units and the psychological impact of the massive casualties resulted in the Takeda army's organization collapsing. Many soldiers retreated in panic, abandoning the battlefield in shambles. Faced with imminent defeat, Katsuyori called for a retreat to save what was left of his army. However, this was met with relentless pursuit by Nobunaga and Ieyasu's forces, resulting in even more casualties for the Takeda. The prestige and might of the once invincible Takeda cavalry had been permanently shattered, and this marked the beginning of the clan's decline. Following the victory of Nagashino, Nobunaga cemented his control over the provinces previously controlled by the Takeda. He reshuffled the conquered lands among his most loyal allies, including Tokugawa Ieyasu, reinforcing the alliance between the two and ensuring the stability of the region. The destruction of the Takeda clan had a profound impact. Nobunaga proved that firearms, when used strategically, could surpass traditional cavalry tactics, marking a turning point in the warfare of the Sengoku period. This victory also consolidated his reputation as a visionary military strategist and as a leader prepared to adopt innovations to achieve his goals. Following the decisive Battle of Nagashino, where Oda Nobunaga and Tokugawa Ieyasu crushed the formidable Takeda cavalry, Nobunaga's power and influence soared to new heights. The once dominant Takeda clan was left in ruins, its lands distributed among Nobunaga's trusted allies. Securing control over central Japan, he strengthened his position as the most powerful daimyo of the turbulent Sengoku period. This victory not only solidified his reputation as a master tactician, but also sent an unmistakable message to his adversaries. Nobunaga was an unstoppable force, prepared to embrace technological advancements and unconventional tactics to outmatch any opponent. Yet, just as he reveled in his triumph, a new challenger emerged, Uesugi Kenshin, famously known as the Dragon of Echigo. Both feared and revered, Kenshin was as much a battlefield tactician as he was a devout follower of Bishamoten, the god of war. Leading the Uesugi clan from the province of Echigo, he stood out as one of the few commanders capable of matching Nobunaga in military strength and prestige. With two such figures on a collision course, their inevitable confrontation signified more than just a territorial dispute. It became a struggle over the fate of Japan. As Nobunaga's dominance expanded, his notoriety grew alongside it. Many came to fear and despise him, dubbing him the Demon King, a title that reflected his unrelenting ambition and brutal efficiency. Unlike other daimyo, he saw more than just rival clans as obstacles. Traditional institutions, such as Buddhist temples, also became targets of his aggressive campaign for centralization. Viewing these religious centers as a hindrance to his vision of progress, he launched devastating attacks, including the destruction of Enkoji on Mount Hiei, where entire monastic communities were annihilated. Opinions on Nobunaga varied greatly. Some hailed him as a revolutionary, a leader willing to dismantle the outdated feudal order that had long stifled Japan's advancement. Others, however, saw him as a ruthless tyrant who disregarded sacred traditions and disrespected the deeply ingrained spiritual values of society. His reputation as the Demon King came to symbolize both admiration and fear, a reflection of his relentless pursuit of power. While Nobunaga's tactics sowed fear among his enemies, they also unified those who perceived him as a grave danger. Meanwhile, Uesugi Kenshin was regarded as the antithesis of Nobunaga, a devout and honorable leader bound by faith and a strict warrior code. For Kenshin, the fight against Nobunaga was not just about territorial control, it was a spiritual crusade. Believing it was his divine duty to resist the Demon King, he saw himself as the defender of Japan's traditional values against Nobunaga's unrelenting expansionism. This stark contrast between the two leaders elevated their rivalry beyond mere military conflict. At its core, their struggle represented a clash of ideologies, Nobunaga's relentless march toward modernization against Kenshin's unwavering commitment to spiritual and warrior traditions. With the Takeda clan no longer posing a significant threat, Nobunaga turned his sights towards Kaga province, a wealthy and strategically valuable region serving as a gateway to Uesugi-controlled territories. Seeking to tighten his grip on the region, he dispatched forces to seize smaller fortresses and assert dominance, directly challenging Kenshin's authority. Viewing this incursion as an outright provocation, Kenshin recognized the necessity of swift action. Determined to safeguard his hold over Kaga and curb Nobunaga's advances, he mobilized an army of roughly 30,000 troops. His forces, comprising highly skilled samurai, adept in close combat and siege warfare, formed an elite unit trained for both defensive and offensive maneuvers. Supplemented by expert archers and disciplined spearmen, Kenshin's army embodied the Uesugi clan's hallmark traditions of military precision and adaptability. Leading his troops personally, Kenshin set out for the Tedori River, a battleground he had carefully selected to maximize his tactical advantage. As Kenshin's forces advanced, Nobunaga prepared to counter the Dragon of Echigo by leveraging his superior weaponry and innovative battle strategies. His reliance on mass firearm formations had proven devastatingly effective at Nagashino, and he sought to replicate this success. Organizing his musketeers in coordinated units, he intended to use their firepower to break Kenshin's ranks while employing flexible infantry tactics to outmaneuver enemy forces. Confident in his blend of modern warfare and disciplined formations, he believed that superior technology and battlefield coordination would once again prove decisive. Upon reaching the Tedori River, Kenshin positioned his forces on elevated terrain, giving his army a natural defensive edge. The high ground advantage significantly reduced the effectiveness of Nobunaga's musketeers, as the humid conditions near the river interfered with firearm reliability. The unfavorable terrain played to Kenshin's strengths, creating the perfect conditions for close-quarter combat, where his warriors excelled. By using the terrain to his advantage, Uesugi Kenshin successfully disrupted Nobunaga's battle formations, forcing his opponent to reposition troops across multiple fronts. This maneuver exposed critical weaknesses in Nobunaga's communication lines, diminishing the effectiveness of his usual synchronized tactics. Kenshin's deep familiarity with the landscape, combined with his ability to identify and exploit enemy vulnerabilities, transformed the conflict into a showcase of his strategic brilliance. To further disorientate his adversary, Kenshin deployed small detachments to feign attacks at specific locations, luring segments of Nobunaga's forces into isolated engagements. This deceptive tactic led to confusion among Nobunaga's commanders, who reacted hastily and without coordination. As a result, the fragmentation of their troops weakened their central formations, leaving them exposed to further exploitation. With Nobunaga's forces in disarray, Kenshin positioned his army for a decisive strike. He exercised patience, waiting for the opportune moment when his opponent's army had become sufficiently disorganized before delivering his final, calculated assault. Seizing the initiative, Kenshin personally led a ferocious charge against Nobunaga's defenses. His elite cavalry surged forward with precision, penetrating deep into enemy lines and creating a critical breach in their formations. At the same time, his heavily armed infantry and skilled archers launched coordinated strikes from strategically placed flanks, intensifying the impact of the central attack. The mere presence of Kenshin on the battlefield served as a rallying force for his soldiers, who fought with renewed vigor and unwavering determination. Meanwhile, Nobunaga struggled to regain control, but the relentless pressure and disorder inflicted by Kenshin's offensive made effective reorganization nearly impossible. With communication lines completely severed, Nobunaga's army operated in a state of confusion, unable to mount a cohesive response to the unrelenting waves of attacks. By the time Kenshin's assault reached its peak, Nobunaga's forces had been thoroughly destabilized. This victory underscored the legendary tactical acumen of the Dragon of Echigo and solidified his status as one of the most brilliant strategists of the Sengoku era. For Nobunaga, the defeat at Tedori Gama became one of the most significant setbacks in his quest to unify Japan. Despite triumphing on the battlefield, the Uesugi clan soon faced an unforeseen crisis with Kenshin's untimely death in 1578. Accounts from the period suggest that he succumbed to a sudden illness, possibly a stroke, at the height of his influence. What mattered most, however, was the power vacuum this passing created, as the Uesugi clan struggled to maintain unity and military dominance in his absence. Without Kenshin's leadership, the clan's position in the Sengoku landscape weakened considerably. Internal disputes over succession led to division within the ranks, while external adversaries, including Nobunaga, capitalize on the instability to expand their own control. Though the Dragon of Echigo no longer stood in Nobunaga's way, his legacy endured. Revered as a leader who exemplified the samurai code of honor and spiritual devotion, Kenshin came to symbolize one of the last great bastions of resistance against Nobunaga's relentless ambition. Suffering defeat at Todorigawa delivered a rare blow to Nobunaga, both militarily and psychologically. Having built his reputation on technological superiority and audacious tactics, he found himself outmaneuvered by Kenshin's strategic mastery. The battle laid bare the limitations of relying solely on firearms in unsuitable terrain, and reinforced the necessity of adapting tactics when facing commanders with deep battlefield experience. However, Nobunaga refused to let a single loss dictate his future. Quickly reassessing his failures, he reorganized his forces and refined his strategies, ensuring that he would be better prepared for opponents who leveraged the terrain and exploited his army's structural weaknesses. At the time, many observers noted that fortune seemed to favor Nobunaga, as both Takeda Shingen and Uesugi Kenshin passed away before they could consolidate their advances and deliver a final, decisive blow against him. Shingen had been marching toward Kyoto, while Kenshin had humiliated Nobunaga at Todorigawa, yet their sudden deaths robbed them of the opportunity to fully execute their plans. Some question whether Nobunaga's survival was merely a matter of luck, but as the old saying goes, fortune favors the predestined. Oda Nobunaga stood at the pinnacle of his rule, exerting dominance over vast stretches of Japan, while fortifying his hold on the territories he had seized. With the downfall of the Takeda and Ikoiki clans, and the demise of Uesugi Kenshin, his long-held ambition of unifying the country was closer than ever to becoming reality. His influence radiated from Kyoto to the nation's most remote corners, and his court mirrored both his strength and determination, bustling with foreign diplomats, traders, and warriors eager to pledge their allegiance. The city's peaceful atmosphere was abruptly disrupted by the arrival of a most unexpected figure. While many outsiders had journeyed through Japan, this one was different. Not only did his towering build make him stand out, but his dark complexion was unlike anything most had ever encountered. He would soon earn the name Yasuke, a warrior from lands far beyond Japan, destined to cross paths with the most powerful warlord of the Sengoku period. Yasuke's arrival did not go unnoticed. He had set foot in Japan alongside Jesuit missionaries who had been in contact with Nobunaga for years and frequently introduced foreigners to his court. Yet, unlike the others who had come before him, Yasuke stood apart. His towering stature and deep black skin were unlike anything the Japanese had ever encountered. Everywhere he walked, he became the center of attention, drawing startled glances and hushed whispers. It wasn't long before crowds began gathering around him, their expressions a mix of awe and disbelief. Some, unable to accept what they were seeing, reached out to touch his skin, convinced it was merely coated in ink. As more people sought to confirm the truth with their own hands, the murmurs grew louder. This was a sight that defied all expectations, as though he had stepped from an entirely different world. Word of the towering foreigner quickly reached Oda Nobunaga. Always eager to explore different cultures and intrigued by Western inventions, he wasted no time in requesting an audience with this remarkable man. The Jesuits had already introduced firearms, new technologies, and foreign customs to Japan, but nothing compared to what they were about to unveil. Driven by an insatiable curiosity and a relentless pursuit of the unknown, Nobunaga commanded that Yasuke be brought before him. His court, long accustomed to hosting diplomats and emissaries from distant lands, braced itself for an encounter unlike any other. The powerful warlord, eager for answers, awaited the arrival of the man who had captured the city's attention. When Yasuke finally stood in Nobunaga's presence, the daimyo could hardly believe what he saw. He had witnessed countless marvels from the Portuguese and foreign merchants, yet never had he imagined someone like Yasuke could exist. Doubt flickered in his eyes. Was this some elaborate trick played by the Jesuits? His gaze meticulously examined every inch of Yasuke's form, searching for an explanation to the enigma before him. Skeptical, Nobunaga decided to put his suspicions to rest in the most direct way possible. He ordered Yasuke to be scrubbed clean. Perhaps, he reasoned, the man's dark skin was nothing more than a layer of paint applied by foreigners to impress him. Before the watchful eyes of the court, servants fetched water and vigorously washed Yasuke. Yet, despite their efforts, his complexion remained unchanged. The illusion Nobunaga had suspected simply did not exist. Impressed by Yasuke's formidable presence, unwavering posture, and sheer strength, Nobunaga's curiosity deepened. He sought to know more, where this man had come from, how he ended up in Japan, and what path had led him to this moment. What had begun as a mere curiosity now transformed into something more. Yasuke was no longer just an intriguing outsider, but someone worthy of Nobunaga's attention and trust. Fascinated by his presence and undeniable potential, Nobunaga made a bold decision. Yasuke would serve under him. Recognizing his physical prowess and warrior spirit, the daimyo granted him both a residence and a katana, marks of his entry into the samurai class. Yasuke was not a mere guard or servant. He was to be trained, honed, and integrated into the ranks of Nobunaga's forces. With this newfound role, Yasuke swore loyalty to the Oda clan and was assigned to serve Nobutada, Nobunaga's son. Under this command, he immersed himself in training alongside seasoned warriors, sharpening his skills in swordsmanship and military tactics. His sheer strength and unwavering dedication soon earned him the respect of the Japanese samurai. Though they had first regarded him with skepticism, over time they came to see him not as an outsider, but as a true warrior among them. As time passed, Yasuke's role within the Oda clan grew beyond that of a mere warrior. His sharp mind, unwavering loyalty, and formidable combat skills earned him a place of trust beside Nobunaga. Always drawn to foreign cultures and eager to recognize exceptional talent, the daimyo began including Yasuke in key official duties. He accompanied Nobunaga to inspections of newly constructed buildings, participated in court ceremonies, and was present at high-level military councils. This increasing proximity between Yasuke and Nobunaga did not go unnoticed. Among the ranks of the court, longtime vassals who had fought for years to earn Nobunaga's trust viewed the foreigner's swift rise with suspicion. Some saw his position as an insult to samurai tradition, while others resented the attention and influence he had gained within the Oda clan. To them, the idea that an outsider could hold such favor with Japan's most powerful warlord was deeply unsettling. Whispers of discontent spread through the palace corridors. Doubts surfaced about whether Yasuke had truly earned his status, while others muttered that Nobunaga was placing too much faith in a man whose origins remained largely unknown. Yet, as always, Nobunaga disregarded conventional thinking. He continued to value Yasuke as one of his most trusted warriors, preparing him for even greater responsibilities that lay ahead. That loyalty was put to the test in 1582, when Yasuke joined Nobunaga's campaign against the remnants of the Takeda clan at the Battle of Tenmokuzan. Once a formidable force under Takeda Shingen's rule, the Takeda were now in steep decline, with Takeda Katsuyori struggling to keep his dynasty from collapsing. Determined to eliminate all remaining resistance, Nobunaga dispatched his forces, led by his son Nobutada, to besiege the Takeda's final stronghold. Yasuke fought with Nobunaga and Nobutada, proving his bravery and combat skills on the battlefield. The fighting was ruthless, with Oda and Tokugawa armies pressing their advantage in numbers and superior weaponry to break the Takeda defenses. With no escape left, Katsuyori and his most loyal retainers chose to take their own lives, marking the end of the Takeda as a major force in Japan. The fall of Tenmokuzan solidified Nobunaga's dominance over central Japan. Yasuke, having once again demonstrated his worth as a warrior, gained further recognition within the Oda ranks, strengthening his status within the army. With central Japan now firmly under his control, Nobunaga set his sights westward, where the powerful Mori clan remained one of the last formidable obstacles to his vision of unification. Holding vast stretches of land and controlling essential trade routes, the Mori posed a serious challenge to his expanding empire. To confront this lingering threat, Nobunaga devised a strategy to encircle the Mori through carefully orchestrated military campaigns. He sought to weaken their hold by capturing key fortresses and cutting off their supply lines, steadily tightening his grip on western Japan. The Mori were the last great barrier standing in Nobunaga's path toward total domination. With the Takeda clan crushed and his authority firmly established in central Japan, Oda Nobunaga shifted his focus westward. The dream of unifying the country was within reach, yet formidable opponents still stood in his way. Among them, the Mori clan remained one of the last major independent forces resisting his rule. Dominating the Chukoku region, the Mori held vast territories, including crucial trade routes and key coastal ports that fueled both their economy and military strength. Their army was disciplined and battle-hardened, while a strong network of alliances bolstered their defenses against the growing might of the Oda. Realizing this would be among his final campaigns to solidify his control, Nobunaga placed one of his most skilled commanders, Hideyoshi, in charge of the Mori offensive. What followed was not just a battle for land, but a high-stakes contest of strategy and endurance, putting the Oda war machine against a resilient and entrenched opponent. Few among Nobunaga's generals matched the versatility and cunning of Hashiba Hideyoshi. Entrusted with leading the charge against the Mori, he quickly proved himself both a shrewd diplomat and an exceptional battlefield tactician, playing a crucial role in the Oda expansion. Rather than relying solely on brute force, Hideyoshi adopted a multifaceted strategy. He combined direct assaults with negotiations, seeking to dismantle the Mori's web of alliances, while systematically capturing their key strongholds. His reputation as a master strategist grew as he introduced innovative tactics, including the use of espionage, careful logistical planning, and coordinated offensives designed to wear the enemy down. Beyond his tactical brilliance, Hideyoshi's leadership skills kept his soldiers disciplined and motivated, even when facing significant hardships. He avoided reckless attacks, choosing instead to weaken enemy positions before delivering decisive blows. Patience and precision became the cornerstones of his campaign. To initiate his offensive, Hideyoshi first targeted smaller fortifications, aiming to fracture the Mori's network of supporters. His first major objective was Miki Castle in Harima Province, a fortress under the command of Besho Nagaharu, a staunch Mori vassal who defied Oda rule. The siege of Miki Castle, which began in 1579, quickly escalated into a defining conflict of the campaign. Rather than launching a direct assault, Hideyoshi employed a war of attrition, severing supply lines and cutting off reinforcements to gradually starve out the defenders. Unlike other battles that relied on sheer force, this siege became a test of endurance and strategy, forcing the enemy into submission through isolation. As the months dragged on, hunger and desperation took their toll on those trapped inside. Besho Nagaharu found himself facing an impossible decision. With no aid coming from the Mori, he ultimately accepted the inevitable and surrendered in 1580. In keeping with samurai tradition, he took his own life, and the fortress fell under Oda control. The fall of Miki Castle sent shockwaves through the Mori ranks. Their defensive line had been breached, and their alliances began to waver. Meanwhile, Hideyoshi's reputation as a calculated and disciplined commander only grew stronger. With this victory under his belt, he prepared to push deeper into enemy territory, setting the stage for an even greater confrontation. While his generals fought in the west, Nobunaga turned his attention to a different kind of conquest, one that would leave a lasting mark on Japan. He dedicated himself to the construction of Azuchi Castle, a grand fortress that would stand as a testament to his ambition and vision for a unified nation. Unlike conventional Japanese castles, which prioritized defense above all else, Azuchi was designed as both a stronghold and a symbol of prosperity. Positioned along the shores of Lake Biwa, it was to serve as the heart of his military and political authority. Azuchi Castle broke new ground in architectural innovation. While its defensive walls and watchtowers provided formidable protection, the structure itself embodied a level of refinement rarely seen in military constructions. At its core stood a towering 7-story tenshu, its design rich with symbolism. Each level represented a step towards the heavens, mirroring the ascension of a ruler to ultimate power. Lavish murals adorned the walls, painted by master artists, marking a departure from the stark simplicity of traditional fortresses. One of the castle's most enigmatic features was a massive mirror placed at the peak of the tenshu. Some believed it served as a means of self-reflection, allowing Nobunaga to contemplate his role and fate in the world, much like the sun goddess Amaterasu in ancient mythology. Others saw it as an assertion of his dominance, a physical representation of his belief that he was the true center of Japan, reflecting the brilliance of his reign across the land. Another striking departure from convention was the absence of deep defensive moats. Unlike other castles, which relied on natural barriers and water defenses, Azuchi stood as a testament to Nobunaga's confidence. He saw no need for such fortifications, trusting instead in strategic positioning and military readiness. More than just a fortress, he envisioned Azuchi as a beacon of governance and culture, a place where daimyos, scholars, and foreign dignitaries could witness firsthand the splendor of his rule. The castle also became a hub for foreign interactions. Nobunaga welcomed Christian missionaries, Western merchants, and emissaries from distant lands, eager to absorb new ideas and technologies. This open exchange of knowledge further cemented Azuchi as a crossroads between Japan and the wider world, reinforcing Nobunaga's image as a leader not only of military might, but of progress and innovation. Through a string of decisive victories and the annihilation of some of Japan's most formidable clans, Oda Nobunaga cemented his status as the most dominant figure of the Sengoku era. His influence spanned vast regions, and his relentless pursuit of unification was unmistakable. By 1582, his power was so undeniable that the imperial court of Kyoto extended an invitation for him to assume an official title, one that would solidify his position as the nation's supreme ruler. For centuries, the imperial court watched its authority wane as warlords and shoguns carved up Japan through conflict. Seeing Nobunaga as the best chance to restore centralized rule, albeit under military dominance, the court sought to formalize his reign. Aware of the strength that imperial legitimacy could lend to his rule, Nobunaga took the proposal into careful consideration. He had long demonstrated his appreciation for tradition, restoring temples, and endorsing imperial ceremonies to reinforce his image as a ruler who respected Japan's heritage. Rather than accepting the title of shogun outright, Nobunaga opted to preserve his military independence, avoiding the constraints of the old feudal hierarchy. Yet, despite declining the formal position, his supremacy remained undisputed. With Kyoto under his control, the imperial court swayed by his presence and the unwavering loyalty of key generals like Hashiba Hideyoshi and Tokugawa Ieyasu, Nobunaga stood at the precipice of achieving what no other had before: the unification of Japan. As Nobunaga's influence reached its peak, a storm of dissent was brewing beneath the surface of his own ranks. Unseen threats festered within his command, waiting for the right moment to strike. Despite his reputation as a visionary and formidable leader, his harsh rule and intolerance for failure sowed seeds of resentment among his vassals. Loyalty was non-negotiable, and any signs of weakness or defiance was met with severe punishment. His relentless ambition, paired with his disregard for traditions he deemed obsolete, led some of his closest subordinates to quietly turn against him. Daimyos, who had once stood by his side, grew uneasy, fearing his unpredictability. Nobunaga had no qualms about discarding those he deemed incompetent or disloyal, no matter their past service. His rejection of long-standing samurai customs, his reliance on gunpowder warfare, and his efforts to centralize power alienated many who saw him as a danger to the very foundation of Japan's warrior class. Among his most trusted generals, resentment simmered. Some had endured years of condescension, but none more so than Akechi Mitsuhide. A respected commander, Mitsuhide had suffered repeated public humiliations at Nobunaga's hands, eroding his trust and feeding his discontent. Nobunaga's leadership thrived on control, keeping his vassals on edge, constantly forcing them to prove their worth through unwavering obedience. This growing atmosphere of hostility created a volatile situation. As Nobunaga expanded his reach and secured his rule, opposition to his tyranny took root in the shadows. Envy, fear, and long-held grudges fanned the flames of betrayal, setting the stage for an event that would shake the very core of Japan's history. Nobunaga, in 1582, stood at the pinnacle of his dominance over Japan. After years of relentless warfare and conquests, the dream of unifying the country had never been so close to reality. His influence stretched across nearly all of Japan, his forces controlling vast swaths of land. The elimination of the Takeda, Adzai, and Asakura clans, along with the crushing of the Ikoiki warrior monks, secured his military supremacy. Even the imperial court of Kyoto, long overshadowed by warlords, acknowledged him as the most powerful figure of the Sengoku era. With Kyoto firmly in his grasp, and central Japan under his authority, he pushed further westward, dispatching his most trusted commanders to subjugate the last remaining opposition. Unification seemed inevitable, with only the Mori and Uesugi clans offering any real resistance. Convinced of his own invincibility, Nobunaga saw the final stage of conquest as nothing more than a formality. But arrogance breeds blindness, and in this moment of triumph, he grew complacent. Trusting in the unwavering loyalty of his subordinates and the stability of his domain, he failed to perceive the silent threats creeping ever closer. While Nobunaga consolidated his rule, Hashiba Hideyoshi led an aggressive campaign against the Mori in the west. His victories over their lesser allies paved the way for a final strike against the clan's heartland. A key moment of this campaign was the siege of Takamatsu Castle, a critical Mori stronghold. The castle's formidable position and its determined defenders made a direct assault too costly. However, Hideyoshi, always one to devise unconventional strategies, conceived a different approach. Instead of storming the gates, he ordered the surrounding plains to be flooded, cutting off all hope of escape. As the waters rose and supplies dwindled, the besieged Mori forces knew their fate was sealed. But pressing the attack, however, Hideyoshi added additional troops to secure the victory. Seeking Nobunaga's approval, he sent an urgent request to Kyoto for reinforcements. What should have been a routine decision would instead set in motion a catastrophic betrayal. Nobunaga, upon receiving the message, instructed Akechi Mitsuhide to assemble an army and march west to reinforce Hideyoshi. The order appeared logical. Mitsuhide was an experienced commander, a veteran of many campaigns. However, this single command would ultimately lead to Nobunaga's downfall. On the surface, Mitsuhide obeyed, leading his forces out of Kyoto as instructed. Yet, beneath his mask of loyalty, years of humiliation and resentment festered. Nobunaga had often belittled him in front of other generals, questioning his competence and publicly ridiculing him. These slights, once minor grievances, had accumulated into a deep-seated hatred. Speculation surrounds Mitsuhide's true motivations. Some believe he feared that, once unification was complete, Nobunaga would discard him as he would have done with others who had outlived their usefulness. Others suggested he resented Hideyoshi's meteoric rise, suspecting that his own influence be eclipsed. Regardless of his reasoning, the decision had been made. Instead of joining Hideyoshi, Mitsuhide turned his forces back toward Kyoto, preparing to strike Nobunaga himself. With no knowledge of the treachery unfolding, Nobunaga traveled to Kyoto, intending to oversee the final stages of his campaign. In his mind, victory was inevitable, and any remaining resistance was little more than an inconvenience. Upon reaching the capital, he took up residence at Honnoji Temple, a site he often used as his temporary headquarters. So certain of his own safety, he arrived with only a small personal guard, never suspecting that he was walking into a trap. Unbeknownst to him, Mitsuhide had already mobilized his forces. The betrayal was no longer an idea, it was a plan in motion. Before dawn on June 21, 1582, Mitsuhide made his move. Instead of continuing towards Hideyoshi's siege, he redirected his army toward Kyoto. As they advanced towards Honnoji, he uttered the words that would be etched into history. The enemy is at Honnoji. With that command, the coup was set in motion. The attack came swiftly and without mercy. Nobunaga, surrounded and outnumbered, found himself with no means of escape. Among those who refused to abandon him was Yasuke, the African warrior who had served the Oda clan with unwavering loyalty. As Mitsuhide's forces stormed the temple, Yasuke fought ferociously, shielding Nobunaga from wave after wave of attackers. Yet, as the fight wore on, it became clear that resistance was futile. Understanding that capture was inevitable, Nobunaga made his final decision. Rather than allow Mitsuhide the satisfaction of taking him alive, he chose the path of a true samurai. Ordering his attendants to assist, he committed seppuku, ensuring that his enemies would never claim him as a prize. Before drawing his last breath, he commanded his servants to set the temple ablaze. Fire quickly engulfed Honnoji, consuming everything within as Yasuke and the last defenders fought to the death. Following the battle, Mitsuhide's men seized Yasuke, but unlike the other samurai who had served Nobunaga, he was not executed. Regarded as a foreigner rather than a warrior bound by Japanese custom, Mitsuhide dismissed him as insignificant and handed him over to the Jesuit missionaries. From that moment on, Yasuke vanished from recorded history, his fate unknown, his legend enduring. When the fire finally died down, Mitsuhide's forces combed through the ruins of the temple, expecting to find Nobunaga's body as proof of their victory. But to their astonishment, no remains were recovered. The absence of his corpse fueled endless speculation. Some believed that the fire had completely consumed him. Others whispered that his most loyal retainers had secretly retrieved his body before the flames took hold. With no physical proof of his death, rumors took on a life of their own. Some claimed he had survived, escaping into exile. Others suggested that his demise had been orchestrated, transforming him into a legendary figure destined to return when Japan needed him most. This mystery only strengthened Nobunaga's legacy. Whether he had perished in the flames or vanished into legend, his name would never be forgotten, immortalized as the man who came closer than any other to uniting Japan under a single banner. The fall of Nobunaga at Honnoji marked the definitive end of his reign and the beginning of a turbulent power struggle. Seizing the moment, Akechi Mitsuhide swiftly declared himself the new ruler of Japan, taking control of Kyoto and attempting to solidify his authority. Yet, his claim to power was fragile from the outset. Underestimating the loyalty Nobunaga had inspired, he failed to anticipate the swift retaliation from his former lord's allies, who refused to accept his rule and immediately began preparing for war. Resistance emerged almost instantly, led by Nobunaga's most trusted generals, Hashiba Hideyoshi, Tokugawa Ieyasu, and Shibata Katsuie. Of them, Hideyoshi acted with unparalleled urgency. Still engaged in his campaign against the Mori in the west, he wasted no time negotiating a swift peace to free his forces. In an astonishing display of speed and determination, he organized a forced march, covering vast distances at an incredible pace, intent on confronting Mitsuhide before he could secure his grip on power. Mitsuhide's betrayal had sent shockwaves through the ranks of Nobunaga's former vassals. Many samurai and officials, still loyal to their fallen leader, refused to rally behind the usurper. Struggling to secure support, Mitsuhide found himself increasingly isolated, his fragile reign crumbling before it could take root. With Hideyoshi advancing rapidly, a decision confrontation loomed, one that would determine who would truly inherit Nobunaga's unfinished legacy. It was Nobunaga who had initiated Japan's transformation, dismantling the fragmented feudal order that had defined the Sengoku period. His revolutionary military strategies reshaped the art of war, integrating firearms on a scale never before seen, and utilizing disciplined troop formations to devastating effect. His relentless pursuit of modernization turned his armies into an unstoppable force. Yet, his impact extended far beyond the battlefield. Nobunaga was as much a reformer as he was a conqueror. By fostering economic expansion and embracing foreign trade, he laid the foundations for Japan's emergence as a connected and evolving power. His policies deliberately weakened the influence of the traditional aristocracy, while his merciless suppression of rebellious religious factions reshaped the country's political structure. Though his death left his ambitions incomplete, his influence on Japan's future was irreversible. The groundwork he laid would be carried forward, first by Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and later by Tokugawa Ieyasu, who would establish a shogunate that would govern for over 2 centuries. Nobunaga's life may have ended in the flames of Honnoji, but his legacy endured, immortalizing him as one of the most transformative figures in Japanese history.
During the bloody chaos of the Sengoku period, when Japanese warlords raised castles upon the ashes of mighty clans that crumbled to the clash of spears and swords, a figure emerged who stood out on the battlefield. A warrior whose mind was as sharp as his blade, whose command was followed by his men with almost religious fervor. His name echoes to this day as a symbol of strategy, discipline, and power. He is Takeda Shingen. Known as the Tiger of Kai, Shingen was more than a daimyo. He was a master of war, a shrewd administrator, and a visionary. With his famous banner emblazoned with the words, "Swift as the wind, silent as the forest, fierce as fire, and immovable as a mountain," he marched across battlefields strewn with fallen enemies and left an indelible mark on the military and political history of Japan. Rival of Uesugi Kenshin, feared enemy of Tokugawa Ieyasu, respected even by Oda Nobunaga, Shingen commanded through strength, intelligence, and the art of uniting pragmatism with honor. His rule over the province of Kai became a model of administration and loyalty, and his army, a war machine feared throughout the archipelago. This is the story of Takeda Shingen, the warrior who became legend. Japan in the 16th century was a land in flames. After the collapse of the central authority of the Ashikaga shogunate, the country plunged into an age of constant war, known as Sengoku Jidai, the Warring States period. Feudal lords or daimyos vied for control of provinces, alliances, and castles. No border was stable, no alliance lasting. Treachery was common, violence the rule, and survival depended as much on cunning as on the sword. It was in this landscape of chaos and fragmentation that one of Japan's oldest and most respected clans flourished. The Takeda, direct descendants of Emperor Seiwa, and proud of a lineage that reached back to the great generals of the past. Established in the mountainous province of Kai, in the heart of the Japanese archipelago, the Takeda commanded a land of icy rivers, steep slopes, and wide pastures, a geography that forged hardened and resilient warriors. At the center of this clan was Takeda Nobutora, a lord of fierce temperament and immense ambitions. He had consolidated power over Kai with an iron fist, crushing rival clans and forging an order based on fear. He was a cunning man, but also cruel and unpredictable, whose methods left even his most loyal vassals in a state of constant tension. For Nobutora, power was a matter of absolute dominion, including over his own family. It was under this man's shadow that in the year 1521, his firstborn son, Takeda Harunobu, was born, a boy who one day would be known as Shingen. The heir's birth was met with relief by some, with anxiety by others. Chroniclers and priests of the time recount omens in the skies and fields, out-of-season thunder, agitated animals, and a strange glow on the horizon. But as so often happens with men destined for greatness, Harunobu's childhood would not be marked by tranquility. Under the distrustful gaze of a father who saw in everyone a possible threat, even in his son, the young boy would learn that the path to leadership required more than noble blood. It required courage, vision, and above all, determination to break with the past. From an early age, Harunobu learned that trust was a rare and costly currency. His father, Takeda Nobutora, did not see in his firstborn a worthy heir, but rather a potential rival. With an unpredictable and brutal temperament, Nobutora did not hesitate to punish his subordinates with violence, nor to publicly humiliate those who displeased him. His scorn for his eldest son was clear, and his words were sharp as blades. Coward, soft, he should become a monk. He repeated these insults before counselors and generals, as if he wished to kill Harunobu's leadership before it could even bloom. Meanwhile, the younger brother, Takeda Nobushige, received the father's smiles and esteem. More affable, less ambitious, and apparently easier to mold, Nobushige became the favored son. Harunobu grew up watching that favoritism turn into internal politics. There were rumors that Nobutora wished to replace his legitimate heir with the one he deemed more controllable. The young Harunobu thus lived surrounded by a hostile court, forced to watch every word and every step. If he was not loved by his father, he would be respected by the warriors. If he was not chosen, he would be feared. If he was not guided, he would forge his own path. Little by little, under the tutelage of masters chosen from among the clan's best, Harunobu began his training. Martial discipline was the first rung. He learned to ride, to shoot arrows at full gallop, to handle the sword with refined technique. But his mind wanted more. Fascinated by ancient tactics, he plunged into the teachings of Sun Tzu. But a leader's spirit was built on more than war. Harunobu was also educated in poetic and religious arts, as was tradition among noble warriors. He wrote melancholic verses, visited Buddhist monasteries, debated with Zen monks. He sought to understand not only how to conquer territory, but how to govern the hearts of men. Thus grew the young tiger of Kai, rejected in childhood, forged in silence, cultivated in steel and letters. No one yet called him Shingen, the name that would enter history. But those who watched closely knew. The son whom Nobutora despised could one day rise high enough to eclipse his own father. It was in 1536, at the age of 16, that he finally had his first chance to prove himself on the battlefield in the campaign against Kaizo Castle, located in the region of Shinano, a territory neighboring the province of Kai. The mission was commanded by his father, who saw in this expedition yet another move to strengthen his dominion, and perhaps a chance to test or even expose his son's weaknesses. Harunobu was sent with a small detachment, far from the central positions on the front line. It was a secondary, almost symbolic function, but he did not resign himself to a decorative role. During the siege of the castle, Nobutora faced unexpected resistance and decided to withdraw temporarily. But Harunobu, ignoring the retreat, held his position with his men. Observing the defenses and trusting his own reading of the terrain and the enemy, he decided to act. Under cover of night, he led a daring assault on the fortress, which culminated in the elimination of the enemy commander, the seasoned warrior Hiraga Genshin. The victory was unexpected and lightning swift, achieved without reinforcements and without his father's support, only with instinct, courage, and strategy. When Nobutora learned of the victory, his reaction was bittersweet. The father showed no pride but irritation at the disobedience and at the spotlight now shining on his son. Harunobu, however, gained in that moment something he had never received from Nobutora: recognition among the clan's vassals and generals. The elders of the Takeda family, accustomed to decades of war, began to see in the young man not only an heir by blood, but by warrior virtue. They remarked among themselves that he had made decisions many veterans would hesitate to take, and that he had done so with composure, precision, and bravery. The Kaizo campaign, brief though it was, changed everything. Harunobu ceased to be the ignored son, the coward his father mocked, and came to be seen as a promising warrior, perhaps even a legitimate leader. And in silence, as was his way, he also perceived something essential. Respect is not inherited, it is won. With the sword, with risk, and with vision. That night, in his camp, it is said that Harunobu contemplated the family banner and wrote a brief poem. Moonless night, the sound of victory resounds louder than a father's shouts. Absolute power rarely ages gracefully. In the heart of the mountains of the province of Kai, while the fields blossomed with the spring rains, the halls of the Takeda court began to grow stifling. Inside, tension spread through the court, and its origin lay with the warlord himself, Takeda Nobutora. Nobutora, already advanced in years, remained firm in his severe and inflexible stance. Although he had consolidated power in Kai with harshness and cunning, his leadership was increasingly perceived as a burden by his vassals and even by his own family. What once was strength now turned into paranoia. What had been authority transformed into instability. And at the center of his paranoia stood the shadow of his own son, Harunobu. The boy, who had already proven his courage on the battlefield, was earning respect among the clan's generals and support among peasants and bureaucrats. His presence became uncomfortable. Nobutora, who saw conspiracy in every whisper, began to suspect his firstborn as if he were an enemy within. In the father's eyes, Harunobu's intelligence was pure arrogance, his popularity was insubordination, and even his diligence in his father's service was seen as disguised treason. Rumors began to circulate. Nobutora considered disinheriting Harunobu in favor of his younger brother, Nobushige, more docile, more predictable, more controllable. The possibility sent chills through the veteran generals. They knew that Harunobu was the legitimate heir, but also the most capable. Replacing him would be like destroying the clan's future with their own hands. But one rumor in particular prompted a quiet state of alert among the highest members of the military caste. Nobutora planned to send Harunobu as a guest, in practice a political hostage, to the Imagawa clan in Suruga. A gesture that, under the mask of diplomacy, would amount to removing Harunobu from the board, isolating him in a foreign land, far from his allies, far from his roots. The court of Kai then split between those who still feared Nobutora's wrath and those who were beginning to see that the clan's future might depend on an unthinkable decision, overthrowing their own lord. In the cold corridors of Tsunashiki Castle, fear was the common language of all who surrounded Takeda Nobutora, who, over the years, had become unpredictable and ever more inclined to acts of tyranny. His explosive temper and his tendency to humiliate even the most loyal had corroded the respect he had once inspired. All that remained was fear, and fear by nature is treacherous. Among the veteran generals, the mood was one of mounting unease. Many had served alongside Nobutora in the previous decades, during hard-fought campaigns to unify Kai and subjugate rival clans. They had shed blood at his side. But Nobutora had begun executing old allies with increasingly flimsy justifications. A sidelong glance, an ill-timed word, or simply the bad luck of being misinterpreted. Names that had built the Takeda clan disappeared overnight, replaced by silence and fear. Amid this tense scenario, one figure began to stand out. Itagaki Nobukata, a shrewd counselor, an experienced general, and a veteran of countless battles. Among the other vassals, Nobukata commanded almost reverential respect. He was discreet, patient, and above all, pragmatic. But even he knew that continuing to serve an erratic lord would condemn the clan to ruin, and he saw in the young Harunobu a worthy heir by blood and a promise of a new Takeda leadership, more stable, more clear-headed, and grander. The conspiracy that was taking shape was not at first driven by the ambition of those involved, but rather by an act of collective survival. In private meetings, under the pretext of ceremonial dinners or tea ceremonies, the vassals exchanged coded words. A subtle nod, a prolonged silence, a pause at the right moment, each served to indicate that loyalty to the name Takeda no longer meant loyalty to Nobutora. The objective was clear: remove Nobutora from the throne without bloodshed by sending him to Suruga under the protection of Imagawa Yoshimoto, a diplomatic action, formal, elegant, and final. Meanwhile, the people of the province of Kai, burdened by arbitrary taxes, collective punishments, and the whims of the feudal lord, received the possibility of change with murmurs of relief. Peasants spoke with hope in markets and fields. Perhaps with the young Harunobu, we will have a time of justice. And while Nobutora planned his son's exile, his subjects were already plotting to exile him first. The moment chosen for the coup was selected with surgical precision. After returning from a military campaign against the Suwa clan, Takeda Nobutora found himself vulnerable, far from his command center, weary, and surrounded by generals and soldiers whose loyalties had already shifted. The triumphal entry into Kai, which should have consolidated his authority, was, in truth, the harbinger of his downfall. Under the leadership of Itagaki Nobukata, the most influential vassals moved with subtlety. While Nobutora rested from the campaign, his closest men received orders to prepare him for a diplomatic mission to the court of Imagawa Yoshimoto in Suruga. The justification? To reinforce the bonds between the two allied clans, a gesture of respect and strategic continuity. Nobutora, confident and unsuspecting, accepted the invitation. He mounted his horse, accompanied by an escort carefully selected and supposedly loyal, yet already committed to the new order. The caravan crossed the mountains towards Suruga, and once beyond the borders of Kai, the gates closed behind him forever. There were no swords drawn. There was no siege, no barricades, no resistance. The transfer of power was swift, precise, and almost invisible to outside eyes. It was a bloodless coup d'etat, but utterly effective, one of the most notable in the history of feudal Japan. As one of his first acts as the new daimyo, Harunobu moved with speed and diplomacy. He sent messengers to Imagawa Yoshimoto, thanking him for receiving his father, maintaining the tone of a devoted son. Nobutora's presence in Suruga was portrayed not as exile, but as a gesture of respect toward the alliance. In public, Harunobu continued to refer to his father with honor, and Yoshimoto, satisfied with the appearance of order and with the stability of the new government, accepted the official version and did not even consider reinstating his former ally. Peace was maintained, authority preserved, and Kai, under new leadership, began to change. At only 20 years old, Harunobu assumed absolute command of the province of Kai. He was young, but not inexperienced. Therefore, his initial actions as leader were marked by a balance between reform and continuity. He reorganized the clan's administration, rewarding those who had supported his rise, such as Itagaki Nobukata and Amari Torayasu, with positions of prestige and command. He redistributed lands, adjusted taxes, and ensured that resources flowed back to the fields and fortresses. But he did not persecute those who had faithfully served his father. On the contrary, he kept many of Nobutora's former allies in administrative and military posts, provided they were willing to collaborate with the new order. This gesture sent a powerful message. Harunobu was not driven by vengeance, but by a clear purpose, to bring stability and greatness to Kai and to the Takeda clan. He also set in motion a process of strengthening the clan's identity. He refined codes of conduct, reinvigorated spiritual ties with local Buddhist temples and Shinto shrines, and began spreading the philosophy of war that would soon define his legend. Within a few weeks, tensions eased and doubts fell silent. The generals knew they had chosen well. The people, once oppressed, now saw in the new lord a leader who listened, who balanced firmness with justice. In the mountains of Kai, a new roar began to echo. No longer that of a tyrant lord, but that of a patient, cunning tiger ready to show its claws. In 1551, a decade after taking command of Kai province and consolidating his internal domain, Takeda Harunobu took a step that surprised his allies and intrigued his rivals. He publicly renounced his birth name and adopted the monastic name Shingen. The act was performed in a formal ordination ceremony as a lay monk of the Rinzai school of Zen, a tradition linked to silent contemplation, self-discipline, and philosophical wisdom. At first glance, it might have seemed a purely spiritual gesture, but those who knew Harunobu understood. Every move he made carried multiple meanings, and this one, in particular, was as much a personal reinvention as it was a political statement. The new name was not chosen at random. Shin means faith, trust, truth. Until then, it had been part of his family lineage. Now, it took on a higher, almost spiritual meaning. Gen, on the other hand, evokes mystery, depth, the hidden principle of things. It was a name laden with erudition, often associated with monks, sages, and figures of moral authority. Thus, Shingen became more than a name. It became a symbol. It was also a gesture of rupture. By becoming Shingen, the young leader formally distanced himself from the legacy of his father, Nobutora, whose brutality and imbalance still echoed in the collective memory of Kai. Where the father had been feared, Shingen would seek to be respected. Where Nobutora imposed, Shingen would persuade. By uniting the image of the warrior with that of the wise and spiritual man, Shingen approached the idealized figure of the Zen ruler, much like the ancient Ashikaga shoguns, who combined the sword and the brush, the battlefield and the tea room. By aligning himself with the Rinzai tradition, he not only cultivated his soul, but also claimed for himself a place in the lineage of medieval Japan's most refined leaders. The people, accustomed to their lord's stoic silence, saw the change as an elevation. The monks of the local temples, previously distant from the clan, began to frequent his court. And neighboring lords like Imagawa, Hojo, and Uesugi Kenshin realized that this young man from Kai was not just another general like so many others. He was now a symbol of order, depth, and vision. From that moment on, Kai ceased to be merely a militarily strong province and became a center of culture, strategy, and moral authority. And so, Shingen was born, not of blood, not of war, but of the decision to be something greater than both. But even before taking the name Shingen, he already saw the Japanese geopolitical board as a chess game of swords and alliances. His campaigns became more sophisticated, more surgical, more efficient. After consolidating his power in Kai, the leader of the Takeda clan turned his gaze north, the province of Shinano. Shinano was vast, mountainous, and fragmented, divided among countless local clans, each guarding its fortresses like a small kingdom. The region offered both opportunity and challenge. Taking Shinano would not be a single blow, but a calculated sequence of sieges, alliances, and ruptures. Shingen understood from the beginning that defeating these clans would require more than military force. It was necessary to divide the enemies, negotiate with the pragmatic, and crush the obstinate. One by one, the local lords would be forced to choose between vassalage and ruin. The first major target was the powerful Suwa clan, rulers of fertile lands and strategic positions. In 1542, after swift maneuvers, Shingen besieged and conquered Uehara Castle, forcing Lord Suwa Yorishige to surrender. Instead of humiliating him publicly, Shingen offered a conciliatory gesture. He took his daughter as a concubine, the young Koihime, who would later bear him a son, Takeda Katsuyori, the clan's heir. It was a gesture that blended political pragmatism with dynastic strategy. By linking the destinies of Takeda and Suwa, Shingen absorbed the territory and neutralized resentments. But not all clans would surrender with gestures of peace. Among the fiercest enemies were the Murakami, led by Murakami Yoshikyo, a talented commander who offered determined resistance. In battles like the one at Toishi, Shingen's armies faced unexpected difficulties, suffering heavy losses. It was in this context that the discipline of the Takeda army shone, with its disciplined infantry corps, its well-trained cavalry, and the increasing use of firearms imported from the south. In 1550, Shingen took Katsurao Castle, and with it, he destabilized the Murakami axis of power. Yoshikyo, defeated but not destroyed, would flee to seek external help, a move that would begin another chapter in Shingen's story, yet to come. Meanwhile, to the east, another clan yielded to the methodical force of Kai, the Ogasawara, lords of Ueda and the central region of Shinano. Although better known for their cultural tradition than for their military strength, the Ogasawara resisted with dignity. But in 1553, Fukashi Castle, the future Matsumoto, fell under the relentless siege of the Takeda. It was a symbolic blow. With the fall of the Ogasawara, Shingen sealed his dominion over the heart of Shinano. Between battles and marches, marital alliances and secret agreements also drew the map. Shingen did not hesitate to offer relatives as brides to potential allies or to welcome defeated nobles in exchange for loyalty. He was a leader who used the brush with the same skill with which he wielded the spear. By the end of the 1550s, Shinano, once a patchwork of independent lords, had become part of Takeda Shingen's body politic. It was more than a territorial victory. It was the construction of a new order in the interior of Japan. And at the center of this new domain stood the figure of a man who was at once daimyo, monk, commander, and strategist. Shingen was no longer just the Lord of Kai. He was now the master of the mountains. Conquering territories was only the beginning. Keeping those territories united, productive, and loyal was the true test of leadership. Takeda Shingen, more than an invincible general, proved to be a meticulous, reformist, and deeply conscious ruler of the people's needs. While his contemporaries contented themselves with the plunder of war, Shingen built institutions, laws, and systems, laying the foundations for a lasting domain. His administration was marked by a profound sense of order and functionality, even amid the turmoil of the Sengoku period. Upon taking control of Kai and Shinano, Shingen implemented a series of reforms that transformed the mountainous interior into a center of stability and prosperity. Among his most notable initiatives were fiscal reforms and irrigation systems. Shingen knew that water was power, and he invested heavily in irrigation projects like the Kanazuka and in a series of artificial dams, which guaranteed control over floods and the fertilization of the fields. This not only increased agricultural production, but also reduced dependence on rice imports, reinforcing the clan's self-sufficiency. For Shingen, land and justice were inseparable. He centralized the legal system with local courts and clear administrative codes, protecting peasants from abuse by samurai and officials. He created detailed records of taxes and holdings, distributing land more equitably among vassals and small landowners. His judicial decisions became known for their firmness and impartiality. It was possible for a peasant to have his complaint against a member of the nobility heard seriously. But Shingen's governance was not limited to bureaucracy. He understood the role of spirituality as an axis of social cohesion. His affiliation with the Rinzai Zen school was public and cultivated, reflected in ceremonies, retreats, and support for local temples. Furthermore, he maintained close relations with ascetics of the Shugendo tradition, who roamed the mountains of Kai and Shinano as guardians of morality and order. These religious figures helped to spread the image of Shingen as a blessed lord, close to the heavens and the people, balancing military authority with an almost sacred aura. Takeda Shingen was not just an efficient ruler or a brilliant strategist. He was a magnetic public figure who inspired loyalty, admiration, and fear. His charisma came from the rare combination of practical intelligence, self-control, and unwavering purpose. He lived with moderation, avoided unnecessary luxuries, and maintained an almost Spartan routine. He was known for being accessible to his vassals, but demanding. He did not tolerate incompetence, but knew how to recognize merit, even in men of modest origin. His relationship with his sons was austere but zealous, and with his wives and concubines, marked by respect. Shingen also understood the power of symbols. None was more powerful than the Takeda's war banner, where one could read in 4 ideograms the maxim that guided his life and his armies: wind, forest, fire, mountain. Inspired by Sun Tzu, the motto summarized his philosophy of war and governance: swift as the wind, to attack before the enemy realizes; silent as the forest, to advance with harmony and secrecy; fierce as fire, to strike with overwhelming force; immovable as a mountain, to hold a position with unshakable discipline. This motto was the mirror of his soul. Under Shingen's leadership, the Takeda clan was not just feared, it was respected, admired, and, in many circles, even revered. In the far reaches of his provinces, monks and peasants spoke of their lord with reverence, and even his enemies acknowledged, as long as Shingen was alive, Kai would not fall. But there was one man who did not fear the famous tiger of Kai. He was the Dragon of Ichigo, the legendary warrior Uesugi Kenshin. The mighty Takeda Shingen, the tiger of the mountains of Kai, and Uesugi Kenshin, the dragon of Ichigo, were geographically destined to collide. The Takeda clan, based in Kai, was pushing vigorously northward, seizing the fertile regions of Shinano. North of Shinano, however, rose the stronghold of Ichigo, where Kenshin reigned. Shingen's rise threatened the delicate balance of the northern provinces, and more than a simple territorial dispute, what was forming was a clash of distinct worlds and of even more distinct men. Shingen was the silent strategist. His every step was calculated as in a game of Go. Patient, precise, pragmatic. He made decisions coldly. He knew when to retreat, when to wait, and when to strike with devastating force. To him, war was above all an exercise in logic and in control, of the enemy and of himself. Kenshin, on the other hand, was the sudden storm. A warrior devoted to Bishamonten, the god of war, he acted as if he were the arm of divine justice upon the earth. Impulsive, impetuous, almost mystical in his fervor, he believed his destiny was to fight, and that the battlefield was the temple where he was purified. He was known for leading personal charges, for entering trances before campaigns, and for a near-religious charisma among his soldiers. These two titans, with visions of the world so different, could not coexist in peace. The clash was inevitable, not out of personal desire, but because the very state of Japan at that time thrust one against the other. The rivalry began without swords drawn, but with subtle moves. In his campaign to conquer Shinano, Shingen faced and defeated the Murakami clan, whose leader, Murakami Yoshioka, was forced into exile. Seeking protection and support to rise again, Yoshioka fled to Ichigo and was taken in by Kenshin. This gesture, at first glance humanitarian, carried strategic weight. By sheltering Shingen's enemy, Kenshin recognized him as a direct rival. Shingen, for his part, continued advancing, consolidating control over northern Shinano. With each castle taken, his forces drew closer to Ichigo's territory. The mountains separating the two clans became barriers as fragile as paper doors. Takeda patrols and Uesugi scouts crossed the borders frequently. Trade routes began to close. One side's allies became the other's targets. Neighboring provinces watched with mounting anxiety. Even before the first arrow was loosed, the war had already begun, on maps, in alliances, and in men's hearts. And everyone knew, when Shingen and Kenshin finally met on the battlefield, it would not be merely a fight for land. It would be the clash of two ways of being, of two souls, of two gods of war, staring at each other in the mirror of history. Between the craggy mountains of Shinano and the deep valleys of Ichigo lay a plateau, wrapped in winding rivers and persistent mists, known as Kawanakajima, or the island between the rivers. Located between the courses of the Chikuma River and the Sai River, this lowland terrain, seemingly simple and unassuming, would become the most emblematic stage of the rivalry between Takeda Shingen and Uesugi Kenshin. There, between 1553 and 1564, the two titans met 5 times in successive campaigns marked by tension, complex maneuvers, surprise attacks, and mutual respect. Although only one of those battles resulted in a large-scale direct engagement, all carried the symbolic weight of a war that was, above all, personal, yet shaped the fate of thousands. Kawanakajima was a proving ground. There was no castle to seize, no treasure to plunder. The region's strategic value was real. As a natural corridor between Shinano and Ichigo, it represented a crucial point for controlling both provinces. But over time, it became much more than that. A sacred territory, and a board on which honor was at stake. Shingen and Kenshin saw Kawanakajima as a place where they could measure their strength, test their limits, and challenge one another with everything they had. Neither would retreat, but neither would push beyond the invisible line that separated respect from total destruction. On the nights before battle, soldiers said they felt the ground vibrate with the presence of something greater than armies. It was as if the very gods of war watched that field, where two geniuses of strategy crossed their wills, not for glory, but because they simply could not do otherwise. Kawanakajima belonged to neither of them, but it came to belong to history. In 1561, on a morning of thick fog on the plains of Kawanakajima, Japan's history witnessed one of the most intense and legendary episodes of its feudal era, the fourth and bloodiest battle between Takeda Shingen and Uesugi Kenshin. Unlike previous campaigns, both forces arrived prepared for a decisive fight. Shingen positioned his army south of the Sai River on Mount Saijo, while Kenshin fortified himself to the north, near Kaizu Castle. The field was chosen, but this time the game would be more than cautious maneuvers. It would be bloody chess. Shingen devised a bold, sophisticated plan. He would divide his army into 2 groups, while Yamamoto Kansuke, his most seasoned military advisor, would lead a strike force to circle the enemy flank during the night and descend from Mount Saijo at dawn. Shingen would remain with the rearguard in a defensive posture, ready to crush Kenshin's men in a pincer. It was a risky maneuver, based on predicting movements and on total coordination. Shingen trusted in his army's discipline and in the plan's precision. However, Uesugi Kenshin, with the instinct of a warrior who saw beyond maps, shattered expectations. In the silent pre-dawn, while Yamamoto's flanking force moved to encircle him, Kenshin hurled his entire army in a lightning assault directly at Shingen's central camp. Moving under cover of the fog, his soldiers advanced like specters out of nowhere, swift, fierce, unstoppable. The Takeda camp, still reorganizing after the division of forces, was taken by surprise. Confusion was total. The beat of drums was drowned by screams, and the mud soon ran with blood. It was absolute chaos. At the height of the battle, the seemingly impossible happened. Kenshin, at the head of his horsemen, drove so deep into the enemy ranks that he reached Shingen's command center. Advancing with sword in hand, the Lord of Echigo delivered a direct blow at his rival. Shingen, surprised, had no time to draw his sword. He raised his tessen, an iron war fan, and parried the strike at the last instant. The second blow glanced off the armor on his arm. His personal guards closed in around Kenshin, who quickly withdrew, vanishing once more into the tumult of battle. The scene was brief, but it would become a living legend, etched for centuries in paintings, oral lore, and chronicles. The duel between the Tiger of Kai and the Dragon of Echigo, sword against fan, in the midst of chaos. Despite the initial surprise, Shingen managed to regroup his forces. Yamamoto Kansuke's men, hearing the clamor of battle, hurried down to intervene, but arrived too late to execute the encirclement effectively. By day's end, the riverbanks were carpeted with thousands of bodies. It is estimated that more than 4,000 soldiers died, including important figures on both sides. The battle ended without a clear victor. Kenshin withdrew with honor. Shingen held the field, but both bled. Both lost much that day, but both survived to become living legends on the lips of the people. A victory without glory, a defeat without shame, and a draw that would echo as the worthiest contest of the Sengoku period. The two would never again face each other with such intensity, but that fog and steel-shrouded morning at Kawanakajima would forever seal the names of Shingen and Kenshin as Japan's greatest rivals. In the brutal world of feudal Japan, where betrayals were common and alliances lasted but a single season, the rivalry between Takeda Shingen and Uesugi Kenshin was marked by something exceedingly rare: true honor. Despite fierce battles, irreparable losses, and the blood spilled between their armies, there was never the poison of hatred between them. On the contrary, over time there grew between the two a respect so deep that it became admiration. In periods of truce, gifts passed between the two camps. From one side, war horses, ceremonial armor, and rare textiles. From the other, fine swords, religious scrolls, and precious provisions. Each exchange was a gesture of recognition. I see you, and I respect you. The most famous episode of this relationship happened off the battlefield. During an economic boycott led by daimyo hostile to Shingen, Kai was cut off from salt, an essential good for preserving food. When Kenshin learned of the situation, he took an action that defied all logic of political warfare. He sent caravans laden with salt to stock his rivals' storehouses. Kenshin's justification is remembered to this day as an example of warrior purity. It is not with salt that one defeats an enemy. It is with the sword. And so, even without either man definitively defeating the other, Shingen and Kenshin prevailed together, for they bequeathed to Japan not only tales of war, but the model of a grand rivalry, forged of iron, mud, silence, and respect. From 1570 onward, Takeda Shingen was no longer just a powerful lord, he was a potential unifier of Japan. The Tiger of Kai, who had mastered the mountains of Shinano, subdued his internal enemies, and fought legendary battles against Uesugi Kenshin, now turned his eyes to the true heart of power, Kyoto, the ancient imperial center and symbol of national authority. But the road there required breaking through walls of iron, and that meant war with the two greatest obstacles to the south, the Imagawa clan which controlled Suruga, and the rising power of Tokugawa Ieyasu, ally of Oda Nobunaga. Shingen knew his moment had come. He was respected by allies, feared by enemies, and loved by his soldiers. He had decades of war experience, the prestige of great victories, and the strength of a disciplined, ferocious clan. The time had come to seize the final design, reach Kyoto, and assume the title of shogun. The first step of this imperial march was taken with the invasion of Suruga in 1568. The once powerful Imagawa clan, weakened by the tragic death of Imagawa Yoshimoto at the Battle of Okehazama, where he was defeated by Oda Nobunaga in 1560, had plunged into successive crises of succession and loss of authority. With precision and speed, Shingen struck at Suruga's castles, taking Sumpu, the Imagawa administrative center. Within a matter of months, the territory was annexed to the Takeda domain, consolidating his coastal position and cutting an important link between the Tokugawa and their allies. The destruction of the Imagawa was a demonstration to all Japan that Shingen was now the most powerful among the independent daimyo. With Suruga under control, Shingen prepared to cross the most dangerous line, the border with Mikawa, the domain of the young and ambitious Tokugawa Ieyasu, who was beginning to emerge as a capable strategist and ally of Oda Nobunaga. In 1572, Shingen marched with his army on the final campaign with the objective of reaching Kyoto as the natural leader of a new era. Ieyasu's response was swift. He fortified positions and prepared to face the enemy at Mikatagahara, a plain on the outskirts of Hamamatsu. The ensuing battle was brutal and swift. With shock tactics and mobility, Shingen crushed the Tokugawa army in December 1572, inflicting a humiliating defeat on the young Ieyasu. The Lord of Mikawa was forced to withdraw into Hamamatsu Castle, which he deliberately kept with its gates open and torches lit, a psychological ruse that confused the Takeda commanders and averted a siege. With the victory over Tokugawa, the rear was secured, and the road to Kyoto at last seemed open. After the victory at Mikatagahara, Shingen began his advance toward the imperial capital. Oda Nobunaga, perceiving the danger, suspended campaigns against other provinces to reinforce the defensive line along the Tenri River and prepare a response to the Takeda advance. Nobunaga knew that if Shingen reached Kyoto, it would mean the end of his own dominion, and perhaps the birth of a new shogunate led by the Tiger of Kai. Shingen, however, harbored no illusions about ease. He knew the conquest of Kyoto would be arduous. The city was guarded by armies loyal to Nobunaga, and the shogun himself, Ashikaga Yoshiaki, watched everything anxiously, awaiting which leader would emerge victorious in this final race. What no one could have foreseen, not even the man who defied fate, was that the most dangerous enemy was not in a castle or on a battlefield, but within his own body. During the march to Kyoto, Shingen fell ill. His condition worsened by the day. Some say it was tuberculosis, others speak of renal complications. What is certain is that even gravely weakened, Shingen continued to issue orders, planning, dreaming. As the Takeda standards fluttered in the wind on their march toward Kyoto, the very soul of the army began to dim. Behind the firm expression and the calculated orders, Shingen was wasting away. A treacherous illness had begun to overcome him. It was constant suffering, deep, dry coughs, night fevers, a fatigue no rest could cure. And yet he did not retreat. Seated in his palanquin, with heavy cloaks to hide his body's tremor, he kept commanding, planning, instilling confidence. But the generals closest to him saw the truth in his eyes. The Tiger of Kai was dying on the march. The campaign slowed. Orders came less frequently. Halts became more common. The soldiers, devoted to their lord, did not understand the delays. Many believed it was part of some elaborate tactic. Others, more attentive, saw in the camp's quiet the portent of something irreversible. In the spring of 1573, near the Tenryu River, Shingen gave his final order. He called his most loyal generals to his side, and still with remarkable lucidity, planned for his own absence. My death must not be announced. Hide it from the world. If the enemies learn of it, they will attack with confidence. Keep silence for 3 years. The request was answered with tears and bowed heads. Takeda Shingen, the man who had beaten noble warriors, broken castle gates, and turned battlefields into legend, withdrew from life in silence. His death was concealed with mastery. His body was embalmed and carried back to Kai in disguise. Orders continued to be issued in his name. His son, Katsuyori, gradually assumed command, as if he were merely executing orders that came from afar. For 3 years, the world believed Shingen still lived, that the tiger still prowled in the shadows. That was enough to keep enemies in check, fearful of a ferocious strike. It was the last trick of a master strategist, to make his own death another piece on the board of war. Takeda Katsuyori, born of the concubine Koihime, was brave and determined, but he lacked his father's aura of command and strategic skill. He took control of Kai amid a tense backdrop, surrounded by watchful rivals and vassals, still bound to Shingen's shadow. The Takeda offensive continued for a time, but discipline began to fray. Allies hesitated, subordinates questioned his orders. The unity that had made the clan an unstoppable war machine began to crack. The final blow came in 1575 at the Battle of Nagashino, when Katsuyori challenged Tokugawa Ieyasu and Oda Nobunaga in an attempt to maintain dominion over Mikawa. The result was devastating. Nobunaga, employing a line of soldiers armed with arquebuses, decimated the legendary Takeda cavalry, hitherto considered invincible. It was the end of the cavalry's absolute supremacy and the dawn of the gunpowder era. The Takeda clan, once feared throughout Japan, began to crumble. In less than a decade, it would disappear from the political stage, absorbed by the forces Shingen had once nearly subdued. The son could not bear the heavy legacy of his father. Even many centuries after his death and the fall of his clan, Takeda Shingen remained a great example of an ideal of leadership, a master of balance between strength and reason. Tokugawa Ieyasu, who would inherit Japan, studied his strategies and often said that the discipline of the Takeda army was unsurpassed. In the Meiji period, when Japan sought national heroes, he was exalted as a model of military virtue. Compared to Napoleon Bonaparte for his tactical genius and charismatic leadership, he came to be called, in the popular imagination, the Napoleon of Japan. Today, his name echoes in statues, historical dramas, films, anime, and games. In Kofu, the former capital of Kai, his mounted image dominates the station square, bronze eyes fixed on the horizon as if still watching over his people. But above all, Takeda Shingen lives on as an eternal lesson about power. That a leader is measured not only by conquests, but by the way he leads men, upholds justice, and dies with honor. Thus ends the story of the man who was called a tiger, a warrior who fought as a strategist, ruled as a reformer, and died as a legend.